Welcome to Dead Man Talking. Tonight's story is another exclusive, fantastic thrill ride from the incredibly talented Edward Ed Smith. As ever, please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. And of course, why not hashtag Team Fear. And so, with that aside, let's get into tonight's brand new series entitled The Disappearances of Deep Fork River Bottoms. Let's get straight into that. Something moves in the wilderness of the Deep Fork River Bottoms. Something malevolent, violent, mysterious and angry. The cause is unknown. It may be man, beast, natural or unnatural, not of this earth, but it is there waiting for whoever ventures into its world. It moves silently and with the quickness of a foot or thought, or even otherworldly determination. And even as we live our daily lives, it's there, just out of sight. Or maybe we do get the occasional glimpse. We all want to feel safe and secure in our work and our homes, but it's there waiting, watching with malice in its essence. This series will make you think, shiver, turn on your lights, and above all, lock your doors, assuming that would help. And so, let's enter the river bottoms and peer into a world just outside the door of your safe and secure home, and find out what truly lies in the darkness of the unknown. Episode 1. Hunter the Hunted. Bill Taylor is much like any 30-year-old man. He has played football, been a wrestler and deer hunter, and still goes to the gym on a regular. Bill has enjoyed the centre spotlight of a young man's life, from high school all the way through college, and hasn't done too bad in any department of his life. There has been a couple of times that he almost got married, but thank God he came to his senses, in his words. He is pushing 40 now, and just by luck, Bill has found a woman of his dreams. Good looking, can cook and loves to hunt too. Lacy Dawn Bentley. She is just about 30, and she don't talk about that, even in private. This morning Bill is loading up his truck to get out to the deer stands, which he and his buddy Kyle have placed in the Deep Fork River Wildlife Management Area, in the section of the woods known as Deep Fork Wildlife Refuge. The management area is about 12,000 acres of prime wooded hunting real estate. The Deep Fork River winds its way through these bottom lands with rugged and majestic grace. The bottom offer Oklahoma hunting at its finest from deer, wild hog and turkey, as well as public use areas like all-terrain vehicle trails, off-road biking and hiking trails. As Bill and Kyle were getting ready to pull out at 4:30 a.m, Lacy ran out of the house and stopped them and said that she wanted to go and just set her stand and not hunt today. Sometimes it's best to do this, that way you have a different view of the lay of the land and you don't have the pressure of making the shot. And so they wait for Lacy to get her stuff ready to go, and the boys looked at each other and generally accept that they will be late to their stands. Bill pulls down the dirt road that leads to the management area, and when he turns down the access road, he noticed several does have been grazing just inside the boundary of the management area. They drive back into the area about 2 miles to the location of the first stand, which is Lacy's, and she gets out of the truck and gives Bill a kiss. Kyle teases Lacy that he'll give Big Bill a kiss when he gets to his stand. Bill rolls his eyes and Lacy says, "Just pick me up on your way out." As the guys drive away, Lacy walks over to the trail, which the stand is on, and started down the path to the stand. She wasn't much more than a couple of 100 feet to the woodline when she felt uneasy about the woods. It wasn't like she felt danger. She made note of the fact that the night sounds were diminished and not vibrant, like usual. The early fall had been warmer than normal, and the mid-fall wasn't much colder, like a normal Oklahoma fall. Kyle is in his stand and settling in, getting adjusted to the hide. His stand is about 300 yards to the north of Lacy's, and Bill's stand is almost 400 yards to the north, almost to the river. The stands were located in a peninsula of land created by the Deep Fork River, and Lacy with her camera began watching her hunting lane and was very intently watching the 2 wild boar that were milling around the feeder that was about 50 yards from her stand. She turned on her walkie-talkie and was perturbed that the batteries were dead. Then she reached for her cell phone, but it was missing, and she knew she picked it up when she left this morning. She was sitting in her stand rather upset and disquieted about the morning so far, and then she heard what sounded like a ringtone. This puzzled her. When in the distance, back up the trail that she'd walked down, she saw a faint light, and then didn't. She was confused until she saw the light and heard the sound of the ringtone again. "Oh, my cell phone," she thought, and she began to get down off the stand and climb down the ladder. She reached the bottom of the ladder and walked up the trail to where she thought she saw the light, and then the phone lit up with a voicemail notification, and she said to herself, "There it is." She walked over to her phone, went to pick it up, and heard a snap of a tree limb. She stood up without picking her phone up and looked in the direction of the noise, which was towards her tree stand. Lacy picked up her phone and then started walking back to her stand when she heard a thump, like something hit the ground hard. She turned back to the noise and her cell phone hit the ground. The 2 game wardens and 6 sheriff deputies started to fan out from the tree stand where Lacy's cell phone was found. An Okmulgee detective from the sheriff's department walked up to Bill and Kyle, who were standing by Bill's truck, and said, "Okay, boys, why don't you tell me what happened? When did you drive up to the trail here, where you dropped off Lacy?" "Well, we drove up and noticed that Lacy wasn't waiting for us, which wasn't unusual because she has fallen asleep in a stand before. Kyle waited in the truck while I went on down the trail, and I had hoped to sneak up on her and maybe scare her, for a joke and a laugh. But the stand, it was empty. I thought maybe she saw me coming and was hiding. She has done that before, just playing around. But after a while of looking and calling out to her, there was no answer, and so I took out my phone and I called her. At that point, I heard a ringtone coming from those bushes, where I showed you." "Okay, and what is she to you again?" the detective said. "She's my fiancée. We were going to get married next spring," Bill said. "Wow, really, bro? I didn't know that," Kyle said. "We were keeping it quiet until the right time. You're going to be the best man," Bill said. "All right, if I get to plan the bachelor's party, but wait a minute. Does that mean I'm getting married next?" Kyle said. "Not unless you knock all those old ladies down trying to catch the bouquet," Bill said. "Yeah, I knew I could use those high school football blocking skills again," Kyle remarked. "Okay, guys, you need to hang out here for a little while," the detective said. "Well, can we go look?" Bill asked. "I prefer if you stayed here at base camp," the detective said. About 30 minutes later, several more sheriffs and Oklahoma Highway Patrol officers showed up, and later the search and rescue team arrived and joined the search. A day later, search and rescue team leaders were reporting to the search captain. "Look, we have searched the entire peninsula riverbank to riverbank back to this spot," as he was pointing to the stand position at the topo map. "We have searched completely and nothing," the search captain said. "Okay, split your people. One half search the peninsula again and the other half search out around the far side of the river. Where did you say that Glenpool and Sapulpa water search and rescue guys were going to be here?" The search leader said, "They should be here later this afternoon." Later that evening, at dark, the base camp was lit up with mobile light towers. The search captain and the guys were standing together underneath the temporary canopy set up to provide protection to the search headquarters. The 3 20-something team members were defiantly exhausted And Hank, the most senior of the three, said, "Top, you aren't gonna believe this." He reaches in and pulls out a camouflage jacket with a Tweety Bird decal on the arm. "Hey, that's Lacy's," Bill said. "I bought that for her last Christmas." "Where did you find this, boys?" the search captain exclaimed. "Well, that's the weird bit." He went to the map and pointed to the location of the topo map hanging on the wall. "Are you sure?" the captain said with surprise. "Yes, sir," Hank said. "Well, she would have crossed the river. How deep is the river there?" the captain asked. Probably 20 feet or better," Hank said. "Going swimming in November? This don't make no sense," the captain expounded. "Well, sir, try this on. The dogs picked up her scent across the river. Now, there are a few big trees across that part of the river, but the way they're laying, it would be really hard for anyone to cross them. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but you would have to be one strong mother to use those trees. The dogs tracked her scent off down to the west, and Top, I'm telling you, it's thicker than thick in there. We almost got lost down there in the part of the bottoms. After we found the jacket, the dogs just could or wouldn't track on the scent. It's like something changed, and it smelled real musky down there. I mean, you can smell it on the jacket. It's the damnedest thing, but the dogs sure wouldn't follow it. All right, boys, you go get some rest. You're going back in there tomorrow," the captain said. "Oh man, okay," one of the team members with frustrated purposes commented. The next morning, about 6 a.m, the search captain called a briefing. "Okay, guys and girls, I'm sending all of you to follow the search in detail this area." He had a red outlined area west of the river, and it encompassed a large area across the bottoms area almost to the river, and it crosses back to the west. "Look on the rocks, anything else. There's 88 of you, and that's probably not enough. Just do the best you can, and that's all I ask." Late that afternoon, as the teams were returning, one of the teams came up to the canopy and reported that they found the camera, and the game wardens wanted to inspect it. And when they asked by the search captain, they said that the chip was in the camera, but the batteries were dead. Another team reported that they had found a backpack with some clothes and miscellaneous items about 100 yards from where the camera was found, but the backpack had been found out there a while. Bill stepped up and looked at the pack. It looked like it had some initials embroidered on the pack flap. NKS, maybe? "It's worn pretty bad," Bill said. "This for sure wasn't Lacy's." A sheriff deputy came up to the canopy with the camera and told the research captain that one of the game wardens from Oklahoma City had given it to him to return to the family. One of the search team members picked up the camera and opened the compartment that housed the chip, and it was missing. The team member was adamant the chip was in the camera. The search captain said, "Take me to this game warden." The team member and the search captain went to find the game warden, and the sheriff was given his briefing to the media. The search captain and the team member with the camera in his hand walked up to the 3 game wardens that were around their truck and asked them if they had the chip from the camera. They reacted with a sense of shock and said that they knew nothing of the chip. And the search team members interrupted the search captain and said that none of these 3 game wardens were the warden that gave him the camera too. They told him the game warden's name, and the game wardens said there is no warden by that name in our district, and if there was a game warden from another district around, it would be protocol to let them know. The team member described the person that gave him the camera too, and the game warden said that they would go look around for him. The game wardens actually seemed quite pissed. The search for Lacy continued for 4 more days, but no further evidence or information was found. The warden, which said he was from Oklahoma City District, was never found, and identity was never confirmed. And the disc, well, that was never found either. The law enforcement personnel began to press Bill and Kyle for any other information, and even took them down to the station and interviewed them separately for 8 hours. And Bill said, "You guys have wasted so much time with Kyle and me that you could have been out there looking for my girl." They went through Bill's phone and started calling his contacts and searched his email and social media accounts. The investigators began asking oddball questions, trying to trip him up, and Kyle, who was single, had, well, all kinds of pics of ladies in various states of dress and repose. It caused a lot of distress and embarrassment that was really not needed, but the two were eventually cleared. The search was also ended after about the 10th day, and Lacy was added to the missing persons list. The day Bill got the notification that she had been added, Bill, Kyle and Bill's younger brother were at the local One Fire Casino sports bar. Bill and Kyle were 4 beers and 5 shots into it and feeling it. Bill's brother Donnie was nursing a beer knowing he was the one driving this mess home. I don't understand it. She would have never crossed that creek, and I don't know what would have possessed her to do that, Bill said. Hey, look, when I heard that they found the coat, I went out there, and I seen these trees that were down across the river. It's real narrow in that spot, bank to bank, and these trees were down and across the river, so their trunks were really close with each other. But at the angle they were laying at, I don't see how she would have gotten across. I mean, she would have to have been a monkey, Donnie explained and was trying to comfort his brother. Hey brothers, we need to get out of here. They're closing up the bar, Kyle said. As they were leaving, Bill stumbled by a bulletin board and he knocked off a flyer. He picked it up and it was about a missing man about 22 years of age that went missing in a Deep Fork wildlife refuge about 9 months ago. He looked at the flyer with buzzed eyes and noted that his name was Nicholas Kelly Stevens. He put it back on a board and walked to the truck. After the boys dropped off Kyle at his house, they drove on to Bill's house, and Donnie said that he would call his wife and tell her that he would be staying at Bill's tonight. It's a brother thing now. The night brought a waterfall of tears, emotions that men like Donnie and Bill only discuss between themselves and God, and the grief that only brothers knew how to handle for each other. The gut-wrenching night waned and the sun broke across the Oklahoma fall sky, and at about 1 p.m, Bill woke up and jabbed his brother Donnie, who had been crashed out beside him. What? Donnie murmured. I figured out what caught my attention with that other missing guy. I remember now. You know, Nick Kelly Simmons. I think that was it, Bill said with excitement. What are you talking about? Donnie shouted. The backpack, Bill yelled. What backpack, Bubba? Jeez, my brain is still asleep, bro, said Donnie. Get up. We gotta go back to the casino, Bill ordered. Donnie got dressed and was cussing as they got in the truck and they drove to the casino. Bill walked in and looked at the board and the flyer wasn't there. Oh shit, he exclaimed. They looked at another board and nothing, and so Bill said, let's check the boards at the convenience stores. And they came up empty with the first 6, and then they stopped at the Okmulgee Indian Community Smoke Shop on the extreme south end of town, and lo and behold, there was the flyer, and Bill took a picture with his phone. And getting back in the truck, Bill said, Donnie, hold on, let's just sit here for a while. I want to call this number. Bill dialed and put it on speakerphone, and a man answered. Hello, I'm Bill Taylor. You don't know me, but... Actually, I do know you. You're that guy whose girlfriend went missing down on the river bottoms, the man answered. Yeah, Bill said, mumbling. It's been on the news and I have been keeping up, the man informed Bill. I wanted you to know that I believe we found your son's backpack. Did he have his initials on it? Bill said. The man on the phone explained. Yeah, I hate to say it, but son, she's gone. Just like my boy, just like all these others. After about the first 2 months of thinking that he was gonna walk back through the door, I started asking around, doing some digging of my own. Something is down there. Something is in them bottoms. I don't know what it is, but it's there. And I think it's eating people. Don't take my word for it. Do your own digging. Thanks for letting me know. Look, if you go down there, don't go alone. Boy, don't go alone. Crying could then be heard on the other end, and then the line went dead. Whew, that's some heavy shit. What do you make of that? Said Kyle. I don't know, Bill said questioningly. A hard thump on the ground. Lacy turned, and in the dark shadows cast by the sun through the thick canopy of the trees, she could see an outline of something standing by the trunk of a large tree, some 60 yards away from her. Oh, it was tall, about 7 feet, and it seemed to be thicker up top and skinnier at the bottom. The arms were long down to its knees, and it just seemed to stand there, almost swaying back and forth. The face was shrouded by hair that hung down from the forehead and over its eyes, and the eyes would glow with the glint of shimmers of light that sprayed through the canopy that was being moved by the breeze. And then it started stepping towards her. She started to step backwards, and then it stepped quicker, and she could see that it was covered in hair over the extent of its body, black to a reddish-black hair. Her level of fear increased as certain facial features became apparent, and she was disturbed by the fact that whatever it was looked close to being human in its face, but primal, something that would be at home in the paleo environment of 20,000 years ago. She was mesmerized by its gaze, and then she heard it grunt, and this shook her out of her trance. She turned and started running. She could hear it running behind her. She sprinted like she would when she would go on her jogs through the park. She just turned her head, and she was running so she could see it, and it was about 10 yards behind her. Panic had now set in, and she was kicking her stride harder than she ever had, and it was still closing in on her. She turned again, and it was so close she could see the scars on its face. She turned her head back to the front, and her forward progress was stopped by a mass that was solid and dense, and it felt like something hit her head, and she fell as consciousness left her body. She woke in a haze over her mind, as if she felt herself being carried and held by powerful arms and hands. She almost could focus as she could see water below her, and then she was over land again. The smell, it made her vomit, and she could not conquer the haze, and she felt limp again. And she was jolted awake by what felt like her body hitting the ground, and she laid there motionless as she heard grunts, gurgles and chirps, and almost a woo woo type howls and sounds of large, small, and in-between sized entities. She opened her eyes, and even the dirt and debris in them, she could see that there were about 9 to 10 forms and shapes in her field of view of all sizes and perceived ages. She was laid on the outer edge of a cleared area, which was compacted dirt, and what she could see was a tangle of limbs and tree twigs above her, except in the centre of the area, where there seemed to be an opening in the tangle. There was areas in the clearing that looked like piles of twigs and boughs of cedar were piled in many different spots. It didn't feel right for her to be here. She felt uneasy, and this place reeked of rotten and spoiled meat. Although she didn't see anything like that, she could not clear it from her nose. She began to move and claw her way to the edge of the clearing, and worked her way through the matting of the undergrowth. She was maybe 50 feet inside the tangle when she came to the edge of what looked like a pile of white sticks. In the low light of the area, she grabbed one of the sticks and pulled it closer, and it seemed to be attached to another stick, and then she realized that she was holding on to a bone that was attached to another bone with ligaments and tendons. It was the leg of a deer. She saw skulls of wild pigs and deer and turkey bones, and then there was something in the pile on the other side of this clearing which looked different. It looked like there was another pile of white sticks. She dragged and crawled her way towards it, and the sticks looked larger than the others. As she got closer, this pile was smaller, but there still was over several hundred, and there she saw it, a femur bone with a metal ball on it. She froze as she began to realize what she was holding. "Oh my God, no! They're eating people," she said to herself. As fear gripped her like a vice, she breathed in the putrid air, trying to calm herself down from the swelling panic rising inside of her. "I have to get out of here," she said to herself in an attempt to calm her alarm and horror. She began to climb through the matted undergrowth of the clearing area, and after about 80 feet, she'd seen the sunlight begin to fill the edge of the undergrowth that she was crawling through. "Oh, please be a way out," she said under her breath. She crawled even closer to the edge, and she could see woods, that while there was undergrowth, it was nowhere near as dense and matted as what she was currently in, and she could stand and get on her feet and cover some ground. She climbed out of the matted undergrowth and stood up for the first time. She didn't know which way to run, and she decided to run in the direction that seemed right, and she took off. She was about 1,000 feet from where she'd started, and then something stepped out in front of her path. It was a young one of these things, maybe the size of a 12-year-old. It looked with curiosity and shyness, and she slowed her pace and walked past it while both were looking at each other. She didn't feel threatened, but she knew she needed a whole lot more distance from these things. Lacy continued to run, and covering about 500 more feet, and she was rounding a turn in the trail. As it moved around a large tree trunk, when she came face to face with a 7-foot defiantly male sentry. The face of the beast turned from one of surprise and shock to one of anger and dominance. She screamed and moved away from the beast as she was grabbed from behind, and she felt his hand on her head. And when it snapped her neck, she was still of her mind, and she was being dragged by her foot back to the nest. She could not feel her body, but she was still conscious. She saw the roof of the matted undergrowth clearing and a hole that was in the matting of the roof. An adolescent, probably 15 or 16, walked over and was looking at her with a dodging approach. And it smelled her, and with one motion it gripped her arm and wrenched it from her body. She could feel the pressure of the act, but no pain. She could feel her head getting dizzy from the blood loss, and she couldn't even make a noise. It was just the awareness of 2 more young ones approaching with hunger in their eyes. She thought of Bill and the life they were to have together, as her state of being dissolved into a feast of primal purpose. Is our fear of the unknown so commanding that we cannot comprehend that there are things that we do not understand, that cause us to blindly allow the dismissal of the evidence of their existence? Or do we choose to allow our perceived superiority to supersede their dominance? The North American Wood Ape Conservancy developed and implemented a novel technique for attaching radio telemetry devices without first capturing, manually tagging, and then releasing their target species. One should read the paper on Tag 7. It might change your mind. But here, in the bottoms of the Deep Fork River, something is feeding. On the next episode of the Disappearances of Deep Fork River Bottoms, we explore the theory of matter and energy based on the concept of quanta, especially quantum mechanics and the monsters that dwell there. Until next time, bon appetit. The Disappearances of Deep Fork River Bottoms. Episode 2, Side by Side to Oblivion. Let's get straight into that. The Schrödinger equation acts on the entire probability that amplitude is not merely an absolute value, a differential equation which forms the basis of the quantum mechanical description of matter in terms of the wave-like properties of particles in a field. Its solution is related to the probability density of a particle in space and time. Thus, when the crests of one wave line up with the crests of another, you get constructive interference, bright bands. And when the crests align with the troughs, you get destructive interference, darkness. The birth of quantum physics in the early 1900s made it clear that light is made of tiny, invisible units or quanta of energy, which we call photons. Nate Gunner is a native of Okmulgee, Oklahoma. He is 31 and a construction expert in framing, concrete and brickwork. You name it, and he is good at it. His dad put him to work at the age of 13, and he has been building things ever since. He stays active with his job and all his extracurricular activities, hunting, basketball and fishing. And he is, one hot piece of property. At least that's what his boyfriend Marty Jennings thinks of him. Marty is a 38-year-old critical care nurse at the Hillcrest Hospital in Tulsa, and had been doing it for about 14 years. Marty was born and raised in Stillwater, Oklahoma, land of the Oklahoma State University Cowboys. Nate and Marty have been dating and seeing each other for about 15 months now, and while they won't admit it, they would like to take it to the next level. Yeah, it's time to cohabit. However, Nate has been really mulling this over and over and over and over. Yeah, is he really ready to grow up and make that jump? Nate asks himself repeatedly. It's been hot this August, not untypical, but it's pretty warm. Nate knocked off the job about 3 p.m. as the heat built in, and before his back got really crisp, he shuts down his crew, and this job has a lot of time to build into it, and so he doesn't get concerned about it. And he'll take an arse chewing from his dad and make up the time on Monday morning. He goes to his truck and takes off his tool belt and tosses it into the back seat of his 2019 Dodge Ram truck, and then grabs an old t-shirt off the dash, and wipes the sweat from his face, neck and upper body. His work shorts are already drenched in sweat of the day. His feet, they're in the furnace-like work boots, in which he kicks off just outside the driver's door. Throws them in the back of the truck bed to dry out over the weekend. He then peels off his socks and throws them in the back of the truck bed too. And with 30 or 40 other pairs of socks, he grabs his flip-flops off the floorboard of the driver's side of the truck, slides into them and says, "Oh, paradise exists." For a man like Nate, that's a huge step. I can't believe he's going to do it, but here it goes this weekend. They spent Tuesday night together, and they haven't really talked much since their schedules, and it's tough to get together sometimes. Nate is unsure if he is truly ready, but he knows that it is harder to be apart than it used to be. Sometimes it even hurts. His buddy and crew member Travis always tease him about it. Ooh-wee, he's in love, baby. The only reason that Travis gets away with it and not having Nate throttle him is because he introduced him to Marty at Boots and Diamonds, a local mixed bar in Tulsa. Nate didn't like the bar scene, but really had several bad experiences with the online dating scene, and so we took a chance, and it actually worked out so far. Now it's time to get that man on the phone and start this weekend. Nate grabs his cell phone and selects Marty's number, and before he pushes it, he stops and takes a breath and says to himself, "Oh, you bastard. What are you about to get yourself into, boy?" Taking a long drink from his water bottle, he exhales and pushes send. Marty's voicemail greeting alerts, and Nate grimaces and then speaks. "Hey babe, this is your man speaking to you. Give me a call. I see you in your dreams. Yeah, you know which ones." He presses end and puts his forehead on the fender of his truck, and says in a low whisper, "Why the fuck did I do that?" Marty makes his last rounds of the shift and starts his charting for the 11 patients in his charge. The intensive care unit is alive with activity and has been all through his shift. The duty nurse is walking towards him, and he diverts into another aisle to try and get away from Allison when she says, "Stop, I already see you." "Oh, no, not this weekend," Marty begs. "Tyra is out of town and Gary broke his leg yesterday. I have no one else. Please," Allison begs. You're killing me, Allison. I'm already into overtime, and I mean overtime. Besides, I really want to see Nate," Marty whines with puppy eyes. "I'm sorry, Marty. I need you," Allison says. At about that time, the voicemail notification goes off. "When it rains, it pours," Marty said to himself. Marty hits the send button, and Nate's phone lit up. "Oh yeah!" Nate exclaimed. "Hey, big man," Nate says, jokingly seductive. "Hey, Nate, I'll meet you in shelter at your house tonight," Marty says. "I thought we could meet at your place. They're in Tulsa, and we were going to go out on the town," Nate questioned with disappointment. We'd be better if we met down at your house. It's been a long day, babe," Marty said, sounding beat. No problem. I'll meet you there," Nate said. He hangs up the phone and says, "Fuck, this is going to suck big ones," to himself in frustration. As the night moved forward, Nate comes to terms with the fact that the weekend is truly messed up, but tonight is theirs. Nate and Marty passionately embrace on the couch and decide to have a night together, right there on the floor of the living room, with just some extra pillows, blankets, and each other. When they finish, Nate and Marty collapse together, embraced on the floor, and Nate goes to ask him the question. Marty turns and asks him what he said, and Nate just plays it off. I'm just catching my breath, baby. You okay? Marty nods as Nate rolls off him and lands on his back, and Nate is staring at the ceiling fan, and he says to himself, You chicken shit, why didn't you say it? Nate gets up and walks across the living room to the kitchen. Hey babe, do you want a beer? Marty answers, yeah, sweet, please. As he gets the beers, Nate passes the mirror on the wall just outside the kitchen, and he mouths the words, You chicken shit. Later that night, Marty is sleeping on his right side as Nate is spooned up next to him, and then says to himself in a low whisper, I love you. I fucking love you. And then he goes to sleep. Bzz, bzz, bzz. As the alarm goes off and Nate says, God damn it, I fucking hate that sound. Marty says, yeah, it's the only one I can wake up to. Clock says 5 a.m. Babe, can't you just call it in? Please? Nate begs. Marty says there is no way. There is no one to cover for me. Nate begs softly and Marty answers, As much as I want to, baby. I can't. Now let me up. Please, let me up. Nate moves and Marty makes it to the bathroom to begin the day, and Nate holds up on the couch, watching Marty get ready. And Nate says to himself, Why can't you just say the words, you asshole? Marty is then walking out the front door and Nate follows him butt-ass naked and stands on the front porch while Marty is getting into his truck. Marty says, I'll be back tonight. You can keep the floor warm for me. He winks and Nate nods, and while biting his lip to keep him from crying, Marty starts the truck and heads down the driveway and then up onto Highway 75 north into Tulsa. Nate is standing on the porch, butt naked under the bright porch light, and looks at his 2018 Polaris Razor 1000 high lifter side by side, sitting there next to the big old oak tree with a large logging chain around it for security. Nate nods and says, But first things first. He walked into the house and went to get a shower, turned it on, and about 20 minutes later, he felt a lot better. He trailered his side-by-side and hooked up the trailer up to his pickup, got his snake boots on and his cargo shorts on, and then threw on his John Deere tractor shirt, the one he met Marty in that night at the bar. He threw some stuff on his ice chest and then set off for the Deep Fork National Wildlife Refuge, public use western area from his house. It's about a 2-hour trip. He hadn't been there for several years. He slowly turned into the parking area, which looked almost abandoned, as the grass had not been mowed in some time. The gravel had several large chug holes, and the access road wasn't maintained at all, and the sign had fallen off the post. Nate then turned the truck and trailer into one of the elongated parking slots, which wasn't well marked as it was when he and his older brother Mason were here last time. He reckoned about 4 or 5 years before. He killed the engine and sat there wondering if he should just go back home. It really wouldn't be any fun without anyone with him, but he then decided that he should at least run the Razor for about 45 minutes, just because. Nate's head wasn't really into it, as he turned the Razor down the first path, which had a lot of debris from not being maintained. He slowed to a crawl and went to grab his cell phone to send Marty a text, and then realized he'd left his phone in the truck, and the truck was about 4 miles away. Well, shit, he exclaimed. He stopped the side-by-side and he put his head against the steering wheel and said, I hate doing this shit alone. At that point he decided he would go down another 1.5 miles and to where he knew the trail would turn into a T, and there he would turn around, go back, trailer up and get the hell out of this place. He reached the T in the trail and whipped the Razor around and gunned it back towards his truck. Nate was now rolling down the trail at a blistering pace, and then out of the corner of his right eye he saw a flash of bright light blue light. Then he felt the right side of his Razor pop up like it rolled over something in the road, and just then the Razor lunged forward and flipped over on its left side, and then turned end over end and coming to a rest on top of its roll cage. Well, if it wasn't for his Axel helmet, it would have really rung his bells pretty good. He released the seatbelt and fell on his head and was jammed up in the dashboard for a little while, and then he crawled out of the roll cage and slowly came to his feet, using the roll cage bars as handholds to gain his footing. And when he saw several flashes of light that seemed to shimmer and glare in his eyes, along with the debris and dirt in his face, it was very difficult to focus, and then the odour hit him. the heavy smell of ozone. It is by avoiding the rapid decay into the inert state of equilibrium that an organism appears to be so enigmatic. Erwin Schrödinger. Marty pulled into Nate's driveway. He noticed that his truck was not there. It was about 9 p.m. and well on its way to getting dark, and he said, "Okay, this is strange." He then walked up onto the porch and reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys and unlocked the door. Walking into the living room, it was much like he had left it this morning. The blankets and pillows on the floor, beer bottles. This just didn't feel right. He pulled out his phone and called Nate. It rolled on over to voicemail. He then sent a text and it said, "Delivered." He waited for around another hour and then he called Travis. He said that he hadn't heard anything from him and he would start towards Nate's house. While en route to Nate, he called Mason. And Mason and his stepbrother Jason and his cousin Keith, and they would meet him at Nate's. And by the time that Travis, Mason, Jason and Keith arrived at almost the same time as they were all driving up the driveway, Marty was walking out onto the porch and the boys grouped up on the porch and were talking amongst themselves. "Did Nate not say where he was going?" Mason asked. "No, nothing," Marty said. "Well, his haul trailer is gone," Keith spoke and pointed. "There, the side-by-side's gone too," Jason said. "Okay, that leaves about 1,000,000 places he could go," Mason said with a smart-ass attitude. "Oh shit, hang on," Marty then said. "What is it?" Jason asked. "Hang on, we had our location settings on so we could find each other. It's working. Sometimes it takes a little time, but there," Marty said excitedly. "That's Stroud, Milfay," Jason said while looking over Marty's shoulder. "Damn, that's halfway to Oklahoma City," Mason said, shocked. "Wait, Jason, isn't this where we went several years ago? You know, all of us went down there," Keith said as Jason looked intently. Yeah, it is. Western Deep Fork Bottoms area, yeah." "Why did he go over there? To ride?" Jason said with surprise. "All right, boys, we gotta go. Let's hit it," Mason ordered. "Marty, you're riding with me," Travis said. Yeah, you ride with him," Mason said with disdain in his voice. The boys got into the trucks and tear out of their 2-hour drive to the location on the map. Marty checks it from time to time to see if Nate's phone had moved. It has been stationary the whole time. Travis relays the information to Mason, and his lifted Chevy diesel truck is not as fast as Travis's, so Mason's in the lead, and that way no one is left behind. "I thought it was strange that he didn't text me all day. I thought it was because I didn't take off work," Marty said, voicing his concern. "We'll find him. He should have told someone. He knows better than this," Travis said with a little anger in his voice. "Mason really doesn't like me much, does he?" Marty said. "No, he has a problem with him thinking of Nate as being gay, and anything surrounding that is a subject to his glare. But he is worried about Nate, and so am I. It's just not like him," Travis explained. "I should have took off work, but there was no one there to cover for me. Damn it," Marty said with disgust. "Hey, don't beat yourself up about it. He probably has a dead battery and he's sitting down there on his tailgate playing with himself or doing something unnatural to nature," Travis said jokingly. "Yeah, it's scary, I could see that," Marty said halfway serious. The 2 trucks pull onto the access road and Mason kicks on his 3 light bars and the area in front of the truck explodes into daylight and the trucks bump down the road, which is a rough ride. The trucks and the lights penetrate the night with stark movement of shadow and form. As the trucks round the turn in the road, the light bars illuminate and cause the tail lights on Nate's trailer to glow, and then the tail lights of his pickup come into view shortly after. Mason guns his truck up to the trailer, hops out followed by the other boys, and Travis and Marty are not far behind. Mason walks up to the driver's side door and checks in to see if it's locked. It is. He punches in Nate's birthday into the keyless entry pad on the other side of the door handle. Mason only knows it because he helped Nate program it almost a year ago. He opens the door and finds his phone on the floorboard of the passenger side. Mason told the others, and Jason said, I think he went down this trail. All the other trails don't have dirt kicked up like this one. Hey Mason, your truck is the only one of the two that can get down this trail. Alright, everyone in my truck. He looks at Marty and says, even you, and walks away. Jason looked at Marty and says, let's go, Bubba, while shaking his head back and forth. Mason turns the truck to line it up with a small entrance between the trees of the trail, and the truck moves slowly down the trail, and the tire marks and the loose dirt throws from the tires of the Razor make it easy to follow, but the trail is very rough and narrow for such a large vehicle, and the motion of the truck is intense, pitching and rolling forward and back, and the tree branches whipping by the mirrors and bouncing down the sides of the truck. One of the tree limbs whips around and smacks the window on the passenger side crew door and cracked it right near Jason's face. Damn, Bubba! Mason, take it easy, Jason said. It's this fucking trail. A goat would have a hard time following it, Mason said. How far are we? Jason asked. We're about 2 miles in. The side-by-side trail is still very visible. My bro was cutting it up through here pretty bad, Mason said. The truck continues to pitch and roll with the rough and unpredictable terrain of the trail. The limbs and branches that were whipping by the windows was a torrent of leaves and twigs. The noise was like that of wind and a hailstorm. Even with the slow speed, it was a mass of motion, and the windshield wasn't much better. The passenger side windshield wiper was ripped off about a mile ago, and Mason's truck is taking a beating. He had hit his front differential several times, and the truck's frame too many times, but his brother is out there, and nothing will deter him from finding him. After all, one time when Mason got so drunk, when he was 19, it was Nate that saved him by turning him over onto his stomach so that if he was vomiting, he wouldn't choke to death. Nate would come looking for him, and this is the driving force that had Mason on the warpath, and he would not be hindered in his actions. As the torrent of vegetation continued to swirl about the truck rounded the trail to the right, and the light bars illuminated Nate's Razor that was resting on the top of its roll cage. The Razor was about 200 feet from the front bumper, and Mason rolled up slowly and stopped about 100 feet from the Razor. He shoved the truck into park and pulled the transfer case caliber. He jumped out of the truck and ran to the overturned Razor, calling out for Nate, followed by the rest of the group. Jason started backtracking the deep gouges in the dirt trail where the Razor apparently started flipping and started looking. And as he pulled the flashlight off his hip, he found the place where it looked like he started losing control, and he noticed some of the vegetation was extremely wilted, and the surrounding vegetation was not just in a 10-foot diameter circle. He thought that this was weird, and his cell phone started acting like it was having trouble getting a signal. The further he got away from that spot, it started acting normal. He stood back from that area and took several photos and walked back to the group. What do you guys have back here? Jason said. Well, it seems that he got out of the seat harness and got his helmet off, and after that I don't know where he went, Travis explained. About that time, Mason climbed up on top of the hood of his truck and cuffed his hands up to his mouth and started calling for Nate over and over in every direction. Several others joined in. Keith nudged Jason and said, "Hey, your brother's gonna lose it. You know that, right?" And Jason looked at Keith and nodded and said, "Yeah, this isn't gonna be good." "Look, we gotta get some other people out here. We gotta call somebody," Jason said. "Hey Mason, we're gonna need to drive back and call for someone and lead them back out here," Travis then said. And Mason said, "Alright, okay, Jason, you know how to drive my truck, and you take Travis and Marty back and call people out here. Keith and me will stay out here and just in case Nate comes back. Keith, you still have your rifle in that truck, right?" Keith nodded. "Okay, go get it. Jason, you better get going." Keith grabbed his rifle and backpack and several bottles of water, as well as his gun belt, and Jason spoke to Mason. "We'll be back as soon as we can, brother. Call us if he comes back and we'll turn around and come back and get all of you." Jason started the truck and began the moves to turn in and around the small area by pushing over trees. "You think he's hurt?" Marty asked, and Jason answered, "That Razor flipped end over end at least 4 times, and that's enough to jar the head out of anybody. Here, take a look at this," and Jason showed him the pictures. "It looks like these leaves have had heat put to them. but these leaves are normal. And they're just inches away, and look, right here. Doesn't that look like an arc? Look at the way it moves around. Marty said, puzzled, and under his breath, "Damn, I should have stayed." As the truck pitched and rolled its way down the trail, and they drew closer to the trailhead. About 30 minutes after the truck started back to the trailhead, Keith had thrown out about 8 white chem sticks, and they were illuminating the area. And his battery-operated collapsible lanterns, of which he had 2, provided enough light that they could see the surrounding area. "Hey, I've had this question all damn night. Why did he not walk back the way he rolled in? And on the other thing, he's come along with a winch in a toolbox. He could have turned this thing over. It's nothing new to him. He's done it before. It's like he had to leave quick for some reason, like he had no time to think," Mason said, as Keith listened intently. "I don't understand it either, Mason. Nate was just too in tune with driving these side-by-sides. I mean, hell, he's the one who showed me how to drive these things," Keith said, exasperated. "Something's not right here. It's just not right," Mason stated. "I just want to find my brother and get him home. It's just not right." "Hey, Mason, is Nate really seeing this dude Marty?" Keith asked. "Why do you ask?" Mason restrained. "I was just curious. Nate really doesn't seem the type. I mean, he really didn't strike me as being queer. He's not. He's just playing around. He isn't serious about this guy. I know my brother, you know. If I could find a girl that I thought would interest him, I would hook them up in a snap. And then Marty will be history. I just gotta find him the right girl." Almost 2 hours pass and it's about 4 a.m. and then Mason's phone rings. It's Jason, letting them know that they got back to the trailhead and Marty and Travis are on the phones calling the sheriff's office and the game wardens. Jason also informs Mason that the transmission temperature is running hot and asks what he should do. Mason told him to put some more trans fluid in and check the coolant in the intercooler and make sure the compressor cable hasn't come loose as it does from time to time, and then let the truck run idle for about 30 minutes to bring the temperature down. At about 5 a.m, Jason calls Mason and says that they'll bring out 3 deputies and 2 game wardens, and search and rescue from Stroud and Bristow will be out at about 7 a.m, and that the compressor cable had come loose and he reattached it and that everything is fine. 7:30 a.m, Jason arrives at the Razor's location. The deputies get everybody into pairs and then they begin to sweep a 360-degree out to about 300 yards for the Razor. Jason and Keith are paired up and began the search their section. After about 2.5 hours, they were nearing the farthest that their sweep was to extend when they spotted something that was reflecting light shimmering from it. As they approached, they began to see the shimmering was from reflective striping on what looked like a pair of cargo shorts on the ground. As they walked closer, "What's that smell? You smell that?" Jason asked. "Smells like electrical ozone," stated Keith. "Yeah, but we're in the middle of fucking woods," Jason said. Keith bent over to pick up the shorts and Jason yelled and grabbed Keith and pulled him back. "What the fuck, Jason?" Keith said, shocked. "Look at where the snake boots are and how they're laying out. The hills are facing each other and his fucking belt is buckled." "Are you sure those are his shorts?" Keith asked harshly. "Keith, man, I've seen him wear them shorts 1,000 times, Jason said, almost in a panic. "What's at the top?" Keith asked as he picked up a stick. "See? Look," he said as he used the stick to gently move his waistband with his belt still in its loops. The familiar Fruit of Loom logo appeared, and this caused Keith and Jason to jump back when a realization that Nate's underwear was perfectly still inside his shorts. "Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? How is that possible?" Keith on the verge of tears. And Jason said, "We gotta check on one more thing." "Please be wrong. Please be wrong," Jason kept saying to himself, as he knelt down and took Keith's flashlight and looked in one of the boots. As he was getting up, he noticed Nate's knife was still clipped to his pocket of his shorts, and Jason walked to the nearest tree and vomited. "What's wrong, Jason?" Keith asked. "His sock is perfectly flat. It's bent around the heel towards the toe," Jason said, pointing to the boot. Keith went to dial the others, and Jason stopped him. "What are you doing, man?" Keith asked with shock in his voice. "We gotta take some pictures. We gotta take pictures. You shoot a video, get everything," Jason directed. They finished taking the video and pictures, and Jason squatted down on his heels and said, "Little brother, I don't know what happened to you. I just hope it happened quick. Your big brother Mason. Oh man, he's gonna miss you," Jason said as he broke down and cried. "Are you really sure that's Nate?" asked Keith. "How do you lay out clothes like that, and why would you lay clothes out like that? You're in the middle of the fucking woods after an accident. Why would you do it? It's like he melted away," Jason said, unbelieving. "That's fucking crazy talk, man," said Keith. "Hey Keith, brother, don't tell anybody we took pictures," Jason stated. "Why?" Keith asked. Jason walked up to Keith and got into his face and said, "You keep your goddamn mouth shut about the pictures," and Jason said as he put his hand on Keith's shoulders. Keith nodded, a little scared. "Now, make the call," Jason said while tears streamed down his face as he sat down with his back against the tree as the smell of the ozone dominated the area. Within 30 minutes, the area was alive with deputies, game wardens, and the newly arrived search and rescue units. The search captain came up and looked at the area and the evidence still on the ground and said, "Okay, let me get this straight. He gets in an accident, walks almost over 1,000 feet in a direction that would have not taken him anywhere towards his truck, and then strips naked and lays his clothes out in such a way that makes absolutely no sense, and then walks somewhere into the woods buck-ass naked. Am I missing something here?" The group was silent, and then the captain says, "All right, everybody, buddy up. We're going to search this whole area. Oh, and by the way, do we know what kind of shirt he was wearing?" Mason then answered, "Chances are he wasn't wearing one. He rarely wore one while running his side-by-side." And one of the searchers, which was about to walk out to their section to search for Nate, said, "Hey, what's that?" As he was pointing up in the tree, there, twisting in the wind, was a green t-shirt about 30 feet up into the tree canopy. As the rest of the group, about 30 or so, stood and watched while Mason and Jason climbed the tree. Mason got to the shirt first and with a loud "fuck me" dropped the shirt to the ground. Keith then picked it up and Marty gasped and said, "That's Nate's. He wore that the first time we met. That's definitely his shirt." The search captain looked at the senior deputy there and said, "So, we definitely have a 31-year-old man, naked, walking around out here in the woods." The captain shook his head. "It doesn't make any sense." The deputy responded, "It would appear so." And then he instructed the other deputies to process and collect the clothing and personal effects, and then join the search by 2 p.m. The group searched for 3 days and found absolutely nothing. No further evidence, no further sign of any kind, and the search was called off and Nate was listed as missing. Jason and Mason were allowed to recover Nate's razor after it was processed, and the deputies turned Nate's pickup and trailer over to Mason, and everyone teamed up and brought his stuff back to his house. Marty, Keith, Travis and Jason were sitting on the porch of Nate's house. It was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. As Mason's truck pulled into the drive, he was just getting back from the area. He got out and Jason could see that he was at a raging pitch. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he said, looking at Marty. Marty sat there shocked that he would even ask that question. "Haven't you done enough already to this family? My brother is missing, probably gone for good. Why are you here? You looking to pick up another one of us to replace him, huh?" Mason growled. Travis stepped up and said, "That's enough, Mason." "Why the hell are you taking up for him? Why did you even introduce my brother to this pervert? My brother wasn't gay. Why would you even involve him with this piece of shit?" Mason said with extreme agitation. At that point, Jason stepped in front of Marty and put his hand on Marty's stomach and pushed Marty behind him, because Jason could see. Mason was getting a head of steam up top and ready to throw a punch. Jason piped up and said, "Mason, brother, we are all hurting here. We lost our brother, and some of us lost a friend, and at least one of us lost something special. And just a little FYI, Mason Gerald Gunner, Nate told me 2 weeks ago that he thought he wanted to live with Marty full time, and that he was sure that Marty was right for him, and that being queer was right for him too. He would have told you and me at the same time, but Nate said you would never understand and that you would never hear him. Well, Mason was completely taken off guard by Jason's words and turned to Marty and said, "You might have all the rest of these guys fooled, but you don't have me fooled at all. You stay away from our kids, my wife and me. You stay away from us." He turned and walked away and got into his truck, started it and peeled out, throwing gravel all the way out of the drive. Jason put his hands on top of his head and stood there and took a breath. And Marty said, "Guys, I guess I better go." And Jason said, "Why? My brother Nate wanted you a part of this family, whether you like it or not," as he walked over to Nate's truck and put his hands on the fender and said, "Why does he have to be such a shit?" In quantum mechanics, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is any of a variety of mathematical inequalities, asserting a fundamental limit to the precision with which the values for a certain pairs of physical quantities of a particle not stated. Werner Karl Heisenberg. Nate wiped his eyes and tried to focus on the flashes of the lights that were dissipating, and then he noticed movement, something with mass and stature. He saw the movement. It wasn't like any movement that he'd ever seen before. The shape of the silhouette was of a large man, maybe 7 or 8 feet tall, broad shoulders with a small waist and strong arms, all by the details in the outline of the shape against the background of the woodline setting. But the edges of the shape was lit and highlighted by what he could only call sparklers. Like a 4th of July party, but the sparks were being pulled into the centre of the silhouette, as golden streaks of light racing across the black background that faded the closer they got to the centre, and with the edges of the silhouette remaining sharp and defined. Its legs by the edge of the shape were well developed, and then where the feet should have been, there were hoofs like that of a bull. The head of the silhouette shape had a strong, thick neck and horns that sat on top of the head, that flared out and then curved upwards. The streaks of light seemed to travel all over the silhouette, and the eyes were of a hazy blue, almond-shaped, inset and starkly contrasted with the golden streaks through the black background of the shape. Nate was in an almost trance-like state, and with the vision of the silhouette, but his trance state was broken when the shape turned to its right and revealed that it was paper thin. There was no depth, no thickness, and no dimension. It didn't seem to notice him, and he stood watching it, as it was oblivious to his presence. Nate could not see where this thing came from, no vehicle, no nothing, and then the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched penetrated his euphoria. He turned to his left, and he saw another one of these things, less than 6 feet away from him, and fear gripped him. This fear was unlike anything he had ever felt before. The thing was looking right at him. The hazy blue eyes were piercing and actively scanning over his body. It reached for him, and he screamed and moved away, tripping over his helmet on the ground and falling on his left side. He scrambled to his feet and bolted away from the razor, ducking through the woods and looking back and seeing one of the things following him, and it seemed to be gaining on him, and he was in full-out run. As he was running, he thought he was well clear of the things, and when he noticed that one of those things was now in front of him, as it turned towards him, going from paper-thin to a large silhouette. He jumped to the right and avoided a sweep of an arm of the shape, but ran full speed into the trunk of a large tree, knocking him almost unconscious, and laying him out on the ground under the large tree canopy. He was still trying to move away, but he was pinned by the shape, and it was merely 2 feet from his body as it stopped over him. Out of breath, he asked, "What do you want?" The shape said. I don't understand. Please don't hurt me," Nate pleaded. As it touched his chest with the end of its index finger and moved it over his chest down to his belly button. It said. It stood back up and walked backwards several steps, and then the pain hit him. It was like an arc welder etching into his chest, and he screamed in agony as he noticed a vapour rising out of the fissure that was opening up in his chest, and the vapour was trailing into the stream towards the shape. The vaporous trail snaked up in the right leg of the shape and twisted around its waist and disappeared into the shape's body. Nate was paralysed with fear and pain as his flesh, bone and tissue began a slow disintegration into quantum parts, photons, neutrons, and the electrical discharges from his body's electrons that were conducted into the ground. The fissure deepened and widened. The pain increased. Nate was writhing on the ground and was beginning to convulse. He screamed, "Please, no! No, please! Make it stop!" And the agony was escalating with every second. He felt his breath being taken as the force began to disintegrate the lobes in his lungs. He was suffocating, and as the last breaths left his body, he saw the cloud of particles moving from his body like a torrent of a flooded stream, rushing down the mountain and then diving into the shape's silhouette. As he said with the sadness of a man accepting his fate, "I love you, Marty. I love..." And then he fell silent as the fissure began to dissolve his heart. As he settled onto his back and as life left his body, his shorts collapsed flat and his body fell perfectly split heel to heel. And within 40 seconds, he was nothing more than just a green shirt, cargo shorts with reflective tape and a snake boots laying heel to heel. The shape, now bristling with strength and power, was joined by another shape. As the shape closest to where Nate was laying touched its chest in an upward motion, and, at about 20 feet from them, a disc that was standing on its edge and arcing lighting across the top of it appeared, and the shapes moved over to it and stood with their backs to the disc, and then a clamshell-type force field enveloped them, and then it collapsed into the disc as the disc disappeared in a cloud of electrical charges. The wind burst from this event, lifting Nate's green shirt up into the tree canopy, and then dissipated. One year later. Jason and Keith began to research and ask if other weird disappearances were occurring in the area. They found several that could have been considered unusual, but no one really wanted to discuss them. They had taken their story of Nate's disappearance to several online radio shows and had submitted their pictures and video to the Canam Project, which is a project that takes a look at unusual cases of missing persons. The case is pending a review with the Oklahoma Bureau of Investigations, but the case keeps getting passed over as inconclusive. As for Mason, he still will not talk to Marty and has made himself distant from Jason and Travis. He keeps a picture of Nate as a screensaver on his phone, and so he looks at his brother every day. He didn't go to Nate's memorial services. It was just too hard. It took a while for Marty to come to terms with what happened, and if it wasn't for Jason and Travis, it would have been incredibly difficult to deal with. But time heals and life moves forward, even when remembering your life's experiences. Marty asked if Jason and Travis would go with him and let him see where Nate's clothes were found one last time, so he could put some closure on this part of his life. Jason agreed, and Travis borrowed his friend's four-door side-by-side that would allow them to get back into the area. And when they arrived at the site, it really hadn't changed that much. Marty placed some flowers and 2 beers and Nate's favourite pair of boxer underwear with his tool belt and a pair of flip-flops. Marty stood and looked all around, and the air smelled fresh and peaceful. Jason and Travis walked around the area, giving Marty some private time, but Marty, not wanting to make this any harder than it already was, said, "We can go now, and thanks for bringing him." And then the odour of the ozone crossed the wind. And Travis was the first to notice and went to inspect the side-by-side. And Jason said, "Huh, isn't that the damnedest thing?" as they began to walk back to the side-by-side. As from across the dimensional membrane, Nate was banging his fists on the force field of the edge of our dimension, trying to get their attention, screaming at the top of his lungs, and they just couldn't hear him or see him. "I love you, Marty," he said futilely. "I love you." And just then he heard a screeching as a lomothoid, a type of gugwe in the space in between dimensions, approached. Nate took a last look on the side-by-side as it drove away and and turned, showing his paper-thin state of being, and ran down the path to oblivion. Is our fear of the unknown so commanding that we cannot comprehend that there are things that we do not understand, that cause us to blindly allow the dismissal of evidence of their existence? Or do we choose to allow our perceived superiority to supersede their dominance? The Large Hadron Collider is the world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator. It first started up on the 10th of September 2008 and remains the latest addition to the CERN's accelerator complex. One has to wonder what this high-tech piece of machinery has allowed to enter our world. It's not merely penetrating dimensions. It very well could be allowing monsters to slip into our reality from in between the countless dimensions as outlined by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. These monsters are being allowed to wreak havoc undetected, wrecking lives and dreams of the victims they encounter. But here in the bottoms of the Deep Fork River, something continues to feed. Living matter evades the decay of equilibrium. Erwin Schrödinger. On the next episode of the Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms, God himself wishes he never created them, because now, in order to get rid of them, it would mean an entire recalculation of the natural order of things. They are known by the Huye Shavo, Nagal, Yinolushi, and Skinwalker. Until next time, if you see a brilliant flash of light, run. The Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms. Episode 3. Secrets of the Mirror in the Woods. Let's get straight into that. Dirk Kenneth Jones is a hard-charging 27-year-old. Former Marine Forces Special Operations Command, or MARSOC Raider. Did his 8 and has been out for about 8 months now. Like any Marine just out of the service, he's trying to put life together, not willing to compromise his focus for such things as a routine, but wants to experience life as a simple civilian, and he has a taste for whiskey, fast cars and faster women. Not a bad goal, 2 vices and a hobby, and he'll let his friends and family decide which is which. Today he's on his way to talk to his uncle, who is an ex-military man himself. He is ripping down the highway in his black 2008 Ford Mustang GT with aftermarket Shelby injectors, with a blower scoop on the hood and a set of pipes that will rumble and shake the sun loose. His friends and ex-Marine buddies razz him about driving a Mustang because they see it as a girl's car. Of course it's a girl's car. Girls love his car, and him in his pony. And that's why his vanity license plates says Miss Vita, and just above the bumper on the trunk lid is the detail painted phrase, I identify as a Prius, bitch, just to show his environmentally conscious objections. The windows are down, the wind is whipping through the car, and it's a kick-ass spring afternoon. The radio's rocking with Rammstein's Walt Il Das from the Paris live show. And of course, a smoking hot babe is in the passenger seat. Trisha Lamb, blonde and well endowed, with all the benefits begetting a woman that would be in the company of an ex-Marine of Dirk's caliber. As they near his uncle's farm, he tells Trisha that his uncle is cool and she just needs to act normal and be herself. Not any reason to act anything like she has to with his parents. As he turns into the long driveway up to the house, he sees his uncle and a couple of farmhands sorting things out at the side of a big box truck. His uncle notices and hears his car, and he's standing there with no shirt, sweating from his hard work, and then realizes that it's Dirk and smiles and shakes his head back and forth, laughing and lets out a visible exhale. Trisha says, Damn, your uncle's hot. Is he married? I have a couple of friends that would be all over that. Dirk looks at her like she's lost her mind, and then she says, Well, I do. Dirk just shakes his head. Dirk hops out his car and runs up to his uncle. Halfway to his uncle, holds his arms out and says, "Uncle Harley, I fucking missed you, man." The two alpha males hug in their own way. Harley says, "I'm surprised the Red Oak's finest didn't pull you over in that thing." "Well, they did eyeball me," says Dirk. "Well, this fits you," Harley says, looking in the direction of the car and the girl standing by it. "Yeah, it has less than 70,000 miles on it." "No, I was talking about her," replied Harley. Trisha looks at Dirk like, "Are you going to introduce me?" "Oh, sorry, Unc. This is Trisha," said Dirk. "Wow, man. I haven't heard anyone say that in a while." And Trisha replies, "Hi, it's nice to meet you. Could I use your little girl's room?" And Harley says, "Yeah, sure. Go in the front door and the next left." Trisha trots up the stairs and goes into the house. "So, Dirk, how long have you been splitting that seam?" "Ha ha! Right to the point, Unc, I see," replies Dirk. "Well, considering what's in my driveway and my house, well, you see, it seemed like the natural question." "Ha ha! 6 weeks, Unc." "Wow, that's some kind of world record for you, ain't it?" replied Harley. Harley shakes his head and says, "Around here, more like evading. I got one that's relentless right now, freaking Karen Keith. So what brings you here? I mean, it's great to see you. It's been what, almost 2 years?" And Dirk replies, "Well, I was, well, Hey, little man, you better spit it out. I was wondering if I could, live in your house, just south of the Beggs." Harley then looks at him. "Why would you want to live there? I mean, aren't you living at your mum and dad's house right now? That house is a long way from nothing. It would take you 50 minutes to an hour just to get into Tulsa, one way." Dirk responds, "I know." And Harley puts out a cigarette and says, "Okay, what's really going on here?" Dirk looks up and says, "Look, Unc, I can't live with Dad anymore. He's like off the fucking scale. I'm on my own, man, and he still treats me like I'm 12 years old." And Harley responds, "Man, I don't know why he acts like that. He did that shit to me too. You know, Unc, I served 8 fucking hard-ass years in a Marsoc. I have done shit which only you will be able to understand, and I'm not 12, damn it." "I get it. I do get it. Why don't you and, what's her name? Trisha." "Oh yeah, Trisha. Why don't you stay tonight in one of the guest rooms and we can talk more about this tomorrow." "Really, Unc? You'd be cool with that, Unc?" "Yeah." And Dirk responds, "Well, Dad's gonna be pissed at you over it." And Harley says, "Well, it won't be the first time I pissed in his panties." Dirk went to the trunk of his car and got their bags out and took them into the house, and he told Trisha that they were staying here overnight and that she should make herself comfortable because he needed to have a real long talk with his uncle. She said that she would keep herself entertained and she would probably take a nap. He gave her a kiss and a gentle squeeze on her left butt cheek. And she smiled and put her head onto his chest and held him tight. Harley finished up with his farm work for the day and told his farm hands to check the livestock and the greenhouse pumps one more time and then knock off for the day. Harley came into the house and he met Dirk in the hallway. He was shirtless, winded and sweaty. Harley smiled and said, "Do I need to ask?" And Dirk replied, "No, it was a 2-inning game and it was called for weather." And Harley responded, "You're so full of shit, you little shit." After his shower, Harley was sitting in the living room. Dirk came in and he had freshly showered and was still wet and had 2 beers and said, "Kinda thought you might want one." And Harley looked up and said, Dirk, you're really nothing like your daddy. The scary part is that you're a lot like me. I think that's what pisses off your dad the most. I like to think I had something to do with that." And Dirk laughed. "Well, Unc, he just won't look at me like I'm a grown man. He refuses. We had a really bad argument 2 days ago. I mean, a really bad one. So bad I really wanted to punch him and knock him out." And Harley said, "Well, didn't you?" I mean, come on. If he's acting like an ass, then he deserves it. Unc, I can't punch my dad. Well, you see, I think I'm secretly your father. I got your mum pregnant when she sat down on my toilet seat. Unc, you're fucking crazy. And you're not even drunk yet. Say, Dirk, you up to go into the Oak Lounge, shoot some pool, and flirt with whatever comes through the door, and I mean whatever. And Dirk said to himself, so, my unc wants to go get shit-faced with his nephew. I'm sure, what could go wrong? And Dirk responded, do you think the town's ready for an Army Ranger and a Marine Ranger to party together? Sure, I hope, responded Harley. And Dirk said, all right, let's do this. The two of them pulled into the parking lots of the Oak Lounge in the town of Red Oak, Oklahoma. The place for a Tuesday night was kind of busy. All the pool tables were busy, except the one in the farthest north area of the bar. And Harley and Dirk jumped at the opportunity and claimed the table and lined up their 9 stacks of quarters. Harley racked up the balls and Dirk went to get his bucket of beers. Yep, it was a bucket of beer night. And Harley was kind of misty-eyed and sentimental here. He was with his nephew, and both were men of the same trade craft, and, well, this was pretty cool in his book. He never thought that something like this would happen. The DJ was playing the song When the Devil Calls by Blue Saraceno, and it just fit the night and the mood of the evening. And it just felt right for both of these warriors of the gun. As the night progressed and the bucket turned into buckets, while they were feeling good, all right with the night, they really wasn't drunk, like they both had known in their past. They joked and cut up old friends like they didn't know who was helping each more. But it was a brother's soul cut from the same cloth moment, only felt by a few that knew suffering and sacrifice that cuts so deep that it hits the bone. Then there was a siren of the night, as the boys were being boys. A blonde woman of 30-something, and that is being kind, walked up behind Harley after his shot, grabbed her a handful of ass. He reacted shocked and turned around quickly. And Dirk, who saw her approach, was snickering with a big grin. Karen girl, I'm going to have to charge you for that, baby. As he smiled and spoke softly. It's okay. I have my ex-husband's credit cards. Just tell me where to slide it, she said. As she gave Harley a big lip-locking kiss, and then this surprised Harley. Only in action. It's not like he hadn't had a tongue in his mouth before. And Dirk said, oh yeah, you go get it, Unc, Dirk said with glee, clapping his hands and fist-pump in the air. And Harley glared at Dirk and said, Karen, I want you to meet my nephew, Dirk. Dirk, this is Karen Keith. It's good to meet you, Karen. Oh, it's good to meet you too, Dirk. Wow, 2 of the best-looking men in this town, and I'm in between both of them, Karen said with that intensity that Harley knew all too well. Dirk responded, well, I think that could be arranged, babe. Dirk dropped his line in the water, and he didn't need any bait to hook this one. Harley was behind Kara's back and was doing a knife hand to the neck thing, and mouthing the word no, 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 and backing up from her, and Dirk wasn't taking the hint. So Harley walked in front of Dirk and told Karen they'll probably have to take a rain check on the night of fun and fun. And Dirk hadn't been feeling that well, and Dirk interrupted saying, no, Unc, I'm okay. I feel good, I'm good. As he said this, Harley took the back of his right hand and thumped Dirk right in the crotch, causing Dirk to lurch forward and grabbed Harley's right shoulder. And Dirk looked up at Harley from his bent-over position, and Harley said, see, you don't feel all that well. Yeah, my uncle's right. I don't feel all that well, Dirk croaked out, as the pain ascended into his abdomen as he attempted to contain and console his anguish. Oh, I am sorry, Karen said. Well, maybe it would be better if we waited until next time, as she walked away. Harley grabs Dirk by his button-up shirt and put him up against the wall and says, have you lost your mind? That's the one I've been trying to evade. And plus, you got Trim back at my house. What are you thinking? I'm sorry, Unc, it's just a natural thing. I saw an opportunity for us both, and I was ready to hook it, Dirk boasted. Maybe someone else, but not that one, I've had it and threw me back, Harley stated. Oh man, I'm sorry, Unc. I didn't know, Dirk said apologetically. That's all right. What do you say we get out of here? I think the night's winding down anyway, Harley stated. Sure, no problem, Unc, Dirk said, as they both started for the door. As they made their way to the door, Dirk was in front of Harley, who was stumbling, and then this guy walked in front of Dirk and Dirk almost knocked him down. An argument ensued and then Todd Janice threw a punch at Dirk, who dodged the punch and stepped backwards. The argument continued and then Todd grabbed a beer bottle and broke it on the edge of the bar, and then he taunted Dirk to come for him. Harley stepped up in front of Dirk and Dirk stepped up even with Harley, and Harley put his left hand on Dirk's stomach and pushed it behind him. Dirk looked up angrily at his uncle like, Really? You going to? Really? And then Todd said, Oh man, you just fucked up. Todd lunged towards Harley with a broken beer bottle in his right hand. Harley grabbed Todd's right wrist and pulled Todd to him, and then unleashed a hellish right punch to Todd's mouth, busting out 5 of his teeth, using his fist to backhand Todd's right face at the jawline, cracking his jaw at the hinge. And while Todd was completely disjointed as to what side up he was, Harley unleashed a violent right side kick with his full body force into Todd's ribcage. And at the same time letting go of Todd's right wrist, Harley's foot was on the floor before Todd landed on his back with 3 broken ribs for his trouble. All right, you two, said Stan, the bartender, an ex-Navy man himself who doesn't talk about any of his background. Ever. Haul your asses out of here. And Harley said, This motherfucker started it, Stan. And Stan said, I know. I saw it. I'll handle it. You two get your asses out of here. Both walked out of there and got into Harley's truck and they started home. And of course, after about a mile, Harley had to pull over and relieve himself, and Dirk had to say goodbye to the night's drinking by other means. Yeah, he threw up. Then when Harley got into the truck, he realised that he was going the wrong way home, and they turned around and slowly made it home, after ploughing down 3 mailboxes and driving a mile or so in the bar ditch before they realised it. Hoo-wee! Yep, one of those nights. As Harley was pulling up into the driveway, Harley said, Well, that really pissed you off when I pushed you back, didn't it? Yeah, it did, Dirk said, scowling. See, I want to protect you too, Harley lamented. I could have taken care of that, you know that, Dirk said confidently. Yeah, I have no doubt. You could have handled it, but you're like my kid. It's what parents do, Harley said with pride. Well, if it would make you feel any better, we could fight in the front yard. I'll let you win, Harley said jokingly. Or you can go in the house and say hello to, her, Harley said. I love you, Unc, Dirk said as he opened the passenger side door. As the both of them helped each other up the porch steps and falling once on top of each other, they finally make it into the house. Dirk takes his uncle into his bedroom and gets him undressed and at least to his underwear and turns him on his stomach, like he has done too many of his marine buddies. Dirk closes Harley's bedroom door and pulls off his shirt, kicks off his boots, pulls down his pants exposing his naked butt, and walks into the guest room, wearing only his socks. He goes to the end of the bed and Trisha's asleep, and he pulls to the end of the sheet from out under the mattress and crawls up underneath and between the sheets. Dirk thinks to himself, this is going to be better than Waffle House after late night drunk. He moved towards his reward for being a good boy tonight. As the siren sounds of her pleasure fills the room, and his hands move up and down the sides of her body, as they come to rest on her breasts and soft sounds of her calls become louder for him to love her and make her want him more and more. At about 10:30 a.m, Harley was lying awake in bed on his back, looking at the ceiling fan, wondering why he did what he did last night. And then there was a knock at the door. It's his farmhand, Paco. He asked if Harley was going to come to work today, and Harley said, Yeah, just give me a second. Paco laughed and said, Hey, we lost a couple of pigs. I don't know where they went to. Craziest thing. No sign of them getting out. All right, I'll be there in a minute, Harley said, struggling, and Paco closed the door, laughing to himself. Another knock on the door, and Harley responds, Paco, I said, I'll be there in just a second. And Dirk then opens the door, in his boots, pants and t-shirt, and says, Hey, Unc, can I talk to you? Hardy's still struggling to figure out why everyone wants to talk to him this morning of all mornings. What can I do for you, son? Dirk comes over and sits on the edge of the bed with his elbows on his knees and his hands folded. He looks at his uncle and says, I appreciate everything you've done for me. Last night was the first night that I felt relaxed since I've been home. I'm just trying to figure myself out. I feel so closed in sometimes, like I'm in a box. And Hardy responded, I know, I get it, son. You just gotta give yourself some time. Time to yourself without any distractions. You'll come out of it. It's just gonna take some time. And it's okay to take as much time as you need, because nobody knows you better than the man in that mirror. Well, we're getting ready to pull out. I gave you the keys, right? Harley asked, and Dirk nodded, and Harley continued. Son, don't be afraid of being alone for a while. How many girls have you been through in the last 8 months? 12, 13, something like that, Dirk responded with some bravado. You see, you really need to have some time by yourself. It allows you to reset your thinking. Just give yourself time, son. If you don't, then you will always have unfinished business in front of you, Harley stated. I think I understand, Dirk responded. Hey, son, if you need a place to land, or you need for someone to act as a gatekeeper for you, then come back here. I'll take care of it. Harley told him with confidence that he could take care of it. Okay, thanks, Unc, Dirk said with some emotion. Harley nodded and said, I'll walk you out, boy. Dirk walked out of the room with Harley behind him and walked out of the front door, on and down to the front porch steps and to his Mustang. He got in and then realised that his uncle was standing there, butt-ass naked, and not realising that he was butt-ass naked, and Trisha is laughing and trying to look away. Dirk leans out the window and says, Hey, Unc, you might want to try and put on some pants. Harley looks down and has an embarrassing, oh shit, moment, and grabs a pillow off the bench and covers himself. Waves goodbye as they back out, and he turns with his naked butt facing them and then disappears inside. And Trisha says, Your uncle was so cool, and he's hot. Well, that's my second dad, girl. Don't you be talking about him like that. Dirk said as he pulled out of the driveway as they started to drive to Beck's. The drive to Beck's was smooth and relaxed, and they both were enjoying the drive, and she was just jamming to the radio. Ryan Upchurch's Cheatham County was thumping, and it was just the perfect song for the day. As they cleared Quinton and began the journey to Warner and Interstate 40, they stopped at Sinclair convenience store to use the restroom and fill up. They then travelled to the interstate to the west and passed through Chicota, and they were moving at an interstate speed of 75 miles per hour plus 5. And so they were cruising at the speed, and the Mustang's pipes were rumbling. The radio was blaring Nickelback's Burn It to the Ground, and it felt good to just be alive, Dirk thought. As the next turn was coming up, Trisha said that she would like something to eat, and, well, she needed to pee. Again. And Dirk said, You sure pee a lot, girl. But how could he say no to the best thing since Waffle House? He shut it down in the town at Henrietta. He stopped over at the Ford dealership to get his oil changed, and they walked down to Shoney's restaurant. They walked there hand in hand, and this felt so right with Trisha. The night out with his uncle made him realise that his days of being a man on the prowl is not necessarily as fulfilling as this experience right here. They finished their meal and talked about what they wanted in life. Dirk, he felt different and relaxed in a way he had not been in a long time. They walked back to the dealership and picked up the Mustang, and it rumbled to life, and he looked at Trisha, and she said, What are you looking at? And he just shook his head, and they rolled up the Highway 75 north about 8 miles. They were rolling into the Deep Fork River bottoms, and not long after that they crossed the Deep Fork River. And as they passed the Okmulgee livestock auction barns, Dirk said, It's not much further, babe. As they entered the southern end of Okmulgee, Dirk pulled into the Okmulgee Indian Community Smoke Shop, and Trisha said, What are you pulling in here for? And Dirk answered, I want to get some dip and I'm out of scale. Oh no, you're not. You're not kissing me with that shit in your mouth. She said absolutely. You didn't mind it last night, Dirk said. When? She exclaimed. You know when. When I was under the sheets. Dirk smiled and showed her his tongue. Oh no, you did not, Dirk. You crazy ass redneck. She said, extremely agitated. Why do you think it felt so tingly, girl? Dirk said, laughing uncontrollably. That's just gross, Dirk. She was just done and over it. I'm just going to go get one can, okay? Dirk said, somewhat apologetically. She looked at Dirk and felt a little dirty. Well, if you must blame someone, blame my uncle. He's the one who taught me how to dip and, well, how it could be used, Dirk said as he lifted his eyebrows repeatedly and he got out of the Mustang. As he was walking into the shop, she said, well, that's just nasty. He returned and threw the pony into gear, and off they went, back onto Highway 75 North and rolling through the town of Okmulgee. And the remainder of the trip, Trisha was, well, quiet. And Dirk reached for her hand and he kissed it and gave her a smile. Let his baby blues and his intoxicating charm do the job, which his words could not. She squeezed his hand and, well, he knew he was back in when he smiled with pride in his heart. As he turned his pony off the ramp that descends from Highway 75 North onto Highway 16 West to the town of Beggs, he slowed his pony down because the police are real assholes in this town, according to his Uncle Harley. He proceeded west to just over and before outside the town, and to his uncle's house just south of the corner of Western Drive on the west side of Beggs Cemetery. Dirk pulls up. In the front drive and the yard needed to be mowed and just the place needed to be taken care of. Part of the agreement for him living there. And he would start doing some maintenance and upkeep on the house and property. Dirk opens his car door and gets out and stretches his arm and back. Trisha's a bit slower to get out, but she walks over to Dirk and they walk up to the front porch. She sees that there is some leaf and twig debris on the porch, and they walk up the stairs and she turns towards the Mustang and says, it's going to take some work to get used to. Yes, babe, we're going to have to make a go of it. We can do it, honey, Dirk said, reassuring her as much as himself. The front porch faces the cemetery, and, well, Trisha said, I didn't know we'd be so close to the cemetery, Dirk. It's kind of creepy. Girl, don't get so wigged out over the cemetery. At least it's a place we can call home, you and me, as he holds her in his arms in the driveway. He heard a car behind him as they were facing the house. It's Police Patrol Officer Mika. He gets out and asks them what they were doing. Dirk explained, and then the officer ran his plates and asked for his license, and Trisha's as well. He gave them back their IDs and then asked if they would unlock the house while he was present. Dirk did so, and then the police officer thanked them and reminded them that all laws are strictly enforced in the town. And Dirk said that he understood and that there would be no problem while in town. The officer left and Dirk said, well, Unc was right. They are assholes. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch-style house with a detached garage, a workshop, and another outhouse building at the back of the property. There was a second house that was abandoned that his uncle also owned and was in a very dilapidated state. Well, babe, we're home. Yeah, this is going to take some work. They pulled their bags out of the trunk and stepped inside the house for the first time and smelled musty and needed to be aired out. It was clean on the inside and it had just been closed up for well about 3.5 years. There was no living room furniture and there was a kitchen table, 6 chairs, a refrigerator with 3 boxes of baking soda in it. So, it was decent smelling. The range top had been cleaned out and the oven was ready too. The dishwasher seemed to be ready as well and the water worked. The electric was on and the natural gas was on as well. I'm going to light the water heater, Dirk said, and Trisha checked out the bathrooms. They were clean, but no shower curtains were present. They both locked the house up and drove down to the local general store, and yes, it's called the general store, to get some cleaning supplies, sandwich stuff as well as 1 shower curtain. Dirk would have only had about $100 to hold over until he could find a job, but his uncle opened up a $1,500 charge account at the general store. That he would cover for him, and so Harley would know that his boy at least was eaten. The only thing that Dirk can't charge is beer and tobacco products, but his needs are covered for now and the bills are paid until he can take over as his uncle said to him that night at the bar, "I got you sick, son," and Harley does have Dirk covered. They get most of what they needed, and some, and they will have to go to Old Mulgy in the morning to get more. They get back to the house and dusk is in motion, and the motion lights pop on when they drive up. They carry in all of the new treasures that the new couple should have, and Dirk loves Trisha, but he really doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know how love should feel. You see, Dirk has never really had a serious relationship. Trisha plugs in her phone and puts on some music, so it's not so quiet. She says we haven't even looked in the bedroom, and the mattress in the master bedroom was something to be desired. Even Dirk said, "I don't know what Unc was doing on that mattress or who he was doing on that mattress, so let's keep looking." But when they were looking in the other two bedrooms, those mattresses were almost new. And Dirk said, "I think we found a mattress, babe." "Thank God," Trisha replied. They found some old folded sheets in the linen closet and some old folded up towels, and she put them in a washer and rewashed and dried them before midnight. They were laying on fresh clean sheets at least, and they rolled up blankets for pillows, and Dirk said, "That's not much, but it's a start." And Trisha replied, "No, honey, this is a start." She then kissed his chest and six-pack of abs and on her way south, and Dirk said, "Oh hell, yeah, it's home," as his face tells the tale. Later that night, around 3 a.m, Trisha is startled awake by some kind of noise. She couldn't really tell what it was, but it was loud, and she thought Dirk was passed out tired from the drive and the day moving in, and well, she took the rest of his energy for herself. She didn't have the heart to wake him. He'd been so good to her so far, and no man she'd ever dated had ever been that good to her. She got up and went out to look out the bedroom window. Saw nothing, and then she went to the bathroom. Then she went to look out the living room windows. She was several steps away from the curtains when the motion lights came on, and then she got scared. Something made those lights come on, and she carefully walked up to the curtain and parted the curtain slightly. She saw something at the far end of the driveway. It was on 4 legs, but it was tall, like maybe 4 or 5 feet at the shoulder. She thought, "That's a big dog." And then it seemed to stand up, and it took on the appearance of a Native American man with a wolf's head and skin draping over its shoulders and covering its arms and upper body. And then another crawled across the fence of the cemetery. It was on 4 legs, some sort of creature that resembled the first creature, but this one had the head of a wolf and the body of an extra large hairless dog. And as it entered the driveway, a large owl landed in the driveway, and she had to squint as she rubbed her eyes, because it seemed that the owl grew, and then there was a Native American woman standing there, with a deerskin dress and ragged beading. But what scared her the most is that the woman had crow's wings that fanned out as a headpiece, and well, her eyes were greyish and seemed to have a glow to them. The wolf-headed man turned to the woman and made a motion to her, and she moved with incredible speed towards the house and flew over it, as if she was jumping on the top of the roof. And while she did this and had Trisha's attention, when she looked back at the man, he was standing on the porch and was within 8 feet of her. She fell back and made a noise when she hit some of the cleaning supplies and equipment that they bought the night before. The man in the window, she thought, was looking in between the curtain at her. Trisha scrambled to the bedroom and shook Dirk. Wake up, someone's outside! Honey, someone's outside!" she said in tears, and Dirk was trying to get his mind moving. "Oh, who's outside?" he said. "Where are they?" "Living room, baby, living room." Dirk walks carefully into the living room and jerks open the curtain, but nothing was there. He opens the door and walks out onto the porch and down onto the sidewalk. "Where are they, honey? Come on, girl." Just then a police car whips into the driveway with its lights flashing, and 2 police get out and question Dirk as to why they're out on the porch yelling at this hour. Dirk explained that Trisha had seen some intruders and that he was checking out the car and the front of the house, and that they weren't yelling at each other. They placed Dirk in handcuffs for just their protection, or so they said. And then they set about questioning Trisha as to why she won't help stop the apparent abuse of her boyfriend. And she remained animate that there was no abuse, all the while Dirk is in his underwear, in handcuffs, in the middle of the driveway at 3:30 a.m. or so. Dirk, frustrated, said, "Look, We heard a noise and she said that there was someone outside. I came out to check it out and now I'm in handcuffs and you're not doing anything about the intruders." One of the policemen said, "Alright, what are you on, boy? You doing some kind of new drug or something? A little speed mixed with something else, huh?" Dirk just shook his head and looked up at the sky. And then another patrol officer rolled up and it's someone with a sergeant's stripes on. He asked Trisha questions and then he questioned Dirk. And then he told the patrol officers to fill out a report and then cut Dirk loose. At about 4:45, the police finally leave the driveway after giving Dirk several stern warnings. Dirk looked at Trisha and said, "What the fuck was that all about?" As Dirk was walking back up the driveway, he noticed a large barn owl perched on the roof ridgeline of the house. It seemed to be looking at him, and there was a large jackrabbit, and looking and pulling back the bushes. And then a coyote call comes from the direction of the cemetery. And Dirk said to himself, "Geez, am I in an episode of Animal Planet?" The two of them returned to the bedroom and hold on to each other, reassuring each other that they would be fine. At about 10:30 a.m., the night of the Inquisition was long forgotten after some vigorous soul-pounding sex, and they were showering when Trisha said, "I want to go exploring a bit." And Dirk said, "Well, I really need to get some resumes out there and start doing the job thing." "I could go by myself," Trisha said confidently. "Okay, I'm going to go get on my laptop and connect it to my phone's hotspot and get looking for that job. I'm on a timeline now," Dirk stated. And Trisha said, "Okay, I'm going to go get ready and go exploring for a bit." "Okay, babe, just use the GPS in the car. The house is marked and just look for the marking that will get you back here." They kissed and Dirk gave her a quick squeeze on the butt and said, "Just so you don't forget me," and he winks at her. She walks to the Mustang and he hears her fire it up and rumble into the distance. He goes looking for the extension cord, finds one in the utility room, and he finds a metal box which was tucked up in the back of the cabinet in the utility room. He opens it and he sees a piece of latex hose tubing like you would find in a medical facility. He finds some syringes wrapped in cloth, a lighter, a burned spoon, a baggie with something black in it, and then he realizes what he had in his hands. Someone's dope rig. "Oh man, someone's been using my uncle's house for shooting dope," Dirk said to himself. "I gotta call Unc about this." It rings and Harley answers. "Hey son, what's up?" Dirk describes what he's found and how he's concerned that someone is using the house as a dope den. Harley takes a breath and says, "Dirk, damn it, I'd hope not to talk about that." "What do you mean, Unc?" That dope rig was mine, son." "What are you talking about? Why are you shooting dope?" "Hey son, I don't shoot dope, no more. I've been off it for 4 years now." "Why were you ever doing it?" "Son, I did some pretty bad things whilst in the military. That's one reason why I got out. Sometimes that shit comes back at you when it fucks you up. I was drinking hard and popping pills and it wasn't enough to kill the pain, the memories, the images, the fucking smells." You could hear his uncle getting emotional. "Son, I just wanted to check out of reality for a while, so to put my brain on vacation. I didn't want you to know about that part of me. It got real bad. I mean, really goddamn bad. I was doing some pretty damn fucked up things to get that dope when I couldn't afford it. I'm not proud of it, but when you're trying to survive, you do things you wouldn't normally do. Don't think bad of me, son, please. I'm not even that person anymore." There was a long pause and a long exhale. "If I didn't do the dope, I wouldn't be here today, and do you know how many times I had my pistol in my mouth? A hair's touch from ending it. And then I thought, how is this going to affect everyone, including you? You were still in the Marines when all this went down. I thought about it. What's in it for Dirk when he gets back and I'm not here? I remember the first time you called me Unky. I remember you were 2 years old because you couldn't say uncle. But what you could say was Unky. And when a man doesn't have much to hold on to and he comes across something that he can hold on to, well, that's his lifeline. Every time that shit got too heavy on my head, I was ready to suck still. I remembered you saying Unky to me for the first time, and that memory saved my ass. More than once, son." Harley could hear Dirk crying. Now you do me a favour." "What, Unc?" As Dirk choked the words out. "Throw that rig away. I don't need it no more," Harley said with passion and commitment. "I will do." "I'm sorry, Dirk. I thought I had cleaned all that out. It's okay. My dad's not perfect. Neither is your uncle." "That's one and the same to me, Unc." There was a long pause, and Harley said, "Do you have any good news to tell me?" "Well, my left nut itches. I think I got a rash," Dirk said as both erupted in laughter. "You fucking asshole. You're too much like me," Harley said, laughing through tears. "Thanks, Unc. Thanks for not lying to me. You deserve to know everything, Dirk. All you gotta do is ask." "Okay, I'll talk to you later, Unc," Dirk said as he hits the end call button. Dirk sits down and went over that conversation he just had with his uncle, and how brave he is for stepping up and telling the truth. Well, that's more than what his real dad would have done. He starts working on his resume, and about 2 hours go by and he thinks, where's she at? He calls her, and it goes to voicemail. He leaves a message and sends her a text as well, and then goes back to his resume. Well, it's about 5 p.m. and several more calls and voicemails and text messages. Dirk says to himself, "Shit, girl, where are you?" About 6 p.m, he breaks down and calls his uncle. "Hey, Unc, Trisha's not back and I can't get hold of her." "Did she say where she was going?" "No, she just said that she's going to go out exploring and that she has my car and I have no transportation." "Have you looked in the garage?" "No, sir." "While I'm on the phone, go to the garage." "Alright, hold on." Dirk walks out the back door and up to the door of the garage. "Unc, it's locked." "Where's your keys?" "Trisha has them." "Okay. Look at the right corner of the garage and you see that big rock?" "Yes." "Flip it over. Do you see the small key box?" "Yeah." "Get it." Dirk opens the key box and puts the key in the lock and turns it, and then opens up the doors and sees an old Ford truck. "Oh man, that's an old truck." "Yep. Now you need the key to the truck. If you're standing at the doorway, go to the left all the way to the wall. To the left of you at the wall, there's a nail board in between the cabinet and the wall. The key should be hanging there." "Yeah, I got it." "Do you have your pistol with you?" "No, sir. I had to pawn it," Dirk said reluctantly. "Why didn't you tell me it got to this level?" "I didn't want you to know, Unc. It's embarrassing." "Well, what do you have?" "I have my hunting knife." "Okay, behind the seat in the truck, there is an axe handle. I just put that up front seat with you. Now listen to me, boy. That truck hasn't been started in about 9 months. Over on the workbench, opposite the wall that the key was hanging on, there should be a spray can of ether. You're going to have to spray some of that into the carburetor." "Yeah, I'll take the air filter and the breather cap off." "No, just take the breather cap off and spray 2 shots into the carburetor and pump the gas and turn it over, assuming the battery still has charge." "Hey, son." "Yeah, Unc?" "Once that starts, you need to go straight to the store and fill it up with high-octane premium, because I put fuel stabilizer in there. It needs to be diluted, and after you have run the engine for a while, it should level out. And call me once you get the gas, so we can figure out what the next move is. Okay, son?" "Yeah. Hey, Unc, I love you, man." "I love you too, buddy. Now get moving." He does what his uncle says and gets in the driver's seats and put the key in, and takes a breath and says to himself, "Please start. Please start." The engine coughs and rumbles to life. He puts the air filter breather cap on and closes the hood and takes out of the garage to the store. Dirk is following his uncle's instructions to the letter. After getting the gas, he heads out to start his search. Now it's close to dark and no sign of Trisha. He has been on his phone with his uncle for over 2 hours while he has been driving. Harley tells him to go home and stay there and let him make some phone calls before you go to the police in that town. At about 11:30, a Mulgy County Sheriff Deputy patrol car pulls up into the driveway. The deputies step out onto the porch and Dirk opens the door. Before they could knock, and one of the deputies said, "Are you Dirk Kenneth Jones?" "Yes, sir." "Your Uncle Harley Jones called and said you could use some help." With relief in his voice, "Yes, sir." He told them the story and they got on their radios and the dispatches for the Oklahoma Highway Patrol and surrounding counties as the radio traffic increased. A Beggs patrol car pulled into the drive, and the Beggs officer said to one of the deputies, "What kind of problems is this one causing tonight?" The deputy responded that they had it under control, and the Beggs officer said, "This one has been trouble since he rolled into town." And the deputy responded that they have it under control and that his assistance isn't required. And then the patrol officer said that this is inside of the city limits and they had the authority to monitor the situation. The deputy reminded the patrol officer that county has this case, and while the city does have the authority to monitor, they do not have the authority to interfere with the investigation, and any interference, either direct or indirect, will be reported to the city and the county district attorney's office. The patrol officer glared at Dirk and turned, and once the patrol officer left, the deputy that had the conversation with the patrol officer informed Dirk that they understand that the city is, difficult, and that the county is going to work this until the Oklahoma Highway Patrol comes in on the case. We have to be on the lookout for your car and your girl. Dirk thanked them, and if he could be of any help, he would in any way. The deputies camped out on the porch and Dirk made them as comfortable as possible. The patrol officers made several passes as the night waned on. About 5:30 a.m., the Oklahoma Highway Patrol radioed the deputies that the vehicle had been found and gave them a location, and that the investigation units had just arrived. The deputies told Dirk while en route to the location that his car was found parked on the side of the road going south on Highway 48, about less than 2 miles north of Deep Fork River. When they arrived on the scene, the investigations team was in the middle of processing the scene, and they had shut down the highway in both directions. The investigator asked Dirk a number of questions that were redundant, but the investigators were sympathetic to his situation. They asked if he would allow them to fingerprint him so they can eliminate his prints, which they were finding in the vehicle. As dawn was approaching, the search dog team showed up and asked Dirk if he had anything that they could get a good scent from. Dirk said, "In the trunk is her bag or one of her bags." They said, "Okay, that's good enough." He called Harley and brought him up to speed, and he thanked his uncle for getting the ball rolling in the right direction. Harley said that there was no need to thank him, but he needed to watch his back in Beggs, because now they're going to try and find something to jack him up on, and just be careful. The sun was rising, and it was illuminating the area. She had pulled over onto the side of the road in farm pasture driveway, and there was nothing around that he could ascertain as to why she would do it. The car was completely operational. It's like she pulled over and put it in park, killed the engine, got out and locked the door and just walked away. And this is how he described it to his uncle. The investigators walked up to Dirk and asked if the necklace belonged to Trisha. He said yes and almost broke down in tears. "It's what I bought her for her birthday a month ago." They told him they'd found it on top of a strand of barbed wire, over and across the road, over by the locked bar gate to the refuge. Dirk just looked puzzled. "She would never go into a rugged type of woodland area, even someplace so close to the road like this. The dogs are on the scent trail. Let's just see what they find," Dirk said. "Can I go with them?" "Not right now. There's an investigation going on and we need you to stay out of it right now." And Dirk then said he understood. "It's just hard not to go out there and bust the brush to try and find her." And they said they understood, but just to hang out here. Morning turned into late afternoon, and the search teams came back and reported to the search captain on what was found. He saw the captain shake his head, and he looked away, and Dirk's heart sank. The search captain approached Dirk. "Mr. Jones?" "Yes, sir." "The search dogs tracked your girlfriend, is it?" "Yes, sir." "They came upon a sight that's quite puzzling. They tracked her scent to a dead coyote that had been skinned and got it inside a stone ring. There was also a strange fire pit that was in the shape of a quarter moon. There was still heat emitting from it, and at that point her scent trail ended. Now we're going to fan out and search this area." The search captain asked, "She wouldn't be hunting like that now, would she?" And Dirk kind of laughed. "No, sir. She got squeamish once. I was cleaning a rabbit. She wouldn't even touch it. We were going to take you out to see the area. All I ask is that you only walk where I tell you to. But then when we're going to bring you back here to wait, we feel that you should at least see the area. Dirk visited the site, and there was blood everywhere, and her scent led straight to this spot. And Dirk thought to himself, it doesn't make much sense. Dirk came back and was pretty distraught. As they were walking back, a hawk flew over them and landed in a tree and whistled incessantly. Even the searchers were a bit unnerved. Oh, it's not like her to even be out in the woods, let alone this deep in the woods. It doesn't make any sense. You know, we had several instances of missing people just recently, and that the situations don't really make sense. I have to tell you, man, I'm stumped and a little bit concerned. I told my kids to keep my grandchildren out of these bottoms. The searchers scoured the area for 4 days, and Harley arrived and was with Dirk. Even when they started to allow Dirk and Harley to go out with the search teams, there was over 200 people actively searching for her for 4 days, and nothing else was found. The search captain called an end to the search, and when Dirk heard the captain call it on the radio, he collapsed to his knees. Harley got down on the ground and held his nephew as he tried to help him through the hardest thing he'd ever gone through, and both were devastated. Harley asked the search captain if they could leave and that if there were any further updates to call him direct, not to call Dirk, and the captain understood and wished him the best. Harley walked with Dirk to his truck and put him in the passenger side and closed the door. Harley got on the driver's side and noticed that a coyote was sitting just in the bar ditch and was looking straight at him. And this was strange behaviour. This isn't unusual to see them in the daytime, but it is to have them so close and just staring at you. Harley gets into his truck and looks at his boy and pats him on the back as they roll on down to his house in Beggs. It's mid-afternoon and Harley was sitting at the dining room table when Dirk walked out of the bedroom after taking a shower. Harley asked, "What about Trisha's parents?" And Dirk responded, "Her dad is missing in action and no one knows where he's at, and her mum stays high most of the time. She probably doesn't even realise she's missing." And Harley shakes his head. "I didn't know she had that kind of life." "Well, Unc, she didn't talk about it that much, even with me." Dirk noticed that Harley had the metal box in his hand and was fondling it, and Dirk said, "I didn't have time to get rid of it." And Harley said, "That's all right. We're going to get rid of it. You and me. You know we will, Unc," Dirk said. He cut his eyes to Harley. "I didn't get to say it, son, but I'm sorry and I wish I could have changed things for you, boy," Harley said. Dirk coughed and looked up and said, "What do you say we go back to the farm and when they release my car we can arrange to have it transported back to the farm? Because I don't want to come back to this place." "I can arrange all of that, Dirk. Let's go, Unc. I gotta get the fuck out of here." The two of them loaded up, locked down the house and headed out. As they drove out of the river bottoms, Dirk took one last look and wondered what his life was going to be like now, and how is he ever going to remember this part of his life. 5 days earlier. The Mustang is whipping down the 2-lane road heading south, passing the sign that reads Highway 48. Trisha is jamming to the music and the wind whipping through the car with no cares in the world except that she does love Dirk. As she's progressing down the straight 2-lane, a red-tailed hawk is flying over the speeding Mustang, and she thought that it was curious that the hawk was flying better than 50 miles per hour, but she kind of dismissed it. When she looked back up from the speedometer, it was gone. And then as she was approaching the Deep Fork River refuge sign, she thought she saw a small object in the distance that looked like a small girl, maybe 7 or 8 years of age. Trisha began to slow the Mustang down and was moving at only 20 miles per hour. When she noticed the little girl was wearing a white dress and was barefoot. Trisha looked around and in this area there was no buildings or houses or cars. There was nothing around. Trisha sees a gravel area of pasture driveway and pulls over and kills the engine. The little girl's features are more distinct now. She has matted blonde hair and a face that needs some serious soap and water. Trisha gets out the car and calls out to the little girl. "Hey, you okay?" The little girl says nothing and just looks so sad. "Hey, little one, you okay?" as Trisha starts to walk towards her, and the little girl turns and climbs through the barbed wire fence and walks quickly away. Trisha decides to lock the car and follow the little girl. As Trisha gets to the fence, she notices a deer standing next to a tree where the little girl was just standing, and peeking out from behind the trunk of the tree. Trisha was completely focused on the little girl and the deer. It just seemed to be looking at her. Trisha begins to go climb through the 7-strand barbed wire fence, and when she does this, she feels a tugging on her neck, and then it stopped. As she made it through the fence, she heard a hawk whistle, and then an owl hoot and a coyote yelp. While it may have been in the middle of the day, the air felt cold as she stepped further into the brush line, and then into the open field where the little girl now stood about 8 feet from her. "Where are you going, honey? Come here, baby," as she called to the little girl. She thought it was strange that the little girl started looking like her when she was at that age. It made Trisha all the more determined to get the little girl into her arms. The little girl was moving quite well for being barefoot, and she is moving just fast enough to stay ahead of Trisha. As they moved deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to take on a more ominous look. The gnarls in the trunk of the trees are odd, almost manipulated in their look, like faces if you look closely at them. But the little girl is just ahead of her when Trisha says, "Look, I'm not going to keep following you. If you can't stop and let me talk to you, little one." The little girl turns to her and she is visibly crying with tears running down her face. And Trisha says, "Oh, little one, don't cry. I'll take care of you. Just stop walking." And the little girl walks on into the woods where the tree canopy is thick above her. And then Trisha sees an owl on the tree limb about 30 feet up. It cocks its head and then lets out a low whistle and a vibrant hoot. It sounds almost like it would in a large room from the echo. Trisha walks in and around in a turn of the path, and she sees the little girl petting a deer, and a raccoon is scurrying around her feet, and she is laughing and chuckling, as if she is absolutely happy and content. And then the little girl walks even deeper into the woods, and the air seems stale. But Trisha, she continues to follow the little girl deeper into the brush and undergrowth of the woods, and then Trisha notices that there is a mist that is hanging low to the ground. It is very cold and almost out of place for me, but the little girl says, "Come play with me. Oh, come on, come play with me, I'll show you where I play at. Come on." And the little girl continues to walk ahead of Trisha. When Trisha walks around the large trunk of the tree, she sees a sight that's just so out of place, she almost didn't believe her eyes. 2 large oak trees seemed to have grown together at the trunks, and in between them was what she could only describe as a mirror some 8 feet tall and maybe 4 feet wide. It was as if the edges of the mirror had grown into the tree trunks, like the tree trunks enveloped the mirror. She approached the mirror and noticed that a stick-type structure was assembled by someone, and it hung in the tree canopy. And then she realized that there was hundreds of these stick figures of every kind. The surface of the mirror was covered by vines and ivy leaves, and there was a small fire pit on each side of the mirror. It looked like they had not been lit for a long time. She pulled back the vines of the ivy, and she looked at herself in the mirror. And then she went to pull more of the ivy vines away, and she accidentally touched the mirror's surface. It was like a ripple in a pond that radiated in all directions across the mirror and past the edges of the mirror. She started feeling uneasy, and like something was watching her from the other side of that mirror. She backed up several steps, and then from the other side of the mirror, it was like something touched the surface of the mirror from the other side, and with the ripples of that act transversed the surface of the mirror. But these waves began to interact with the edges of the mirror and reflect back and forth across the side of the silver mirror negative. A sort of chanting could be heard coming from the other side of the mirror. And then she heard a twig snap behind her. She spun, and then the figure that she'd seen in the driveway that night was standing about 15 feet away from her. A Native American man with a wolf's head and skin draping over its shoulders and covering its arms and upper body with grey eyes that seemed to penetrate her. Like this man was looking into her and seeing her pain over her father and her mother. He takes several steps towards her, and she starts to turn and run, and then she realizes something is behind her, protruding from the mirror. It's the head, neck and shoulders of an old Native American woman with a wolf's head and skin covering her upper body. She has beads and metal beads that tinkle when they hit against each other. but her face was wrinkled, almost leathery. Her eyes were grey and somewhat glowing, but her teeth were jagged and razor sharp, and she was smiling like she was so happy that Trisha wandered by and let her presence be known. Trisha screamed and ran while the old woman sank back into the mirror. As she was running, she thought that she was going in the direction of her car, but it seemed different. And then she'd seen other figures of men and women of the different ages and races. Some looked even oriental, and varying types of dress from old world to contemporary clothing. All were taking interest in her as she kept running, hoping to see something, anything that she could recognize. And when she ran over a small rise, she noticed the little girl, who was running and screaming from this man, with a lion's head and skins of a lion covering his body, and he was in essence naked, except for his natural hide boots. His eyes were a pale yellow to orange. His mouth was full of teeth, jagged and sharp. Trisha yelled at the little girl to run to her, and she started towards Trisha. She got to Trisha, and she turned and pointed at the lion-headed man. And as Trisha was knelt down holding her, the little girl turned to Trisha and opened her hand and blew an amount of white powder into Trisha's face. And it permeated the air around Trisha's nose and mouth. The powder smelt of decay and other odours of the earth, and Trisha said, "Why did you do that?" as she wiped the powder away from her eyes, and then the stinging started, not just in her eyes but on her skin, and then a sense of euphoria swept over her, and then a nausea hit like a hammer. Her head spun, and a sense of uneasiness filled her being, and then her breathing became laboured. She was passing out. She was fighting the overwhelming urge to lay down and sleep. As the figures closed in around her, she felt like she was being pulled into a trance-like state of awareness. She wanted to scream but couldn't figure out how to. As the trance-like state came over her consciousness, the little girl appeared to be translucent and was almost ghoulish in appearance, and then she spoke to Trisha. "We want you to stay with us, and you will be a great mother to us." As other small children began to walk up, and Trisha was surrounded by small children. The Native American man and woman that she had first seen were standing together and seemed to be smiling, and she noticed that the strange creature with 4 legs were with them. These creatures had heads that resembled very hungry and starving dogs or wolves, but these were tall, at about 5 feet at the shoulder. And then the group of Native American figures began chanting, and she could hear drums, but she could not see any drums present. She seemed to be floating above the ground and moving, as the group as a whole was walking together, and then she started to recognize that she was back at the location of the mirror. The chanting and the drums increased in intensity and volume. She came to rest on the ground, and then she got up and sat on her knees. When the man with a wolf's head began a solo chant, and with a pottery dish in both of his hands, and what could only be incense of herbs burning and smoking in the dish. He began dancing, and he made a rhythmic cadence to the chant, and his turtle shell shakers that were strapped to his lower legs. It was at this point that the group as a whole sort of crouched down to the ground, as the surface of the mirror erupted in ripples, and then more of the long-legged creatures with skeletal heads began to emerge from the mirror. 9 such figures now stood in an area in a circle around the group of figures and other creatures. And then these creatures were facing outward, with their back legs facing inwards towards the circle, like they were watching out for something. At this point, the surface of the mirror was vibrating violently with motion, and when the wolf's head and skin penetrated the surface of the mirror, and the face and the head of an old Native American woman soon followed, and then a tinkle of the beads was heard as the woman's jagged and razor-sharp teeth jeered at the others, and then she crouched down to the ground, as the chants and drums continued and was joined by some unnatural voices. The surface of the mirror turned translucent, and from the depths of the silver mirror negative, a light with a blue-green tint that radiated out into the area of the group. As the chants and the drums continued and was joined by some unnatural voices, the surface of the mirror turned translucent, and from the depths of the silver mirror negative, light with a blue and green tint that shone and radiated out into the area of the group. And then the 2 small fire pits erupted into flames, and the smoke rose up and mixed with the canopy of the tree. And then from the mirror, a shadow emerged from the bright beam of light, a silhouette, and as though the light faded, it revealed a tall figure with a native tribal dress, which went from the shoulders to the ankles and just revealed her moccasins. The dress had intricate beadwork, and it was very old and weathered. The head of the figure was dark and ominous in its appearance, and with tribal paint markings red and white and black, and with the large crow wings, with feathers flared out over 10 inches or so over each ear. The crow's body was resting on the head of the figure, and the eyes of the head were pale green, and the mouth had several rows of jagged, sharp teeth. The hands of the figure had overly long, thick fingers, with 1 to 2-inch claws. She didn't walk, she almost floated towards Trisha as her trance deepened, and she became aware of the identity of the figure of the native woman approaching her, the ghost witch of the forest, the keeper of the forest spirits and the skinwalkers of ancient lore. Trisha didn't know how she was aware of this information. It's just like she knew, almost like she had always known. The ghost witch approached Trisha as she sat on her knees. She felt an electric euphoria sweep over her as she became aware of a large amount of low misty fog fingering out of the mirror and rising in columns, just on the outside of the circle of spirits as they rose and joined above the centre of the gathering of the forest. The drums and the chants were deafening as the forest resonated with the growing power of the chorus and thunderous pounding of the drums. Trisha was mesmerised by the ritual process and the ghost witch's control of the proceedings as she reached out with her hand and caressed Trisha's face and gazed into her eyes. And Trisha sees fields of flowers and graceful winds moving tall grasses of the plains. A calming effect on how the witch's hand is all-encompassing and felt with reverence of the power of the ritual's progress. Trisha feels something wet and warm running down her chest. As she raises her hand, she realizes that she was bleeding profusely from a wound on her neck. Then she visualizes in a vision as the ghost witch uses her claw of the other hand to open her neck artery while she was caressing her face. Trisha's mind floats and spins with a trance and from the blood loss from the wound. She feels herself falling over as she comes to rest on the ground. She senses that she landed like a feather. The torrent of her life energy draining from her body is increasing, her breaths shallow. As she dies, her body slowly sinks into the ground as the last embers of her existence in this plane of life fades and goes out. She is now covered by the dirt of the forest floor. The drums and the chants of the chorus spirits cease as the sounds of the woods return and the mist dissipates. The ghost witch returns to the mirror, followed by the 9th-century Nagals and the older native women, as the surface of the mirror returns to a solid surface as it was before, and the vines of ivy rewrap themselves across the mirror, completely hiding its existence. The host of the forest spirits and Nagals moves back into the trees and disperse with the fading light of the evening sky. As the 2 fires to each side of the mirror die into the smoke of the night, and the waning last quarter of the moon rises in the sky, Trisha's head, neck and shoulders burst forth from the grip of the earth's embrace. She opens her eyes to reveal the ghostly grey illumination of her new form. And as she rises from her earthly cocoon, she is naked, and she walks with a jerkiness down a path of darkness illuminated by her body as she gets to a field where there is a fire pit made of stone in the form of a quarter moon, and a stone circle inside the crescent moon. When she enters the stone circle, the fire pit spontaneously ignites, and then the coyotes began their own hunting refrain. She arches her back and calls to the coyotes, and a female with pups in tow walks up to the stone circle. The female calls to another female and sniffs up and looks up to her. Trisha, standing over to both of them, she reaches down with her left hand and pets the female without pups, and then lifts the female by the scruff of the neck and then eviscerates the female with her claws from her right hand. Blood spewed and the internal organs fell to the ground and splattered the female and her pups. As the life left the body of the coyote, Trisha skins the coyote and tears off the back legs and pulling out the contents of the skull. But leaving the skull intact with the fur, she holds the skin wet side down over the fire, which dries it quickly. Then she sits it on her head and allows the front legs and the pelt of the remaining skin to cover her shoulders. As she does this, her translucid appearance leaves her body, and she becomes solid and corporeal. Her human teeth fall out and are replaced with sharp, long teeth. Her hair becomes almost bristle. Her muscular structure increases, and she has claws on her toes. Trisha is no longer Trisha. She is now known as Takmamawahi, keeper of the children. She moves with a swift and defined purpose about her being. She no longer remembers her previous life, and Dirk isn't even a memory. However, while Dirk and Harley were out searching, with a search and rescue party, she was hanging in the trees as a squirrel and watched him from the heights of the trees. As she followed him, she felt a sadness in him and wondered why she felt this way about a mortal of the sun. It confused her, and while she felt that there may have been some use for him in her past, she could not place it with her new knowledge of Feather, the Fur, and the Fang. Is our fear of the unknown so commanding that we cannot comprehend that there are things that we do not understand, that cause us to blindly allow for the dismissal of the evidence of their existence? Or do we allow our perceived superiority to supersede their dominance? Dirk stayed with his uncle from mid-May to mid-June. He tried so hard to put it all together. He sold his car. He never returned to Beggs, Oklahoma. And there were just so many memories. He loved her, and when one day he informed Harley that he had re-enlisted in the Marines for 6 more years, he had to do 6 so he could get back into MARSOC and to do his best to move on. And as for Harley, his summer was going to be a busy one, as the strange occurrences began to happen around his farm and the town of Red Oak, Oklahoma, only a mere 2 weeks after Dirk left for Camp Pendleton, North, in San Diego County, California. As for Trisha, she remains missing. No evidence, no body, no remains, other than the necklace, and no explanation was given for the coyote kill or the strange fire pit. And no one could explain why her scent just disappeared, vanished into the void of the bottoms of the Deep Fork River, where the true earthly power lies locked in the grip of the mirror in the woods. On the next episode of the Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms, it roams the woodlines, it creeps in the bottomlands, it scours the cornfields, it stalks the lonely streets of the small county towns, and occasionally you have to ask, what's the name of that cute dog man in the window? Until next time, when that cute fuzzy thing which is sitting on your window ledge is looking at you, it could just be a cute fuzzy little thing. Or not. The Disappearances of Deep Fork River Bottoms. Episode 4. Howl in the Woods. Let's get straight into that. The steam of the laundry room rose up like vents from some volcano, and its noise was deafeningly loud, and the heat was appalling. And then the chemical smell was sometimes overwhelming. It was more like a dungeon in some overdone movie about Dante's Inferno. Mick heard a voice coming from behind him saying, "Hey, hey, hey, sweet thing. I bet you didn't expect to see me so soon." What the fuck do you want, bud?" "Haha, I think you know what I'm here for." "No. That ain't happening, man." "Look, you're the freshest piece of ass on this cell block, buddy, and I put money down on you." "Well, I think you need to go get your money back, bud." "No, not really," Bud said sinisterly, as 7 other convicts appeared from out of the shadows of the laundry room. The group of 7, as well as Bud, jumped and grabbed Mick. Mick fought and struggled with every ounce of strength that he could muster as they pulled him into the janitorial mechanical closet. And while the fight continued, he felt that he was slammed down onto something, and when he realized what it was, that's when he got truly scared. He was laying stomach down on an old filthy mattress, and it was at this point that he felt fear like he had never felt before, a fight or flight for his safety, dignity, humility, and Mal's self-respect had intensified. Punching and clawing, and then he felt his head being smashed into the floor, and then pulled back onto the mattress. Mick then felt that he was being held down by each arm and leg by 4 very large men, and then these men pulled off his prison PJs and shirt, and Mick yelled, "No! No, no, no!" Now for Bud Wilkinson, a con that's in his 17th year of a 25-year prison sentence, this was not his first rodeo. As a guttural sound, ripping scream erupted from Mick's throat, Mick thrashed around in his bed, knocked the lamp off the nightstand in his bedroom. He sat up in bed, covered in sweat and almost hyperventilating. He looked around and then realised he was in his bedroom, in his brother's single-wide trailer. He was holding his hand clenched in a fist up to his forehead, and he had tears in his eyes and was shaking from adrenaline rush that was withdrawing from him. He looked at the clock and it said 5:05 a.m. At that point, the door to the bedroom slid back and his brother, Ronnie, stepped into his room. "Hey bro, you okay?" I think so." Nightmare again?" "Yeah, bad one. Really bad." "You want to talk about it? I got an hour before I gotta go work." Maybe later, bro. I don't know. I don't know if I could even talk about it." Well, that's cool, buddy. Hey, you want some coffee?" "Yeah, that'd be kick-ass, Ronnie. Thank you." Mick and his brother sat at the kitchen table and started talking about what Mick's next move was going to be. There's several places that I'm going to apply to today. They're close enough to walk to," he said. You need to relax before you go out there to these places. It won't help you to look so desperate," replied Ronnie. "Yeah, starting over is a bitch." "Well, we all got to start somewhere," Ronnie replied while stirring his cereal. "Look, Ronnie, man, I appreciate all that you're doing and letting me live here after the halfway house said that I had finished my time. I knew Randy and Lorraine wouldn't let me stay at their places because I was an ex-con. I wouldn't have made it on the streets 2 days. Brother, if you hadn't let me stay here, I'd been back in lockup before I knew it. So, thank you. Thanks, brother." "Hey, I don't agree with their shit, because you're our brother first and foremost. But they have their social image to protect, whatever it's worth. They should know better. We were all raised the same. You know, this trailer and my truck is all that I own, but it's just as much yours, bro." "Thanks, Ronnie. You've always been on my side, man. Or at least you came to visit me. You even put some money on my books and you went on my trial. I know I haven't made you proud, but I promise that I'll keep it between the lines and keep my ass out of trouble," said Mick. You're my little brother. You know, there was a couple of times, little brother, I didn't know if you were going to make it out there." "Me too, bro. Me too. Look, brother, you need to go hunting. All that will relax you. It always did." "With what, dude? I can't have a firearm. Felony, you know." "No problem. Take my crossbow." "Oh, yeah? Yeah, I get it. Cool. Great. I'll get it for you." Ronnie walked into the other bedroom and grabbed his crossbow and a quiver with about 15 bolts and his extra hunting knife. "Hey, Ronnie, you won't need all of those bolts." "Well, there are hogs back there too. Remember, dumbass." "Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. I'm a little out of practice." Mick started to get dressed in his jeans and boots. Ronnie threw him an old camouflage shirt and a new can of Copenhagen tobacco. "Hey, it's what you used to use when we went hunting," as he looked at the can. They both walked out into the back porch of the trailer. "You see that fence line? The one that goes due west? And just stay on that direction, and about a half a mile, you run into a saloon. And there will be a bridge just south of you. At that point, cross the bridge. And then when you get to the power lines, go north until you hit a paved road that is turned into the west. You go east on the fire road, and that is the refuge. Keep going for about a quarter of a mile when you get to the second power line cut. That is some good hunting in there, bro." "Okay, cool. Thanks, Ronnie," said Mick. Now listen, you stay on the east side of the river, you understand? Don't get on the west side. Well, Mick looked puzzled. There's some moonshiners and some drug growers and cookers down there on the west side. Well, you stay away from them. Get left of centre with them and you might not come back out of them woods. And remember, watch for the hogs and game wardens, how they ever go out there, added Ronnie. Okay, bro. I'll get on it right now. I want to get out there at dawn. You better get moving then, added Ronnie. Hey, Ronnie. Thanks, said Mick. Mick grabbed the crossbow and his other gear and off he went. He finally felt human as he walked through the morning dew-covered grass and seeing the mist coming off the water of small streams and ponds as he passed them. He made his way to the power lines and he caught some movement in the early light of the day. He walked north along the right-of-way clearing and to the paved road that made a turn to the east and the fire road that runs west. And this road was a one-lane, barely a trail, and was covered by tree canopy, almost resembling a tunnel. As he turned down the fire road, he caught movement again, down at the end of the road about 900 to 1,000 feet. It looked like a man had crossed the road, and he thought, okay, maybe another hunter or game warden. He stepped off a fire road and cut through the dense woods. The undergrowth was considerable, but he could find his way on one of the game trails and he knew he was moving in the right direction to get through to the second power line right of way. He was a little more than halfway to the power right of way when he heard a howling growl like he had never heard before, coming from the direction of where the possible hunter would be located. Mick was literally frozen in his footsteps, and to himself he whispered, "What the hell was that?" He has hunted these bottoms all of his life and has never heard anything like that. Mick stood there for about 15 minutes and was listening for any other sounds and none ever came. Even the crickets were quiet. I was deathly silent. Mick felt that uneasiness you start feeling when you know something is about to go down and there is nothing you can do about it. He kept hearing snaps and almost what he could call footfalls in the direction of the second power right of way. He decided to move parallel to the north of the clear-cut right-of-way area where he was hearing those noises. He moved for about 300 feet when he heard the growling howl again, only this time it was closer. He felt he was probably in the same section of woods that he is in. The fear of whatever this thing is was starting to get to him. Mick quickened his pace and was now nearing the edge of the second power right of way, and he stopped. He was looking south down the clear cut off the right of way, trying to see anything that he could associate with that howl. He saw nothing in the early light of the dawn. Noises of movement were coming from the trail that he was on as he was traversing through the northern wooded section of the area. And Mick thought, okay, if I go running down that clear cut, something could just cut me off and there would be nowhere to go. Or I could get to the riverbank and follow it to where he could get a clearing and get in the open. At least he could then see it coming, whatever it is. After all, he felt it was now pursuing him. He crossed the clear cut and entered the woods, and within 15 minutes he was standing on the river bank. The river was low, and in this area you could walk across and be only 3 to 4 feet of water. He began to move south along the river bank. Mick had moved about 1,000 feet, almost to where he could cross the woods from the river to the fire road, when he heard a tree branch snap from behind him. He turned to look, and when he saw something dive behind a tree, it was just a shadow, but it was big and black. He pulled a crossbow from his back and charged it and loaded a bolt. "God fucking help me. I don't know what the hell that is," he said out aloud. The gut-wrenching feeling of fear took hold, just like that day in the lock-up laundry room. He began sweating and breathing like a sprinting horse. He stood still, looking for any motion. There was none. Whatever it was is probably looking at him and frozen, just like he is. Man, if he had a shotgun, he could rattle that wood line and flush it out. At least he would know what he was dealing with. He said with fear and frustration, "What is it?" It was just then he bolted and ran towards the clearing at a pace that he never knew he could do. As he broke into the clear cut, and then as he entered the fire road, where, after he ran about 300 feet, he spun, and to his terror, he saw that he was being followed. When it broke out the wood line and stepped into the clearing, it stood erect on 2 legs. The thing bristled with black hair. The waist was thin and the legs were muscular, but they were bent like those of a dog. The torso and shoulders were thick and wide, almost unnaturally wide. The arms were massive and long, almost to the knee. The head was set on large shoulders and it had a snout of a dog. The ears stood pointed on its head. It had a crest of high bristled up hair, almost like that of a mohawk. The teeth were white, almost bright and sharp. But the eyes were the linchpin of what turned the pit of his stomach. They were green in the light of the morning sun. I looked at him, and then it seemed to smile at him. He raised the crossbow at its range. Would have set a record. He sighted the crossbow and unleashed it. The bolt took flight and gracefully arced through the air and struck the target in the right shoulder. The beast screamed and roared, and it stared at him with what seemed to be laser beams for eyes. He charged the bow and loaded another bolt as the thing was stepping towards him. He then raised the crossbow again and it roared. He unleashed the bolt and it found the mark in the left thigh of the beast. The thing stopped, roared and then lunged forward. Mick turned and ran with all of his strength that he could muster as he slid the crossbow around his back. He heard the thing running behind him, but he didn't look back. He just kicked harder and harder, running in his snake boots. The footfalls were loud and heavy, and then, when he thought he could hear it almost on him, he turned, now expecting to be in a fight for his life, and it was gone. He heard the brush popping on his left and then on his right, and he turned again and ran like he never had. And there were 2 of them. He didn't see the second, but he just knew there were 2. He ran up to the first little pond, about halfway back to his brother's trailer. He stopped and was so winded that he couldn't stand. He fell to the ground and cried like a baby. He hasn't felt this kind of emotional pain since lockup. He looked back and nothing was following him. And sometime between the tree line and this point, he had shit his pants. The fear was so intense, his stomach was in knots and rolling, and then he vomited. After about 20 minutes on the ground losing it, he pulled himself together and up to his feet and walked back to the trailer, crossbow and stink in tow. Mick got back to the trailer. He walked up to the back porch and stripped. It was cold, but he took a redneck shower with a water hose and then hopped into the bathroom shower. And when he got out of the shower, he seed himself in the mirror, an image he doesn't really see much of these days. You see, when you've been through what he had been through, it's sometimes hard to look at yourself as much of a man. He looks down away from the mirror and takes a breath, and then gets dressed and waits for his brother to get home. He opens the door to the fridge and goes to grab a beer, stops and takes a pause, and then sets it back in the refrigerator and makes him some coffee. Mick then heard Ronnie's truck pull up and the truck door slam, and Ronnie opened the door and walked in and said, "Honey, I'm home." Ha ha ha. Damn, it was a hell of a day. And Mick looked at Ronnie and said nothing. "What's wrong with you? Did you have another nightmare?" Sort of. What is it?" "Brother, have you ever been back there and seen anything weird?" What do you mean weird?" "I was back there today and, I seen something." "Okay, what?" "If I wasn't high and drunk, I would have said I'd seen a werewolf." "A werewolf? You been drinking? You're not on that fucking shit again, are you?" he said, concerned and angrily. "Ronnie, brother, I'm sober as the nose on your face." "A werewolf? Really?" "I know it sounds crazy, but it scared me so bad I shit my pants." "Oh, come on, Mick. I've had a rough day. Dude, stop fucking with me." Mick then gets up, grabs Ronnie's right hand and led him out the front door and showed him his shit-filled pants. You see, Ronnie? I wish I wasn't sober. How would he explain it? Okay, where did you see this? In the second clear-cut power right away, about 1,200 feet north of the fire road, he replied. Oh, shit. Oh, it's gonna be dark in less than half an hour. Let's go back in there in the morning. I can't go back in the morning. I have to meet with my P.O. All right, parole officer day, and I'll just wait till you get back. Okay, great. Ronnie, I didn't think I was gonna make it out of there. And there's one other thing. Haha, you are fucking with me. No, Ronnie, there's more than one. Okay, there's more than one. You're not making this easy, brother. Ronnie, I hadn't been that scared since lockup. At least in there I knew what I was dealing with. I can't even tell you what it was. I wish I could. Ronnie went to his room and about 30 minutes later came out showered and with his gym shorts on. Mick, get your gym shorts on and we're going to work out. Okay, give me a second, replied Mick. They went to the gym, and after about an hour and a half they were on their way home and they stopped at Deb's fill-in station and grabbed a salad bar to go. Thanks for the salad, Ronnie. I'll catch you all up when I get it together. Ah, little bro, just stay between the lines. That's payment enough for me. I'm not lying, brother. I saw a werewolf. Whew, it's just hard to believe. Can't tell you how many times I've been back there and I hadn't seen a werewolf or anything like that. It's not an easy pill to swallow, dude. I know, brother. You know, there's a lot of things I don't want to believe that can happen to you, but in this world, they do. Do you need to go talk to somebody about whatever is going on? And say what? I'm piss-poor excuse for a man that can barely acknowledge that I'm interested in women anymore? Fuck, man. What am I supposed to do? Ronnie? Talk to me. I can't. I can't. Damn it, Mick. I know you had to do some things in lockup that you're not proud of. I know you got passed around. I know they made you a bitch in there. But it doesn't mean that you're any less of a man. Wait a minute. How the hell did you know? Well, remember the pool party? The one where we went to over at my friend Donna's house? We were all over at that place half naked and sometimes naked. I remember it was a lot of fun. And Mick replied, yeah. Well, Donna's friend, Laurie, her brother did time in Riverside, just like you, and he has those double lightning bolts on his lower back too. She told Donna, and Donna told me what it meant, so, yeah. I know you were passed around by a gang and its members, and that you did it for their profit too. Man, I didn't even want you to know about that. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Look, brother, you are still a man and you're still my brother, and you always will be. I think you really need to talk to somebody about this. Now let's get in the house and eat. I'm frickin' starving. Thanks, man. I thought you'd be completely different about this. It's okay. If you can't get hired at any of these places around here, you can set up on the curb out here in front of the trailer. Oh, when we get a curb. Fuck you. Doing it for the coin, baby. Brother, I love you. Back at ya. Jeez. They both went into the trailer and had dinner, brother to brother, during the night. Mick laid in his bed going over every step of what he did out in the bottoms, retracing his actions, and so he could tell his brother tomorrow when they went into the bottoms. When suddenly Mick saw a shadow move across his bedroom transom window. It was the transom window that faces the backyard, and the window is at least 10 feet over the ground. Well, he sat up fast, and the shadow moved back in front of the window, and it stopped. And then he could see the green eyes and the breath of the beast as it fogged the window. He could hear it breathing. He was looking right at him. Mick screamed, "Holy fuck! Holy as he pushed himself off the bed hard up against the wall. The beast bared its teeth, and then the bedroom door slammed open. "Are you having another fucking nightmare?" "It's outside! Outside!" "What the fuck's outside?" The werewolf!" "Oh man, Mick, I have to be up in 6 hours." "Ronnie, it's outside, I swear," he said in tears. The look on Mick's face was very telling, and so was the smell. Mick had shit his underwear again. "Please, Ronnie, I'm not lying," as he broke down into tears. Ronnie knelt down and put his hand on Mick's chin and looked at Mick in the eye. "Oh, let's get you cleaned up and then we'll take a look outside." Mick nodded yes. Mick showered and dried quickly, and Ronnie went to get his gun safe and pulled out a CZ Scorpion Evo 3 9mm semi-automatic submachine gun, slammed a 30-round magazine loaded with 115 grain jacketed hollow points into the well, and a 1911 large frame 45 caliber pistol, and stuck it in his gun belt and put it over his boxers, jammed his feet into his work boots, and just then Mick came in and said, "I'm ready, bro." "Nope, not yet." Ronnie handed Mick his Mossberg 500 12-gauge shotgun that Ronnie keeps loaded with double buckshot and rifled slugs, and said, "Now you're ready, let's go." The brothers walked out onto the back porch, and Ronnie clicked his tactical flashlight mounted on the side of his CZ, and Mick clicked his flashlight on that was mounted on his shotgun. Ronnie looked at Mick and said, "Let's go hunting." And they moved around the trailer together, just like when they were younger and out on a hunt. They cleared the yard and Ronnie said, "Let's look under your window." As they approached the window, they heard a screaming howl coming from the bottoms, over 3/4 of a mile away. "Damn!" "Yeah, damn." Don't get smart." "Sorry." They got to the window area, and the window was at least 10 feet from the ground, and in the crisp, white light of Ronnie's flashlight, there it was, 2 paw prints. Holy fuck. "You see? I told you. That print is about 10 inches wide. They're real, Ronnie." "Yeah, but why? Why are they coming up around here now? That's what I need to figure out." Well, what?" As Ronnie turned to Mick. "I might have shot at it with your crossbow." "And you're just telling me now?" "Hey, you wasn't believing me. You didn't believe that I saw a werewolf. How was you going to believe me shooting it?" "You realize if this is a predator animal, it now knows where you live. I can't believe I'm standing out here, half-ass naked, arguing for a werewolf." "Alright, let's get inside." "Okay, look bro, I shot it twice and it left me alone." "No it didn't. It chased you and that's what you told me. I was after you. Those were your words. Okay, what time is your ride to your parole officer supposed to be?" 6 in the morning. "Alright, you go to the meeting and then we will go down to the bottoms. Okay?" "Yeah bro, okay." They both went in and got about 4 hours sleep. Ronnie heard Mick getting up and ready for his appointment. Then Mick poked his head through the sliding door to Ronnie's bedroom. "Ronnie, I'm leaving. Remember, Bubba, don't go without me." Yeah, okay," Ronnie said as he rolled over and went back to sleep. Ronnie had already texted his boss and said he needed a sick day, and the boss already gave it thumbs up. About an hour later, Ronnie woke up and decided that he wasn't going to wait for Mick, and he was going to scout the section of woods closest to the trailer. But he was going to wait for Mick before going into the deep woods. He caught a shower and some breakfast with a half a pot of coffee and got dressed, and he decided not to wear his snake boots and just wear his work boots where they were most comfortable. He went to his gun safe and pulled his CZ Scorpion Evo 3 and 6 30-round magazines loaded with 9mm hollow points, reached in and grabbed his suppressor, and using his muzzle brake wrench, turned the brake and screwed it off the barrel, and then screwed the suppressor onto the barrel, just in case the game warden showed up and he had to hide. His vest and gun belt were several pouches on it, and then he decided that, just for giggles, he would pack his Panzer B12 12-gauge shotgun with a 10-round magazine. It would be appropriate with a double-aught buckshot slugs, for added motivation. He pulled the 1911 .45 caliber pistol and holstered it with 4 magazines. And this thing had come up to his trailer, his home, and that will not stand. Before he left, he wrote a note to Mick telling him where he went and that he would be back soon, and that he should be ready to go when he returned. He walked out to his back porch and took some breaths and started off to the Deep Fork River bottoms. Mick finished his meeting with a parole officer, and after getting his butt chewed on for not having a job yet, he called his brother's trailer phone and got no answer. Then called his brother's cell phone and still no answer. After about 2 hours or so, he caught a ride back to the trailer, and by this time it was about 4 p.m. and the weather was starting to kick up, as it had been all late morning and getting worse in the afternoon. The lightning was really bad in this series of storms, and the thunder was loud, and rattled the windows and sounded like bombing raids from several wars. He got back to the trailer and walked in and called out to his brother, but yet again, no answer. He looked on the table and found Ronnie's note and read it. Damn him! Mick started getting ready. He went to the gun safe and saw that at least Ronnie went armed. He pulled Ronnie's AR-15 pistol and 300 blackout, and then he grabbed all 9 magazines, and Mick pulled Ronnie's .38 revolver as his backup. And he thought to himself, man, I hope he's okay. Mick started off to the bottoms, and it was lightly raining, but the big rains were just skirting the area, but the lightning was everywhere. It hadn't been this bad in several, maybe 8 years. He reached the refuge fence and hopped over it. He had seen Ronnie's boot prints there, and there was no mistaking the Red Wing boot prints, and they were heading off north. He travelled about 1,200 feet, and it looked like Ronnie tore off through the woods. Man, bro was moving. He started following Ronnie's boot prints through the woods, and then he saw what he feared. A 9-inch wide paw print, the same kind of print Ronnie and him had seen outside the trailer last night, trailing behind his brother's prints. Oh fuck, it's following him. He continued to follow the trail when the rain began to fall, and soon it was a torrent of rain. The trail of prints soon dissolved into mud and water as the saturated soil of the bottoms started to become a mud bog. Mick decided to make for higher ground and try and skirt the lowest areas. It was like being inside a dishwasher. The wind was whipping trees and rain fell in sheets, moving sideways. Mick trudged on. As he moved through the woods, he was blinded by the rain and wind, but the sense of being watched never left him. He would later recount in an internet radio show interview that while he was walking back through the undergrowth in the driving rain and wind, that there were shapes that he could not recognize at the time, but he felt that the beasts were not that far from his path. Soon the realization that he is not even making a difference set in, and he called out for Ronnie, but over the noise of the storms no one could hear him. He started back to the trailer. He was crying as he stepped up on the back porch where Ronnie's snake boots was sitting. Where the fuck are you, brother? He said out loud to himself. He went in the trailer and put up his weapons, locked the gun safe and dried his face and head, took off his shirt but kept his soaked jeans and boots on, picked up the phone and then dialed 911. He explained the situation, minus the werewolf, and said Ronnie was hunting and was now missing. The search team was on scene in about 4 hours, but the storms were filling up the bottoms. Look, we're going to keep trying with the people we have, but if he should hold up in those bottoms, we can't get to him. Then we may have to hello him out, but we have to find him first. The river is set to crest 32 feet above flood stage from the right now to noon tomorrow, because of all the rain upstream and now all the rain downstream. The flood of the bottoms intensified. Farmland was inundated that had never been, and barns once thought safe from floods were swept to the ground. Same for some homes. The flood was now outside the bounds of the known and calculated flood plains. It was a flood that was reaching a 500-year, probably for floods. Any and all possible evidence and scent trails and even physical remains of Ronnie were swept from the land. The torrents of rain were biblical. The storms were lined up one after the other, and after the other. A full-on train of thunderstorms over days. Mick hung around each search command all day, and never leaving once, hoping for any word, anything that he might hold on to. Randy and Loren, Ronnie and Mick's brother and sister, never once bothered to return Mick's phone calls and texts about the status of Ronnie missing person case. The rain ended, but the flooding worsened, and there were areas flooding that hadn't flooded in 90 years. After an exhaustive search for 5 days, the search was called off, and Ronnie was listed as a missing, presumed dead. Eventually, the flood waters receded, and the landscape of the bottoms changed tremendously. The bottoms, to most who knew them well, would be unrecognizable. The river channel even shifted, and some of the winding loops were cut off and naturally dammed off, creating arching ponds and small lakes. And while these changes occurred, the bottoms had always had the bottom has a way of remembering secrets from the past and bring them into the future. The floods unearthed and excavated areas of limestone outcropping that revealed cave openings and would eventually become a focus of wildlife activity. Mick returned from the memorial service 1 week later, and there was a black SUV sitting out front of the trailer. As he walked up, several men in suits and ties got out, and one of them asked, "Are you Andrew Michael Palmer?" "Yeah, but I go by Mick." "Okay, Mick. I'm Robert Cutler. I'm your brother's attorney." "I didn't know he had an attorney." "Well, since he's been declared legally deceased, it falls upon me to execute his trust and his will, and it will just take a few minutes." Mick asked them into the trailer, and they sit down at the table. The attorney pulls out some papers and starts. "Your brother wanted you to have this." He handed Mick an envelope that was sealed. "Now your brother, also by decree of the will, has placed his truck and his trailer into a trust, which you are the beneficiary of. He also placed a life insurance policy in that trust, and it will be processed in a few weeks, in the amount of $350,000, and my fees have already been provided for, so you have no attorney fees to pay. This concludes our business. Everything else is covered in the letter. If you have any questions, here's my card, and again, I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming out here and letting me know." "Oh, there's one more thing. An attorney by the name of James Watson will be contacting you and getting some, if not all, of your criminal record expunged. His primary fee has been covered. However, there may be other fees you might have to cover, but they should be less than $1,000. If it's more than that, call me." This is a lot to take in." "I know. I just sit down and take a breath and read the letter. Good day and good luck to you, son." They shook hands and Mick walked them out. He came back into the kitchen and looked at the envelope and really didn't know if he was ready to open it. He picked it up and broke the seal and pulled the folded letter out, unfolded it and read it. The letter starts. "Hey, little brother. If you're reading this, then you've already been to my funeral. I don't know how I went out, but apparently I lost the fight this time. I feel that you and I have always been true to our roots and how we were raised. We understand the ground that we were raised on. I hope you can get a new start with what I've left behind, and just stay between the lines and be true to yourself. And the important thing is that you don't give up on yourself. No one understands you better than the man that's looking back at you in the mirror. Stand up and let your manhood show. Okay, well, maybe just keep your pants on, but you know what I mean. I love you, your big brother." Letter ends. He didn't know if the tears coming down his face was because of the grief or his pride for having a brother such as Ronnie. But there is one thing that he does know. Now that the floodwater is down, he is going into those bottoms and he is going to find some answers. 13 days earlier. Ronnie was approaching the small pond that is about halfway in between his trailer and the woodline when he notices some movement in the woodline almost at his 12 o'clock. He didn't see what it was just a flash, but the tree limbs were moving and there was not only wind to account for it. He proceeded to the woodline, where he caught the scent of a musky, wet, furry smell. He walked north, and just outside the woodline for about 1,200 feet, when he came upon the fire road. Ronnie had been here many times before, and today, this morning, he'd actually felt uneasy, like a feeling that something was watching him, something just out of sight. Ronnie turned to walk down the fire road when the feeling of being watched intensified, and it became almost overpowering. His right hand reached around his side and removed the barrel of his shotgun from the barrel loop on his 511 utility pants. He brought the BP-12 up to the ready position and pulled the charging handle and let the bolt pound forward. He thought, okay, now we're ready. And he slowed his pace on the fire road, stopping occasionally to listen to the sounds of the woods. He could hear the rustling to the left of him when it sounded heavy. Just then, 3 large wild hogs ran out of the woods, crossed the fire road, and drove headlong with a force into the woods. They were only 20 feet in front of him, and not one looked at him. Well, that was weird, he thought. It happened so fast. Ronnie drew down on the hogs, but he didn't fire. He was being cautious because he felt something was pushing them. He stopped in the middle of the fire road and gave pause to the possibility of returning to his trailer and waiting for Mick. But he was already in the refuge, and whatever was moving in this section was already probably aware of his presence. The feeling of being out of place, or maybe an intruder, in the presence of something vicious and unknown, came over him. He tried to use reason and logic, but it always came up just to this side of strange and unnatural. Ronnie resumed his pace down the fire road, and he was walking in a tight rut. He started seeing trees maybe 2 or 3 inches in diameter, pulled over in arches next to the road. He walked off a fire road into the arches that were created in these trees, and then he saw something that he just could not explain. Some of these trees must have been pulled over, and then these large rocks, or some of them had larger logs laid upon them to hold them down. Most of the trees were bent with the tops to the river. Ronnie moved to the other side of the bent tree area, and then he'd seen a large area of dirt disturbed, like there had been some kind of fight. The dirt was ripped up, and the vegetation as well, and some of the trees were bent over and broken, along with others that were just ripped out of the ground. And then he observed multiple tracks. Some looked like a big dog had made the tracks, and others were like that of bare feet, but were large, like 15 inches or bigger. And then there was the blood splattered on the trees and trunks and the undergrowth. The tracks led off in all directions, and some of the trails leading away from this area seemed to have something being dragged over the ground. And then there was the stench. Musky old wet dog with a rotten meat body odour. Oh, it was putrid. And it was at this point that Ronnie decided that he was in, way over his head, and he was going to return to his trailer, wait for Mick, and then call about 12 of his friends. As he walked back towards the fire road, he happened to glance up in a tree, a large oak that was probably about 60 inches in diameter. He walked by it when he went to look at the bent tree area, but now he could see something up in the branches of the tree canopy. It was what he could only call part of a large wild hog, and part of it was missing, like it had been eaten on. "Alright, you crazy redneck, it's time to get the fuck out of here," he said to himself. When he stepped out of the fire road, he looked back towards the direction he walked in on, and his eyes gazed upon what he could only call a large, really large German Shepherd. But there was something odd about this dog. It just wasn't only big, but it had a sense about it. Something dark is the only thing that Ronnie could label it. But what it did next made Ronnie a believer in being in the presence of something great and unknown. The dog that was on 4 legs, like any other dog, was beginning to stand. He heard what he could call bones cracking and joints popping as it stood erect. He could see it had wide shoulders and its muscular upper body and a thin waist of your typical bodybuilder. The legs were a wonder of animal physical mechanics. They were in the essence of a large representation of dogs' hind legs, and the head of the creature was that of a large wolf on steroids. Ears stood up pointed, and the teeth were uniformly sharp and meant for chewing and ripping. but even at this distance of over 600 feet, he could see the cold stone gaze of the beast. The beast began to slowly walk towards him, with its pace increasing with every step and stride. Ronnie's fight or flight instinct kicked in, and he turned and ran down Fire Road to the first clear cut, and then he turned up the clear cut and he could hear the beast's footfalls and its growling huff. Before the beast broke into the clear cut, Ronnie cut off the clear cut and was running towards the river. And before the beast was able to see him in the clear cut, he could hear the beast stomping and sniffing to find a scent trace, so it could continue its pursuit. And finally, as Ronnie was well into the section of woods that laid in between the two clear-cut power lines right of ways, then he could hear it. The beast was entering the wood line from the clear cut, following his scent. Ronnie hunkered down behind a sizable tree trunk, which was about 15, maybe 18 inches in diameter, so he could get several good shots off from his shotgun with his slugs, before it would become pretty sporty. Then, something about this tree didn't seem normal. He looked up and, to his shock and surprise, it looked like this tree was upside down, and with its roots to the sky. At about that time, the beast was entering the clearing. He heard it roar and take a step at him when another form, almost like a big man with brown to reddish hair, charged into the clearing and grabbed a large dog-like creature and what could only be called a body check in a large tree trunk, causing the tree to lean about 20% angle. The two large beasts began an all-out brawl, blood, fur, hair, and teeth. And Ronnie is just sitting there, trying to process the sight, and is transfixed by the exhibition of nature's force. As the brawl intensified, he slipped out of the clearing, and while he could, and would have liked to have stayed and watched the outcome, this old country boy's ass needed to move. Ronnie ran towards the river, and once he made it to the river, the battle of nature's wonder was still underway. He ran about 300 feet south along the bank of the river, and the river was really low at this time of the year. But that could work to his disadvantage as well as to his advantage. He wanted to skirt all of this section of the woods, but not at the risk of getting on the west side of the river. He got caught over there once, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. Ronnie walked another 400 feet, and then he seen some bushes move, and then a beast stood up and was all of 9 feet. I was less than 100 feet from him, off to his left. He raised his shotgun and said, "Okay, time to dance, motherfucker," he yelled at the beast. As Ronnie unleashed a barrage of 10 rounds and double-aught and rifled slugs at this fucking thing, the BP-12 bolt locked back and he pulled the magazine and dropped it, and loaded another 10-rounder magazine and dropped the bolt forward and unleashed another barrage as he advanced towards the thing. The beast was overwhelmed by the wail of steel that was unleashed upon it. Chunks of flesh missing and blood from several wounds as it bolted away from the river, tripping and holding its chest as it did so. "Yeah, you might want to think about that, motherfucker," Ronnie yelled in complete defiance. Another beast, somewhat larger by about 1 foot taller, stood up at his 10 o'clock position. As he adjusted his shotgun barrel to its direction, a second one stood up to his 2 o'clock position. "Fuck me," Ronnie screamed. As Ronnie bursted brush on his way to the river, he could hear the beast maneuvering behind him. When he jumped down the steep slope off the bank, and he was almost to the bottom, and when he stopped his descent and pointed his shotgun almost vertical to the edge of the bank above him, the head of the beast appeared over the edge of the bank. As it looked out into the river, Ronnie fired 5 rounds of buckshot and slugs into the bottom of the beast's chin and throat, apparently killing it instantly. He breathed a little easier until a shadow passed over him and he heard a splash in the river some 150 feet from him. As the beast jumped from the bank and landed in the water, he jumped about 2 feet down to the surface of the water, and then he was standing in about 3 feet of water. He then took off heading south on the riverbed, and he was moving like he knew his mother would want him to. He moved into an area of the riverbed that had a massive amount of large trees piled up, and they were interlocked, and, well, they created an effective logjam that he could get under for cover and security, or he'll deal with the water moccasins. He was not going to be an easy meal for this beast. The thing jumped onto the logs as it tried to figure out where he had located himself in the matrix of the tree trunks. The shotgun blast created a real problem for the beast, as it suffered several major injuries from Ronnie, who could choose his shots. Now there were several close calls for Ronnie, as the beast would reach deep into the pile and give Ronnie cause for concern. But a blast of the 12 gauge continually changed its mind, and one of the gun blasts ripped through its thorax, and this injury caused the beast to jump from the tree trunk pile and run upstream in the riverbed. And finally, Ronnie could breathe easy, even though he had several water moccasins crawl across him. Slowly and surely, Ronnie climbed out of the pile and checked himself and his gear, then took a slow turning look at his location. He was in a section of river that had high river banks, 50 or 60 feet in most areas. Scaling them would be tough, and well, if you'd have one of those things after you, then you'd have a problem. He travelled downstream for a bit and was looking intently for a way out of this position. He kept checking the east bank behind him, and then he saw a way up out of the riverbed, but it put him on the west bank. Negotiating with pissed off moonshiners or drug growers is not his strong suit, but it's the lesser of the two evils. Ronnie scaled the 60-foot bank and stopped to listen to his surroundings about halfway up, then continued to the top of the bank. He stood on the west bank and looked up and down the riverbed and along the bank and could see nothing out of the ordinary. As he began to walk south, after about 600 feet, he had seen nothing that would allow him to get off this bank and up on the other side. "Fuck, man. I don't want to stay on this side for very long," he exclaimed in a low voice. He was very concerned about the moonshiners. He had run into them before and they were adamant about him steering clear of their turf. He proceeded another 400 feet and then thought he might be able to slide down this slope without breaking anything. He heard a twig snap and he turned quickly, and the beast was less than 20 feet from him. He snapped his shotgun up and pounded out 10 rounds of double-aught buckshot and slugs into the beast's chest. It howled in pain and angry agony as it fell from its feet. He turned and ran at full speed through the trees and undergrowth. As he ran for 200 feet more, he saw another beast crawling up the bank and was about halfway up, and so he pointed his shotgun and pulled the trigger, dead. "Oh shit, fucker!" he yelled. He then continued to run, and he heard the beast top the bank and the movement of the brush and tree limbs as it was pursuing him. Ronnie was now tiring and approaching total exhaustion. Somehow, he was able to open a gap between him and the pursuing beast, and when he busted through the undergrowth, he ran straight into 5 moonshiners, all with shotguns pointed at him. "Oh, Jesus! Look, there's something chasing me." "Yeah, so?" "What the fuck are you doing over here, boy?" Look, I just want to get out of here, out of these bottoms. Hey guys, this thing is right behind me." "Yeah, we know it's there, but it won't bother us. It might eat you, but it won't mess with us." "Hey, I don't care about whatever you're doing. I just want to get back home." "Hey, brother, didn't we run this motherfucker off before?" He does look similar. "You know, we might be able to help you out, sunshine. Now, if you agreed to entertain us for a while, I think it could work out, baby." "I think you know what he means, sweetness, don't you?" As the moonshiner approached Ronnie with his hand on his crotch. "Yeah, sure." About that time, the beast burst through the undergrowth about 30 feet away from Ronnie. The moonshiners swung their shotguns in the direction of the beast, and they unloaded it. In the ensuing gun battle with the beast, Ronnie broke away down the bankside trail. He heard more gunshots and screams, and now that the moonshiners were providing entertainment to the beast. Ronnie ran with his last bit of power for about 500 feet, and then finally collapsed, pushed himself up against a large tree, and started checking magazines for his 12 gauge. He was only able to scrounge 9 rounds out of the magazines. He consolidated them into one and loaded a magazine into the well. He had caught his breath. This is where getting to the gym on regular pays off, he thought. Ronnie then got to his feet, collected his thoughts, and tried to calm himself down. He put the shotgun barrel into the barrel loop on his pants and brought forward a CZ Scorpion. He pulled the charging handle and took off down the trail for another 400 feet or so. He has to find a way across the river and up onto the other bank, and it needs to happen soon and quick. He moved further down the riverbank and then he'd seen what looked like a burrow on the side of the riverbank. It was high up on the other side of the riverbanks, and the banks in this area were at least 70 to 80 feet, and his burrow was maybe 15 feet from the top of the bank. He spotted a fairly traversable way down the riverbed, and he decided to move. As he was traversing his way down the bank, he was about 20 feet from the riverbed when he heard the heavy footsteps moving on the top of the riverbank. He froze, pulled himself in close to the bank, as to try and conceal his position. The footfalls seemed to stop, and then continued on down further the riverbank. He slid down the rest of the bank and entered the water, which was only about 2 feet deep, and he quietly crossed the riverbed by moving slowly as not to slush the water too much. He then reached the east bank and began to scour the pathway up to the dugout burrow. He pulled his pistol before he peeked over the edge of the opening of the burrow and pointed it into the darkness. The burrow extended back deeper into the bank, a lot further than he had realized. He got up into the opening of the burrow and took his flashlight and illuminated the burrow. It went back about 90 feet and then split and went into 2, maybe 3 different directions. It was large enough for him to stand in with only a little bit of crouch, and the stench was overwhelming. As he was lighting up the burrow, he noticed a set of eyes reflected back, and they were narrowly spaced, only about 1.5 feet from the floor of the burrow. And then there were 3 sets, then 5, then 9 sets, and they were all moving back and forth and up and down. And then it registered with him. This is their den, and those are their pups. By the time he came to this realization, the mother beast was rising up behind him. She bit down onto his left shoulder, and he screamed in pain and torturous agony. As she shook him back and forth, he put the barrel of the .45 pistol against the nose of the beast's snout and pulled the trigger 5 times. The beast let loose of Ronnie's shoulder, and it fell backwards and down the bank, landing with a thunderous splash, as it flared around violently in the water, trying to regain its footing. Ronnie was bleeding profusely and lost his footing and fell down the bank about 55 feet, sliding and rolling down into the water, where the beast lay motionless. Getting to his feet, moving only on adrenaline, Ronnie was battling blood loss and exhaustion. He was moving down the river again in a downstream direction. After about 200 feet or so, he stopped to try and stop the blood flow. He was able to achieve this by pulling a quick-lock gauze from his first aid pouch and pushing it into the holes that were ripped into his flesh, on the front of his chest and the puncture holes on his back, and he drank the water from his camelback, which was not punctured by the beast's teeth. His breathing was laboured. One of the canine's teeth barely penetrated the lung, and he began walking at a moderate pace. His left arm still worked, but he had several cracked bones in his shoulder, and it's going to be a bitch using it to climb out of the riverbed. If he could stick to the east bank and walk another 1.25 miles, then he could just walk up the boat ramp at the sewage treatment plant. He felt he could make it if he didn't run into any more of those things. Ronnie walked another 200 feet when he felt that he was being watched, and a heavy sense of uneasiness came over him. It was like he took another step that doom would descend upon him. As he struggled to control his fear, a beast stepped out into the riverbed path he was walking on, and only 20 feet away, and faced him. It looked at him with hate-filled eyes that penetrated his soul. "What do you want with me?" Ronnie yelled at the beast.
"I want you to die. I want to eat your brother,"
it said in a low, grumbling voice, as it stared into his eyes. "Well, I may die, but you're gonna pay for it, fucker." Ronnie snapped up his CZ Scorpion and unleashed a long volley of 9mm hollow points at the beast's chest. Several rounds impacted, but the beast bounded to the right and left and then ducked behind some large trees and began to circle Ronnie as it scoured the bank up and into the trees and undergrowth along the sloping banks. When the beast was visible, Ronnie blasted the target. It continued to circle, making noises and throwing limbs and rocks as it circled. Ronnie moved in the direction that he was originally travelling, because the beast was practically behind him. The beast roared when it realised that Ronnie was still outmanoeuvring it. He began to run. He could not fight his flight or fight response any longer. It may have been the wrong thing to do in this situation, but the fear was palpable, and the majority overwhelming. It was the kind of fear that was painful and ripped at his body like nails sticking out of a board. He could hear the beast continuing to move, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer, still circling and splashing down into the water in the process. Ronnie moved swiftly. He was checking behind him. His left shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain and with a movement in all directions. Every once in a while, letting loose a 3 to 5 round burst just to keep the beast's attention. He ran past several hogs that had been massacred several days ago, and the stench was hanging in the air, still under the riverbank's vegetation. This intensified the fear level in Ronnie. He never felt this kind of fear, even when he witnessed one of his buddies getting killed in a motorcycle accident that happened practically right in front of him in high school. He could hear the beast moving around him behind him, but he could not see it. The banks of the river on this side were still about 50 to 60 feet above him, and there were spots that he could probably scale if his shoulder wasn't as messed up as it was. But he was sure he didn't want to get caught in a spot that would pin him with no place to go. He could see the chimney stacks of the treatment plant in the distance, maybe a mile or so, and this gave him hope. But this beast was moving with an intense purpose, and there was no room for error in his position and movement. It was running with him. It knew Ronnie was now vulnerable on several levels. It was executing the perfect predator play for the prey. It was hunting. Ronnie was gut-checking himself and powering forward, looking forward to putting his foot on that ramp, and also knowing that the plant is manned 24/7. And today, one of his friends, Kenny, was working the day shift. He just needed to keep putting one foot in front of the other and not yielding to this abomination of nature. Ronnie continued to work his way towards the treatment plant in safety. The beast seemed to be everywhere and nowhere. He continued to unleash 3 to 5 round bursts, but could not confirm any hits to the target. He wondered if Mick would ever forgive him for going in alone. But it was Ronnie's way of handling affairs himself. His pace was laboured, and with will and intent being his only drivers, he was pushing the limits of his endurance on a level which had never been tested. As he was stepping over some large rocks, his foot slipped on the water-covered stones and his leg slid into a crevice. In between the two, and his body weight shifting, and snapped both bones in his right lower leg. He screamed, "No! Oh God, no! Fuck! No, God damn it, no!" And he clambered for his CZ, and his breathing went off the scale as pain hit his system. He managed to get his hands on his CZ, and the beast took advantage and stepped quickly towards Ronnie. He raised his CZ and pulled the trigger, and the bolt jammed forward. The beast ripped the weapon from Ronnie and broke the sling ring on the weapon as it flew against the riverbank. Ronnie grabbed his pistol, and the beast grabbed the pistol, and Ronnie's hands together and crushed his hands around the pistol's grip, breaking at least 13 bones. Ronnie screamed in pain as the vice-like grip of the beast, and as bones cracked and popped and separated.
"Who's the fucker now?"
It said in a low grumbling voice. The beast stretched out its hand and with a speed and force jammed its claws and fingers and hand into Ronnie's abdomen. He screamed a primal siren of death as Ronnie was watching the actions of the beast. He grabbed his 10-inch hunting knife and jammed it into the forearm of the beast and twisted the blade. The beast roared at him and smiled.
"So, you still have fight in you. Good. Now die."
it said in an even lower, grumbling voice. And then, with brutal strength, the beast turned its hand, while remaining inside Ronnie's gut, upwards, and then with a malaise and vicious intent, began very slowly ripping out Ronnie's heart and lungs. Blood shot from Ronnie's mouth.
I'm going to shit you out over these bottoms for the next 3 days. And then I'm going to pay your brother a visit,
it said, sadistically. Ronnie's last sight of this earth was the beast relishing in his demise. He pulled the knife from the beast's forearm and began stabbing at the beast with all of his might, as life ebbed from his body, and the screams of absolute defiance grew quiet, and no one but the beast was present to hear him. The knife blade made a tinkling sound as it hit rocks and made a small splash as it slid into the river's muddy water. It took about 2 minutes for the abomination to complete its work. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Epictetus, 92 AD. Is our fear of the unknown so commanding that we cannot comprehend that there are things that we do not understand that cause us to blindly allow for dismissal of the evidence of their existence? Or do we choose to allow our perceived superiority to supersede their dominance? Mick, he took his life into his own hands, started an archery shop, and then he started a fitness centre, and both became moderately successful. And Mick was made whole by a loving woman by the name of Tiffany, who made sure that his needs, wants, and desires were fully met. The double lightning bolts, he had them removed, and, as they were no longer present, Mick never felt like something less of a man ever again. And he grieved over his brother's disappearance for almost 5 years. He goes down into those bottoms still today, and he looks for anything that might be his brother's. He always goes after it floods, you know. The shifting sediments and junk brush piles can hold many secrets. The strange thing is that 5 others went missing about the same time as Ronnie, and they were never heard of again. Mick still misses his brother from time to time, and recently a boot was discovered and it closely matched the Red Wing boots that his brother was wearing that day. But it is still unconfirmed. Bottoms of the Deep Fork River doesn't give up its secrets easily. Every once in a while, others go missing and are never heard of again, and they vanish into a void of the bottoms of the Deep Fork River, where, on occasion, if you listen closely, you might just hear the lonely siren of the howl in the woods. On the next episode of the Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms, do we really know what's living beneath our feet? Sure, we can say that there are subways, storm drains, and sewer pipes and caves. But what's deeper, like way down in the earth? What calls the darkness home? And is it always dark? Until next time, when the howls start echoing across the river bottoms in your backyard, you have to wonder, is it a puppy or a doggy?
Sleep tight,
It's said in a low, grumbling voice. The Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms. Episode 5. Devil in the Rock. Let's get straight into that. Something moves in the wilderness of the Deep Fork River Bottoms. Something malevolent, violent, mysterious, and angry. The cause is unknown. It may be man, beast, natural or unnatural, not of this earth, but it is there, waiting for whoever ventures into its world. It moves silently, and with the quickness of foot or thought, or even otherworldly determination. Even as we live our daily lives, it's there, just out of sight. Or maybe we do get an occasional glimpse. We all want to feel safe and secure, in our work and our homes, but it's there, waiting, watching with malice in its essence. This series will make you think, shiver, turn on your lights, and above all, lock your doors. Assuming that would help. And so, let's enter the river bottoms and peer into a world just outside the door of your safe and secure home, and find out what truly lies in the darkness of the unknown. Episode 5, Devil in the Rock. Peligas Exploration Company is an obscure subsidiary of the Magnaphora Petroleum Corporation based in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The company has offices all over the world exploring for oil, natural gas, and high-grade mineral ores. The company has been extremely ambitious with its exploration of minerals, both on-planet and off-planet, with an entire section of the exploration company dedicated to think-tanking ideas for mining asteroids, as well as lunar projects as those become more practical. Janet Wilson had been with the exploration company for 15 years, since Magnaphora bought it in a hostile takeover. The exploration company lost a large number of vital employees at the time, and it took 5 years to rebuild the company, and that is how Janet Wilson rose to such a prominence so quickly. She is now Director of Exploration for the Petroleum Division, and Janet has been summoned to the boardroom. The first thing this morning, after some new satellite photos were analysed after the large floods of the Deep Fork River bottoms. In attendance at this Sunday morning meeting is Neil Wallace, Chief Geologist, Barrett Thompson, Chief of Operations, Will Tillage, Chief of Logistics, Mandy Keller, Field Accountant, and May Sermon, Chief Tool Pusher, Rig 3. All are seated around a conference table in an adjacent meeting room of the boardroom suite. The clock on the wall reads 8:15 a.m. Any idea why we're here this early on the weekend? Nope. Boss lady said she was concerned about us losing an opportunity to Sun Petroleum or something like that. Hey, I'm getting paid whether I sit here or not. That's okay with me. My drill monkeys are still passed out from last night's drinking party. The world's still safe for the time being. Hey, why do you call them drill monkeys? Because calling them hard dick ass pounding horn dogs has too many syllables. Ha ha ha. Mace. It's alright. I have 3 brothers and I've heard them all say things about their girlfriends that'll make a fire truck blush. That's why I like you, Mandy. Steady and won't flinch. That's exactly a trait that you need on a rig. And the door to the main boardroom opens and in walks Janet. There are other figures in the main boardroom, but as the door closes, it seems that the full board is on its way home. Alright guys. Oh, and Mandy, we have a lot to cover in a short amount of time, so I'm going to jump right into it. If I could get you to take a look at the wall monitor. This is the latest satellite image of the Deep Fork River bottoms. As you know, we've had several projects in the area over the years, but this will be the first in this area. And due to the recent record-setting floods, and even deadly floods, because they have several people gone missing in the area of the flooding, the landscape of the area has changed dramatically. If you take notice of this area, you can plainly see that there have been some serious erosion issues in this section. Most notably this area right here. It's one of the most remote that we would have gone after in this basin. But what is interesting here is there is a 2.8 mile stretch of the bottoms that has been uncovered by the flood and has exposed mostly limestone, but there are several areas of new granite that has been exposed, and granite in this area, it's unexpected. We want to form a team to go into this area, perform an evaluation and punch a couple of test holes to see if maybe the seismic analysis gives us a possible advantage in this basin. Okay, but what do you think about creating 2 teams, one for evaluation and the other for exploration? I don't want to do that. I want 1 team and 1 leader in their respective areas of expertise to be on 1 locale. And there are others that are going to be in the area taking a look, so we want to have security on the site and it will be easier to secure one site. Tillage, I want a plan on the table by 4 PM today, and I need it to be as comprehensive as possible. Mandy, we're gonna need this estimated. Cost control will be a nightmare. Barrett, number of personnel on the ground. Neil, all the process parts that we have to cover, and associated costs. And Mace, your drill crew, is going in on this ride. Okay, we're at 28,000 plus feet down the hole now. If we have to uncouple and mobilize the rig itself, isn't it a better choice to get Rig 11 to do this? They're almost ready to move down to Shreveport. No, you're not going to uncouple the pipe and jump your rig. You're going to shut down in place and take Rig 17. Rig 17? That rig is new, not even proven. That rig is going to have problems, because it's new and it's been built by a new manufacturer that we never used before, because we didn't want to pay the price for the experienced manufacturer. It'd take months if not a year to get that rig tuned in, to where you don't have very expensive problems. That rig is brand new. I understand. Do you? We're also going to have to use swampers in order to get in there. It's going to tear the shit out of everything that we run across. Has anyone cleared this with the Oklahoma Conservation people and Department of Environmental Quality? Because I don't want to get in there and then get shut down with a rig in place and a crew stranded. Look, we'll get legal on it this afternoon. Oh, and by the way, you got legal to handle Burleson and Red Oak? I got a rig and a crew stranded out there for 3 weeks and in a spot that I didn't find very comfortable. Yeah, but you still got paid and probably more than you and your crew are worth. Ha, you funny man now. You got jokes, trying to get out there and pushing a tour every once in a while, because it's apparent that you've forgotten a lot about what happens on a rig. Okay, you two have torn into each other enough for today. 4 p.m. I want a plan, budget, and a way to get there on this table. Am I clear? Yep, real clear. Okie dokie. Sure. The members of the meeting get up and disperse to their respective offices and cubicles, except for Mace. He goes and sits down with a pad and paper and begins to write down his thoughts. At the kitchen table, in the break room, when Will walks into the room to get some coffee. You really don't like this idea, do you? Nope. What are your concerns? All of it. It just seems more rushed than usual. Sort of knee-jerked, and that is dangerous on a drill site. What's got your hackles up? We're going into a site that is still unstable, with all the erosion. We could set up a pocket of unstable ground and topple the rig. The rig is new and unproven. Evaluation and exploration is best handled separately. Look, my crew is a tough bunch of dick-down drill fucks. They'll get it done, but interference from the office crowd? That's gonna set them off. Bad. Barrett doesn't like you very much, does he? You picked up on that, huh? Oh, yeah. You see, he had a crew of his own about 14 years ago. I even worked on his crew when I just started out. He lost his cool one day and beat the hell out of one of his guys, and all the rest of the crew covered for him, except me. I wasn't going to work for a guy like that. Still don't, to this day. They took him off of the crew and rigs and put him on a path that he is on now. You see, when you're a tool pusher, you guys are kind of like your little brothers, and you always have to be on them all the time. Because people can die on that rig. They can die. Your crew must look up to you, and nothing can or should get in the way of that. Because when the shit hits the fan, and that well blows out, everyone's nuts travel north, except the tool pushers. His nuts still have to swing. Well, you got my vote. I think this is being pushed by another agenda, of which I am not aware of. And the direction of this project, I feel very questionable. So, if you need anything, let me know. Alright, bud? Yeah, I feel the same way. Nothing about this seems right or as we would normally proceed. As the 4 o'clock hour was approaching, Mace had about 16 pages of notes and was at the copy machine making 7 sets of copies of the action points that he thinks would be the most important. As he walks into the small meeting room, Mandy and Will were already in their positions and shuffling papers. So, how's it going? Chaos as normal, I guess. Same, simply crazy to try and pull this together with so many unknowns. Hey Neil, where have you been hiding, huh? Yeah, Just trying to get my head around all of what's going on and get it done. Barrett and Janet walk into the meeting room together. You'll begin to review plans and preparations for the upcoming expedition that has been given a name of Hive Core Number 1. And then began outlining the primary steps to be taken as the meeting moved into its third hour. Mace gets a text. Well, we're just past 32,000 plus feet, and still going. Good. Tell them to shut down and make prep for travel, and shutting down the rig in place. Now, shouldn't we be getting as much death as possible until we decide to move them? No, I want them off that site by midnight and begin preps for mobilization of Rig 17. Okay. Will, make sure that transportation crew and the permits are ready by Tuesday next week. Get legal to help you grease the wheels. I want security on site with the rig crew, and let's get the rig crew recertified. I want security on site with the rig crew, and let's get the rig crew recertified. Recertified? Why would you want to have them recertified? I mean, the youngest guy on the crew has been on the crew for almost 3 years. We need to be sure there are no surprises. We cannot have an issue with popping up felonies or other such. And you will have to be recertified too. Now just wait a damn minute. You're telling the crew that we want you to go do this bullshit project? But oh, by the way, we don't trust you. I mean really, what the hell? Well, it's simple. You don't have to be recertified. You just quit. Thompson, that's enough. Our client has requested this recertification to be done. Our client? I thought we were our client. No, our client wishes to remain anonymous. Anonymous? Okay, this just gets sweeter and sweeter. Several in the meeting looked incredibly surprised when Janet basically shut down the discussion of the identity of the client, as several of them looked at each other with questioning stares. Alright, Neil, you're running the on-site evaluations. Mace, drilling operations. Will, you're handling all the supply and equipment requests from the forward logistic base located in Bristow. Mandy, you will be the on-site budgetary controller. Max Schreider will be running the project and site security, and the on-site program manager will be Blake Peterson. He is already en route from Venezuela. Barrett, you'll monitor the operation from here at headquarters. Mace breathed a visible sign of relief and smiled. Neil, what support staff are you going to require? Well, I'd like to have Becky Wells on this site. She is great at lab work. Bill Reynolds to run seismic analysis. Well, that's really all I need. Okay, great. Mace, what say you on your crew? Well, I'm wanting to run 3 shifts of tall pusher. Me and a second pusher, 12 on 12 off. A lead driller, 3 deckhands, 1 pit watcher. 1 motorman, 1 chainman, and 1 lead hand. 1 floor hand and 1 iron roughneck per shift. Well, that's 10 men per tower. And Neil looked puzzled. On the rig, shifts are called towers. Oh, okay. That's 32 on the rig crew. No, Mace, that's just too many. We need to cut it down. Well, from what Neil laid out of the exploration map, there's going to be 38 holes punched. That is a lot of setup and teardown if you want this to move at speed. And we'll need a crew to make it happen. No, Mace. We'll have to do it with, say, 19 personnel. What? We are looking at more man-hours than a 19-man crew can chew through. Get me the list of the 19 crew members you want, and I'll get personnel working on their recertification. Mace stares at Janet. Just do it, Mace. No problems, boss lady. All right. Will, how about your department? All I need is 42 personnel, almost all of them drivers. All right then. I'll get with Max and his requirements. Well then, I suggest that we break from this meeting and get home, and I want everyone in Bristol within 18 hours. And remember, this project is considered above confidential. The work lights at the base were piercing through the misty early morning hours of fog and drizzle, and transports of personnel and equipment flowed into the perimeter at the base. Several of the groups of personnel moved through the fog like whispery ghosts. One might call it a spooky group of convention goers, but most convention goers do not carry combat rifles. The forward logistical base in Bristow was humming with activity on all levels. Macy's rig crew was busy with getting Rig 17 transported into the yard, and it was a certified mess. All the crew members were angry, frustrated at each other's throats. Mace already had to break up 2 fistfights, and he knew that this was going to get rough when he was refereeing about 7 arguments per hour, and they hadn't even made it to the drill site yet. All the people he chose were experienced and well-deserving of the positions they occupy, and he had worked with them before on many difficult and dangerous drilling site projects. "Hey Mace, what's this clusterfuck all about?" Look Carl, you gotta make buku bucks. Let's just get it done." Yeah, but this shit doesn't make sense. I mean all this extra equipment, and who the fuck needs this kind of firepower on a drill site? You know, I may be just a crackhead roughneck, but even me and the boys see the crapload flowing downstream. "Carl, do your job, and can you please keep Kenny and Mitch from killing each other? Or am I going to have to put a wedding announcement in the paper?" Ha ha ha, now that would be funny. Mace walked over to the F-450 crew cab where Will was sitting. Mace and Will spent a large amount of time working out what parts of the rig were going to have to be trucked to the site as far as the trucks could go before they had to be loaded onto swampers, and they would take over the transport from that point. Mace continued to voice his concerns over the land impact the mobilization to the site will have on the land, and if the company isn't careful, then the project could get shut down and fined big money per day. However, his concerns were dismissed and placed on the back burner. It seems that the company is only concerned with one thing: punching holes on that site. As the parade lines up in the yard and out onto the side road over the next 24 hours before the mass movement begins, all the departments are represented with their shipping container offices, mobile billets, latrines and kitchen container mobility complex on swamper tracks. The 2 of the 5 required generator packs are on site, but the others are held up at the Dar Equipment Yard in Tulsa because of circuit problems. 3 of the 9 drilling mud pumps are failing compression tests consistently, and will have to be replaced before the movement can proceed. It is a nightmare for Will and Mace, the power duo, trying to maintain some sense of order out of this chaos. Mandy is having a very hard time with project assets being moved on and off the books. At a blinding pace, her assistant Don Fielding has made a large holding and pending box that is sitting in the front passenger seat. It is full and overflowing. Gardner, Denver drilling mud pump manufacturer, is shipping via Overland Express to the logistical base 3 additional pumps, but it will take 24 to 36 hours to install them once they arrive. The time crunch was becoming a problem for the mobilization of the project. Janet was fuming and roaring at all of her subordinates, and she ordered that they find alternatives to shorten the times for these delays. Damn, man. I don't know what the hell she wants. How do you do 9 months' work in 9 hours? Hey, Bubba, I knew this was gonna happen. The office was gonna start fucking the monkey, and the next thing you know, it's all our fault, because it's impossible to deliver. You know, if we could figure out how to install those pumps to the motors while we were in transit, well, you must have an area to put the pump skid, and then you must have an area for the mechanics to do the work of installing the pump to the motor, and then pressure test it, all underway. Okay, what if we locked together flatbed skids? You know, lock them side by side and then lock them to each other, end to end, and pull the array with, say, a D8 swamper? That could work, but you're gonna tear the fuck out of everything you pull it over. Asphalt, concrete, and turn gravel to dust. Yeah, but we're not the ones that have to explain it, right? Ha ha ha, you are correct. Alright, there are 3 pumps, and that means 12 flatbed skids and 3 D8 swampers. Well, but the company only has 2 D8s, so where do we get the 3rd? Well, it sounds like I need to get on the phone and start talking like I own the place. Mace patted Will on the back and walked away chuckling. And after about 2 hours on the phone with all of the suppliers that he knew, he found one at the person's equipment in Denton, Texas. and then walked over to Mandy's skid-loaded shipping container office and said, "Hey, friend." And she looked up and said, "Do not fuck with me, boy. Easy now. I need a purchase order for this and an immediate delivery cost included." She looked at the paper, and then a look of shock passed over her face, and she just shook her head. "You be the money, lady." As she throws the paper on her desk and says, "I didn't need that promotion anyway." Mandy makes the necessary arrangements and wire transfers, and at the 9 o'clock budget meeting, she reported, and Janet didn't flinch when she saw the item on the expense report. And she also didn't make a noise about any of the other very expensive transactions that she had screamed about in the past. When Mandy left the meeting, she got the distinct feeling that Janet had a blank check from the board on this one, and that piqued her curiosity up to the point of digging around for what might be the interesting tidbits. The project parade continued its lineup as the 3 flatbed arrays were assembled and the 2 other D8s were brought in and put into the lineup. The pumper skids that are to be repaired and pumps replaced are being lifted into place by the on-site crane. The 3 flatbed arrays are in place and just waiting for the arrival of the 3rd D8, which should be arriving in about 6 hours. And there is a sense of urgency and a quiet feeling of this being just odd for the company to be putting this kind of effort into an exploratory operation. And several members of the drill crew were discussing this very point. "Hey man, what do you make of all this?" "I tell you, someone has a bug up their ass for getting out there and punching some holes. Personally, I don't think they're telling us everything. I was over at the logistics hut yesterday and Billy said that he had seen some requisitions come through with the Department of the Interior head honcho's name and actual signature. Oh man, that is just not good." You know that's right. "Hey man, all I know is that the checks are good and big. Sort of like what your mama said last night." Fuck you, Bart." "Well, maybe. Not right now, but after a few shots, we'll talk." "Oh, jeez." "Hey, are you fucks gonna get some work done, or are you just gonna finger bang each other?" "We're on it, boss." Damn, when did I get put on the chain gang? All areas of the parade were moving forward and with preps at a frantic rate, except the new pumps, and they were set to arrive but had been delayed because of a broken down transport truck, and their arrival had been delayed by 12 hours. And this was just not what the bosses, nor the boss lady is ready to hear or ready to forgive. But when you're making the kind of money that's being thrown around on a project like this, you develop a pretty thick skin. The parade now consists of 53 vehicles, including the Swampers. The logistic train is taking on a look of a deep continent exploration of Antarctica, but without the snow and ice, and just dirt and mud. Lots of mud. Willie's having to go over manifests and list on list of equipment and supplies. He's about to have a mental blowout when the truck with the new pumps arrives 3 hours ahead of its original delayed deadline. At least some of his stress load was now transferred to Mace and his crew. Mace takes over the shipment from Will and immediately begins to get the crane to load the pump skids and the new pumps onto the flat top array. While the new pumps were being shipped, the old defective pumps were removed from the pump skid so those were out of the way and some time could be saved. Within 1 hour, the parade was finally ready to move. 59 vehicles long, and the convoy captain, Joe Tiggs, called to the project control located at corporate headquarters. Bearit ordered Joe to stand by and hold in place. Janet came by walking with her mud boots sloshing and is moving up the line of the vehicles with a flashlight. As she approached the lead route vehicle, Mace was passing on her on the opposite side of the vehicle. "Hey Janet, what are you doing up here?" "Why aren't we moving?" "HQ put us on standby. Hold in place." "What idiot did that?" Your buddy. Have a good one, Janet." Janet grabbed her phone and then she punched some buttons and some harsh words were said and the radio crackled. "Hey Bubba, you're cleared to move." Roger that. This is Joe Tiggs, the convoy captain. For the logbook, can you give me your ID and control number? David Myers, Chief Executive Officer. Control number BM-1010. The look of shock rattled across the faces of all in the lead vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Hive core number 1 disembarking for drill site location number 1. Date and timestamp electronically transmitted. Though some of the engines were running, others could be heard starting up and others checked their strap downs one last time. All convoy vehicles, stand by to move. Janet, please contact headquarters control. The convoy slowly began to crawl to a forward motion that would rival that of an advancing Brontosaurus herd. The noise of the engines and the sound of the tracks and steel wheels made a thunderous symphony of the second century of petroleum exploration. As the skids of almost every piece of equipment slid along the gravel, an asphalt, and even short stretch of concrete roadway, all were being pulverized just like Mace had said. The trade-in-wheeled vehicles were having trouble navigating some of the skid scars left in the surface of the planet. Mace is on the first flatbed array as the replacement and other repairs are beginning to take place. And after about 25 minutes, he jumps off the array and waits for the next one. And he jumps on the trade-in flatbed, but his step is nice and wide, less of a chance of getting his leg caught underneath the skid and having it mangled, and then torn off. Mace was finishing overseeing the pump installations after about 9 hours of being underway. The first pump is ready for a pressure test. And Mace calls to Janet and reports. Hey, boss lady. Go for Janet. We're going to begin pressure testing now. Roger that. Can I make a suggestion? Sure, Mace. That's why you are here. I think we should have a standby pump, a transfer gear assembly, and a motor back at the logistics base, just in case we're going to need one. Sure, order it. Thanks, boss. Mace switches channels and calls. Hey, Mandy, you got your ears on? Boss lady says I can order some parts. Okay, well, it better be for this project and not for your penis enlargement device. Oh, girl, I'm hurt. You know I have feelings. Not that you would ever notice. Sniffle, sniffle. Just send me the list and I'll get it on order. You see, now, that's the kind of service a woman should provide a man. Just do it, not even question it. Oh, it's okay. I do it for all the small dick men I know. Ooh, cold girl. Brr. Fuck off, Mace. Mace laughs with an air of glee. Hey, Cro-Magnon man? When you hop off your flatbed, stand there and wait for my skid container to come by and stop by, and I want to talk to you. Well, do you want or do you need me? Stop the bullcrap. This is well. Just stop in. Roger that. But service calls are charged at an hourly rate, and the type of stroke motion requested. That's all right. I got a couple of dollars to spare. Well, over and out. Coupon, lady. Ha 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 ha. Mace laughs with an air of exuberance. Mace finished up on the flatbeds. The pressure tests went well on the first pump. The second pump had some adjustment issues, and the third is yet to be in a condition to pressure test. As day turns to night, the lead vehicle's radios to all vehicles to stop and check all tie-downs and all equipment. We are at the Deep Fork River refuge boundary, and we're still about 6 miles away from the first drill site. Janet breaks in on the call and says, we are behind on schedule and the convoy will begin moving again in 20 minutes. Move it, people. Mace knocks on Mandy's container door and he hears the AC running. The lights are on and he could see that through the small window, even with the security glass and wire mesh. It is a steady and securable room. She opens the door and sees Mace standing there, grabbing his crotch and says, I hear you're in need of some room service. He smiles. Get in here, sit down and shut up. Oh man, this is going to be one of those M&M and S&H green stamp things. Kinky stuff sessions. Because if it is, I gotta charge you double. Hey, don't get mad at me. It's union rules. I started way back with, like Shakespeare and shit like that. Are you done? I can see why your 3 wives divorced you. Really? I thought it was because they just didn't like me no more. I'm trying to be serious. I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes. It comes from working with the guys. You know, I have about 16 years of time in this business, and I have seen every kind of partnership, private ownership, corporate type of business arrangement that you can think of. But this one? Oh, this one takes the cake. Whiz woo! Right over my head. Simplify. This shit stinks. Okay, how so? Look, the routing number 111-00038, Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, and then followed by 21214. That account is strictly used for government-to-government transfers or payments to government contractors, off the books or not subject to oversight. Okay, you have me impressed, but what does this all mean? We're getting paid by the US government through an account not subject to congressional oversight. You follow? So, that's why no one is flinching about the cost of this thing. But why would the government be so interested in punching holes in the river bottom that not many people even know about? Well, that's the $10,000 question, Mace. As the office starts to move again, Mace says, well, I better get moving back to my part of the world. Let me know anything else you happen to dig up. Sure, no problem. Mace gets up and walks out the door and hops off the right-hand side of the skid and calls for a zipper to come and pick him up and take him to his trailer skid. The zipper arrives and is driven by a new kid, Jesse Loam, barely 19, making a ton of money just running up and down the convoy, moving people, parts and supplies with the company side by side. Jesse dropped Mace off just ahead of his skid so Mace could hop on, and then Jesse got another call to go pick someone else up. When the recent floods at the river bottoms really changed the terrain and configuration of the river, the old maps and images were of little use. The new images were the maps and the signposts for the expedition. As the convoy train continued to move, it took on a resemblance of a centipede. Section by section, crawler by crawler, it worked its way into the depths of the bottoms. It was like a moving scar upon the land. There was no mistaking its path. Not one tree, bush or shrub was spared its wrath if it laid in its course. The noise was equally mesmerizing and soul-piercing. The cacophony of sound and noise made it seem more like a manufacturing plant, but it was moving. The diesel engines and gear wrenching from the transfer cases were deafening, if you were within 100 feet of them, and the smell of the enigmatic whole of the operation was one of disgust, and the industrial amalgam of odour was nauseating and putrid. The wildlife was pushed away by its wake, and as the advance of the unit stalled because of the mud and rearrangement of the terrain. As the convoy approached the first drill location, the going got rougher and the momentum slowed to a crawl where they were making a third of a mile in several hours. The advance was now an eighth of a mile in 6 or 7 hours. The mammoth machines lumbered and strained to the place, but even with the vast horsepower available, it was just a snail's pace that could be achieved and maintained within safety margins. Janet was livid at the pace, but the convoy captain actually outranks her while the convoy is en route, and nothing she could do would make a difference. The log jams and junk brush from the lowering of the flood were becoming impediments to the advance of the convoy, and several times the convoy had to stop to allow large trees to be moved or cut into sections so they could be moved out of the advancing path of the convoy train. And finally, as the first drill site was coming into view, the first-hand view of the limestone and granite outcroppings was now able to be observed. The satellite images were nothing like what the planners had envisioned. The terrain was rougher and the boulders were larger, and not really boulders at all. These were outcroppings of living strata of stone. Only a few were moved by flood waters, and the ones that were part of the strata were gargantuan at best. The progress of the convoy train was at a basic standstill as the convoy captain, Joe, Neil the geologist, Will and Mace were in separate side-by-sides trying to find an appropriate path for the convoy. Neil spotted some rock layers that he immediately didn't recognize. He got out of the side-by-side and walked over to it. It wasn't limestone and it wasn't granite. It resembled a type of bedrock but it was unlike bedrock that he had ever seen before. He chipped off a chunk, which was no easy task, and took pictures of it, and stood in amazement that he had never seen this type of bedrock before in Oklahoma or anywhere in the Southwest. He emailed the pictures to some colleagues across the country and one in the UK, whom worked for British Petroleum. He thought he might have some answers. While Neil was doing his collection of the samples and pictures, he had a strange feeling that he was being watched, but he couldn't put a finger on what was causing him to have this feeling. He has been in the field many times and been in some spooky areas, but this was unlike any odd feeling he had had before. He looked around and nothing looked out of the ordinary. Then he caught a glimpse of what he could only call a shimmering area of granite boulder that seemed to waver in the sunlight of the mid-morning. And just for a second, he thought he could see into the boulder of granite. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes and just chalked it up to being tired, and then returned to his side-by-side when his phone rang. It was a call from his friend and colleague in the UK, Lance Thorogood. It was a FaceTime call and he answered. "Come on, mate, you gotta be shitting me with these pictures." "No, Lance, I'm standing on them this very minute." "Just by looking at the pics you were standing on, what should not even be in your location. It should be about 2,800 miles to your northeast, in Canada." "What are you saying, friend?" "You're standing on Canadian bedrock. It's probably the oldest bedrock on the planet." "Like how old?" 4.2, maybe 4.3 billion years. "Nah, there's no rock strata in the Cherokee platform that is older than 512 million years old. That dates to the shallow inland sea." "One would like to think that's based on the geo-coordinates you sent me. The oldest rock would be to your southeast in the Ozark Uplift. But the coordinates you gave me says you are in the Cherokee platform location." "So we're just finding this out now, after more geo-surveys that have been done on Oklahoma than rectal exams done on the entire state of California? Please, Lance, don't fuck with me." "Look, Neil, send me a sample of the rock and I'll test it with a thermal ionization mass spectrometer. I'm sure you have access to one and I'll confirm your results. Either way, you have made a discovery of a lifetime, my friend." "Send it right away, and you're on a tight deadline here." Neil arranged for Will to have the sample flown from Tulsa to Dallas and then on to London Heathrow via British Airlines, then courier delivered to Lance. Neil went back to his skid-mounted shipping container lab and began the tests to obtain his results. While he was doing this, the convoy train was slowly moving into position, and Mace was beginning to rally his crew to get the drill rig set up on site. Rig 17 was especially built to punch large diameter holes into the ground up to 40 inches in diameter. This project called for a 32-inch drill bit to be used and a 26-inch drill pipe. That was a logistical nightmare to get this pipe on the skids and move to the drill site, just because of the size and weight. Neil called Janet. "Janet, I believe we need to conduct a seismic survey on this area before we start punching the holes." "Look, Neil, we're on a tight timeline. I don't have time for all these mental gymnastics that you guys like to pull." "Don't you think it would be a good idea to punch the hole in the right spot?" "How long before we can start drilling?" 18 to 20 hours. After a long pause, Janet said, "Okay, do it. I'll call Mace." The drill rig crew was about 20% into the setup when Mace got the call. You gotta be fucking kidding me, boss lady." "Damn it, Mace. We've got to be sure." "Fuck. Alright, I'll shut it down." As the rig crew started realizing that the work they just put in was for nothing. It was a pressure cooker of an atmosphere around the rig. In about 3 hours they had the rig packed up and no one had a happy look on their face. As the hours clicked by, the seismic team was setting off charges and collecting data, basically taking a sonogram of the area. The data was rolling into Neil's lab and the computers were crunching the numbers, and the data was being uploaded to the company headquarters servers for further analysis on the company's Cray supercomputer. On the surface of the analytics, an amazing, incredible, and disturbing realization was taking shape. Neil was relaying the information onto Lance, who was just starting to do his analysis of the sample. Neil was going over the data, just back from headquarters, when Lance rang up his phone. "Hey friend, we'll open your email. Take a look." After a pause as he looked at the readouts from the thermal ionization mass spectrometer, Neil said, "That's just as my analysis determined. Canadian bedrock." "How is it even possible, Neil?" "Well, the seismic data is shedding some light on a mystery. Look, friend, these findings are preliminary. I mean very preliminary. But it seems that there is not just a uplift, but a vertical fault break that has allowed the strata to peak up from over 12.7 miles below the common crust surface." "You sure? The only peaks that have been confirmed like this have been in the ocean's depths." "It certainly looks like we're sitting on top of a mountain of Canadian bedrock that is in the neighborhood of 4 billion years old." "You guys have got to ship me some more samples from the holes you're gonna punch, dude. Jeez, please." As the data firmed up my suspicions, I'm gonna have to report to my superiors. Hey, I have another call. I'll get back to you. Hey Mace, what's up? "I was hoping you would, tell me. Look, I'm gonna need to know where we're gonna start drilling pretty damn quick. I have the boss lady about to burn me at the stake and use my nuts for earrings. So buddy, please, don't let the boss lady take my manhood. Please?" "Give me 2 hours. Promise." "Okay, but man, if you don't have a spot by that time, I'm gonna have to start selling myself on the streets. Because that's the only way I'm gonna make this kind of money when I get fired." About an hour and a half later, Neil was finishing up his presentation and he was receiving the processed data from the headquarters Cray Systems mainframe. The data was phenomenal, even more astonishing than what Neil was anticipating. This could be considered a scientific change of view of the early Earth crust. This expedition is about exploration and his argument to proceed with the drill rig in several locations along the fault break. The portable conference room was set up and was connected to headquarters via an internet SATCOM link. The chairs around the modular table were quickly filling up and the chairs against the walls were as well. Needless to say, the house, it was packed. The ventilation system was struggling to keep the room cool and not stuffy. The units whined and it could be noted that the electrical odour was somewhat irritating, but everyone dealt with it. And Janet took the podium and spoke. All right, let's settle down. We have a lot of ground to cover and important decisions to make. Neil, the floor is yours." Thank you, Janet. As you know, we were sent out here to do exploration of new rock strata that might hold either natural gas or other petroleum products. Well, we may have a great opportunity, not only to do that, but to explore and discover a great scientific find. If I can get you to look at the first slide. This is the rock strata that I'm referring to. I took samples and tested them with the thermal ionization mass spectrometer, and they match a sample of the same kind of rock in Canada. It's known as Canadian bedrock. It's been generally accepted that this rock is the oldest on the planet, approximately 4.2 to 4.3 billion, with a B, years old. Next slide, please. It's unprecedented that this rock strata could be found this far south and almost unheard of being found in a Cherokee platform. The results of the findings have been confirmed by Lance Thorogood at the British Petroleum. Next slide, please. These are the results of the thermal ionization mass spectrometer. They are a match. Janet had a look of shock on her face and then anger, but she remained silent. Now, how it got here is unknown. However, with the seismic data, we have concluded that there was a very large violent seismic event. Next slide. In the past, that created a fault break and created a very large mountain of this rock strata, in which the summit of this mountain is right under our feet. Next slide. Most, if not all of these types of mountains are located in the depths of the oceans. but for some reason, we have one right here on the Cherokee platform. Now, what does this mean? The depth of this mountain reaches 12.53 miles down into the crust of the planet. It will be considered the largest mountain on the planet if it was above the crust. Next slide. Olympus Mons on Mars are at 16 miles high just for scale, and the base of this mountain is yet to be determined. So again, what does this mean? We have the opportunity to drill into the oldest rock on the planet at depths that could exceed 35,000 feet, and send out sonic and seismic waves that would allow us to determine massive deposits and reserves. Also, the drill slurry that will be coming up with the drilling mud will be a treasure trove of fossils and strata that is yet to be catalogued. Next slide. Bottom line is that we have got to get this right. This could be a PR triumph or a scientific disaster, and will be a nightmare to repair. Next slide. So, I recommend that we begin with a test drill at 12.5 thousand feet and see what is at the shallowest levels first, and then relocate the drill to a deeper and greater extent with the largest of our rig's capabilities, which is 39 inches. I believe now that will require the necessary drill pipe and several expensive drill bits, but I think it'll be worth it. Thank you. Well, thank you, Neil, for that enlightening and informative bombshell. I have to admit that I had to adjust myself several times during your presentation. Mace, how long would it take to set up before we could start drilling on the test hole? A day and a half. Good, you have a day. I think we ought to give ourselves some room here. Yes, we should. You have a day. Well, I guess I better get on it, since my nuts are in a vice now. As Mace gets out of his chair and walks directly to the door, opens it, and then proceeds to slam it as he leaves. All departments will stand by for the necessary information and requirements coming from Neil, Will, and Mace. This meeting is adjourned. Neil, I need to speak with you in private. When the room clears within 5 minutes, and the only people in the room are Janet and Neil. Do you have any fucking idea what you have done? I'm sorry. You took such a find and put it outside the control of the company. I thought you would know better. Under different circumstances, I would fire you on the spot. Now the British know about this, and God knows who else. You do realize that we have a client that we are working for, right? This has major scientific implications. Our stockholders aren't interested in scientific implications. This is going to jeopardize our profit potential. How could you be that reckless? Oh no, how could you be that naive? The board is going to have your head, and probably mine. Well, you better be right about the reserves and deposits, because if not, you better find a teaching job. I'm sorry, Janet. Look, just get back to work. You have got to prove this. You have no options here. Yes, ma'am. Neil turns and walks out and closes the door. Janet takes her phone and pushes several buttons and begins to talk. And then she holds the phone away from my ear as someone is yelling on the other end. The drill rig is lurching into position, and the support and power generation units, along with the mud pumps and all the many sections of large drill pipe, being loaded into several of the vertical pipe racks on the rig and platform. The crew is very proficient with the setup, but the schedule had several of them doing things with a little less safety than what Mace liked. He ordered them to redo the operations and correct the safety issues, and roared at the crew for allowing this to happen, and that they should know better. Will called Mace and asked if he had seen Jesse Loam, the zipper, lately. Mace said no, he had not. Last time he saw him, he was driving his side-by-side over by several of the large boulders. It looked like he was going to take a leak. Will said all right and asked if he would direct him back to the logistics office. About an hour later, Will called Mace again and asked if he had seen Zipper. Mace replied no, and that he hadn't seen him, but he will send him over to him if he does. An hour and a half passes, and it's approaching dark, but the site is lit up like Times Square by very powerful LED floodlights. Will has sent out 3 of his drivers to try and find Jesse. After about 45 minutes, one of the drivers radios that they found the side-by-side, but no Jesse. Will went to the location of the side-by-side. The driver, now joined by 2 other drivers, said, "Hey boss, you need to see this." What's going on?" "Take a look." Is that his radio?" "Yep, and that's his hunting knife." "Was he taking a piss?" Looks like it, but look at the radio. Looks melted. And his hunting knife is pitted. And the blade, it's corroded. I have seen him use this knife just days ago and it looked brand new. And here's this freaky part. You see his footprints? His footprints show him walking up to the boulder and doing his business. But they don't show him walking away. So, what are you saying?" "Boss, he walked from his side-by-side to the spot and didn't walk away from the spot." Come on, guys. I'm tired. He just scaled up these boulders and he's up there playing a fucking trick." Suddenly, a voice came from overhead, and one of the other drivers peeked over the edge of the boulder. "Boss, he's not up here." This don't make any sense," Will says, exasperated. He grabs his radio and calls Mace. "Hey man, this is Will. Can you come over here to the boulders to the south and just look for all of the side-by-sides?" After about 15 minutes, Mace turns up. "Hey Will, what's so damn urgent?" "The zipper, Jesse." "Yeah?" "He's missing. Take a look. What do you see?" After about 10 minutes, Mace says, "I'd say he walked over there, took a piss, and disappeared. But that's not possible. He's hiding somewhere." "I thought the same thing, but he's nowhere around here. People just don't disappear in a place like this. Plus, yesterday, when we were pulling onto the site, he was telling me that he loved this job. He got paid a buttload of money for just driving people around and doing bullshit. Well, so why would he pull a stupid stunt like hide somewhere?" "Good question." "Well, we need to organize a search team." "Look, I can't spare anybody on my team. The boss lady already has me come by twice and scrape my nutsack with a wire brush. Okay? Will, you need to go to Janet and bring her up to speed on this." "Yeah, you're right." Will reported to Janet that he had a missing team member. Janet told Will to get several personnel together and begin to search for Zipper, and when he found him, fire him on the spot. Janet called Mace and asked him to free up at least 3 of his crew to help with the search. He refused and informed her that he needed everyone in order to make the drill deadline, and he did not want to release any of his crew to go look for Zipper, and if she didn't like it, she could lump it. Will was able to get about 16 people together, and they would begin in the early morning. Neil was on the search team, and then he remembered what he'd seen several days ago. When he relayed this to Will called Mace, and Neil repeated the story, but Mace was balls deep in the rig setup and dismissed Neil's story. However, Will was taking it to heart. Mace called Janet and reported a rig was ready to turn pipe, and Janet showed up in the drill shack when the drill bit began to downward chew. "Finally, Mace. I knew you were the one for this job." "Well, thank you." "Let's see. How far can we get this in one day?" "Well, now this bedrock is some hard stuff to chew through. We're not going to get far." "We're clearing the first 12 feet and just starting to bite the bedrock," Hank said. "All right, driller. Take us into the unknown. Hank, let the mudroom know to watch the screed slurry and report anything unusual." Mace then proceeds to check gauges and computer consoles. "All right, boss lady. Haul your butt on out of here. This is my department." "Well, I guess so," Janet says as she gets up and walks to the door. "I do reserve the right to come back." But of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. I meant my nutsack is going to need another scrubbing for far too long. It would help if you didn't drag it behind you. Ouch. I do have feelings, madam. Asshole, she utters while she leaves the drill shack and closes the door. As the search for Jesse gets underway in earnest, the mudroom begins to get return slurry and then begins to categorize it. After 4 hours of ongoing search, nothing further was found. Janet made the decision to suspend the search and notify the county sheriff and the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Management of the missing employee. She then ordered the search team members to resume their normal duties. Jack Lipton was the chief pit watcher. Everyone called him Slippy. The disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms. Episode 5. Devil in the Rock. Let's get straight into that. Hey Slippy, what's up? This just come out of the slurry. What do you make of that? Oh, I don't know. Is he part of the drill bit? Nope, don't think so. I've seen busted drill bits before, and he don't look like one. Hang on, let me call Mace. After about 20 minutes, Mace came down to the mudroom. What do you got? Slippery hole? I mean, Slippy? Well, Melonhead, this came up out of the slurry, about 38 feet into the bedrock. What is it? I don't know. It's definitely not from the drill bit. Let's get it in front of Neil. Go ahead and send it up to him. Now, are you going to be ready for me tonight, sweetie? Sure, babe. Whatever you want. Mace leaves the party and goes up to referee yet another argument between his deckhands. Slippy hands the piece of metal to Jack, the youngest of the pit watchers, and tells him to get this up to the geologist's lab and don't stop to scratch anything. Jack knocks on the lab door and Neil answers the door. Jack hands him the object and a paper that Slippy sent up with it. Jack leaves, and as he's returning to the mudroom, he glances out across the boulder and rock outcroppings area to the south. And just for a moment, he thought he'd seen a man standing on top of one of the boulders. The person was just at the edge of the floodlights and was more in shadow. It was tall and thin, but had a thicker chest, and the arms were long, the fingers almost to its knees. The head was what really looked weird to Jack. It seemed to be too long, not very wide, like a normal head of a person. Jack stopped and stared at the figure, and it seemed to be looking back at him. And when he realized that there were several of the figures standing on the boulders in the area, his radio crackled, and it was Slippy. Where the hell are you, bonehead? He grabbed his radio and said he was on his way back, when he noticed the figures, but they were gone. He chalked it up to the local hillbillies, just wondering what they were doing. Back in the geologist's lab, Neil begins to take a look at the delivery from the mudroom. He removes it from the plastic silk baggie with a control number and collection data. It appears to be a metal rod about 6 inches in length, and the shaft of the rod is cylindrical and about 1.5 inches in diameter. The metal on the outer surface of the rod is worn and slightly brazed. However, it looks like it was not worn or scratched recently, like from the actions of a drill bit, but almost with age. The internal surface of each end was like it was cut with a press cutter yesterday, which could be from the teeth rotators on the bit. The other unique thing about the internal surface is that it looked like it was press rolled and had rings like a tree, but it was like a polished metal. Neil set about loading a scrapping into the metal analyzer. He waited for the results, and what he'd seen on the screen amazed him and shocked his logical mind. Titanium has an atomic number of 22. It's silver in color, has a low density and a high strength. It has an atomic mass of 47.867 U or deuterium. The electron configuration, internal electron shells are normally stable. In the valence, electrons allow for the sharing of 4 electrons. However, with this sample of metal, it is definitely titanium, but the atomic weight is way off the norm. It's 59.888 U, or Dalton. The electron configuration is completely stable, with the ability of any titanium atom to bond with any other atom has been extremely limited with such a low valence count. When Neil started searching for manufacturers that would require, or foundries that were capable of manufacturing this kind of titanium were queried, no results were found. He went against Janet's order and contacted Lance and sent him his data and asked for his opinion. Neil sat back and waited and wondered what he had in his lab. The drill shack was alive with activity as they were about to break through the 100-foot level. The downward tube was a long process when you're dealing with bedrock and drilling bits that cost more than $135,000 apiece. When the drill depth read 102 feet, Mace called Janet and informed her of the accomplishment and of the metal fragment find that was sent to Neil. The next 12 hours passed normally, with no anomalies, and the drill depth was at 355 feet and still chewing away, when Slippy was called over to Pump 6's screed, and the pit watcher pulled several fossilized bones from the screed grid. He collected all 33 and put them in a plastic bag and labelled them with the appropriate data and information about their collection. Slippy again asked Jack to take them up to the geology lab and contact Rice Davis, the company archaeologist, so they could make a determination on them. Jack delivered the fossil samples and asked Neil if he would contact Rice Davis about the finds. Neil said that he would handle that and thanked Jack for the delivery. And then Jack asked, "When I left here last night, I saw some people standing over the border area. They must have been hillbillies because they looked a little strange and a little out of place. Have you noticed any strange people hanging around?" "No, I haven't. They found the missing zipper? Jesse, I believe is his name." "Nah, he's gone. And the scuttlebutt is that the locals, meaning the hillbillies, might have grabbed him." "Why would they do that?" "Well, sometimes the locals get pissed off that we're in the neighborhood and causing noise and tearing up the place. They're just disturbing the peace." "That's kind of creepy." "Yeah, but the bad part is sometimes they do it because they want to get their kicks with someone other than themselves, if you know what I mean. Either way, when they find Jesse, and they will, he's going to need some therapy." "So I guess the rule of thumb is don't go walking around by yourself." "Kinda. You see, I grew up not too far from here, and my mum and dad, they wouldn't let me or my brothers go out into these bottoms without our guns and at least 2 or more of us boys being with each other. Even when we were into our 20s, this place, it's beautiful. Got a lot of good hunting and fishing, but it's dangerous as fuck out here. And the river is just as dangerous. People always come up dead or missing, with their boats found just floating down the river, empty, and sometimes there's blood found in them. I mean, it's like a pig got slaughtered in it." "Well, why hasn't the authorities done anything?" "Well, because they're just afraid. As the folks that live down here, you know, the game wardens, they play dumb, but they spend just as much time in this place as the people who live here. And they know what it's like in these bottoms, just like everybody else from here. Hey man, I have to get back or my boss will have my ass." Jack turned and walked out the door, and just before he closed it, Jack said, "Hey bud, I'll be a little careful if you have to get off the platform deck. I've been watching my back when I have to go down and check the feeder or expel the lines to and from the mud tanks and or to the pit. There's just something hanging around here. It's just not right. It feels wrong." Jack gives him the thumbs up and then closes the door. Neil turns to the plastic bag on the table, opens it, and begins to sort the contents. As the conversation with Jack rolls over in his head, he convinces himself that it's just the local superstitions at play. Neil looks at the sample fossils and they look human or near human. But to have human or proto-human fossils discovered in this stratum of rock, it's unheard of because, well, that would make these fossil samples more than 4 billion years old. Talk about out of place in time. Neil shook his head and set about trying to find a logical explanation for the fossil samples. But this came up from a rock stratum that has been accepted and dated at 4 billion years old. Proto-humans at this epoch just did not exist. But yet here are the fossils. He photographed the fossil samples and then 3D scanned several and sent the data off to Rice Davis. And within 20 minutes, he was talking to Rice. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, Rice. I have all the data to back it up. You need to be incredibly careful about your wording, because this site could be reclassified by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. A World Heritage Site, and if that shit happens, we just spend a lot of money on nothing, with no hope of recovery. Now, having said that, are you absolutely sure that these came from the rock strata that has been generally accepted to be at the age you have ridden? Yes, sir. The drill mud has been producing strata fragments at every level of penetration. We are definitely in the strata that is dated and accepted. Okay, but those fossils, they cannot be from the dated strata. Well, where would they come from? Recheck your data and write them out of the record. Neil, do it. No. You're gonna have to give me a lot better explanation than just do it. Okay, try this on for size. That strata contains fossilized bones from A here to an undiscovered branch of the human tree, which means 5 million years or better. However, if they are from the strata you say they came from, then sometime in a far, 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 far distant past, a human-like creature walked this primordial crust of this planet before humans were ever thought of ever existing at 4.2 billion years. Do you see the problem? Well, thanks for the lessons on Evolution 101, but the facts, they're facts. Those fossil samples came up out of the drill mud slurry from the stratum of rock dated to 4.2 billion years old. If they were found in the dirt from the same strata, they will be accepted as well. So, why don't you send me what you want me to write, and I'll tear right through it in my nightly reading. Neil abruptly hangs up, then sends the fossil sample data containing the pictures, strata depth, and 3D scans to his friend Lance, and asks him to get further opinion from others, and then hits send. The drill bit continues to chew its way downward, and other fossils emerge from the slurry and are sent on to Neil. Now down to 588 feet, the drill bit begins to strain, and the motor rotation RPMs begin to slow. The drill bit is showing signs of dulling, and Mace orders the drill shack to drill to 600 feet and then trip pipe to change the drill bit. Mace calls Janet to inform her of the operation status of the rig. The driller informs Mace that they have hit 600 feet, and the crew begin tripping out the 1932-foot sections of drill pipe. Then they can effect the change of the drill bit, which should take about an hour and a half to have it topside before the pipe could be lowered back into the hole. When the drill bit emerges from the hole, it looked like it was grinding against metal. It almost looked melted. Mace and Hank, the driller, as well as several other deckhands, look on the drill bit with shock that it would have such wear, and the type of wear for dealing with rock strata. Mace calls Slippy and asks, do you have any metal fragments in the screed for the last 100 feet? Hang on. Nope, not visible. Pour some mud from the last 50 feet and get it over to the lab and have them put a microscope on it. Look for notes and any other microscopic traces. Will do, boss. Hey, pump number 2 is acting up. Isn't that one of the pumps you had to replace on route to the site? Yes, goddammit. Yeah, it's not holding compression. Go ahead and call Will and have him get the other standby pump moving this way. Alrighty, will do. God damn it, Hank. This rig is going to be the death of me. Well, Mace, it'll probably get us all eventually. Lee Preston, the site security chief, walked up to Mace and Hank and looked at the drill bit and said, looks like you're drilling into some hot property. Yep. Well, what brings you up here to the top of the mountain? Well, I just got an update from the county sheriff's office on the missing employee. They couldn't find hide nor hair of him. Any idea? Some of the guys who live around here are saying that the locals may have had something to do with it, but it's just talk. Well, the sheriffs have talked to several local people, but they have nothing. It's like the ground just opened up and swallowed him. Well, Mace, keep your people close in and don't let anyone get off the drilling deck platform without having a buddy with them. Ha ha ha. So, I'm gonna have roughnecks babysitting roughnecks. Oh, this is gonna be good. I can just hear it now. I'm serious, Mace. Until we know what happened to Jesse, we're gonna play it safe. This could already be a lawsuit against the company. Okay. I'll institute the babysitter roughneck policy immediately. Well, Hank, you better pick out your buddy real careful like, because the two of you are gonna be sleeping cozy with each other. Nut to butt. Ha ha ha. As long as my nuts are to the butt, I'm a driller. I can hang. Hank, you never fail me. The drilling crew changes out the drill bit and begin to trail the pipe back into the hole. Almost 2 hours go by and they are back to the downward tube. Mud is flowing, but the drill speed has been reduced because they are down one mud pump from the time being. The drill bit passes 702 feet and the resistance to the bit gives way to practically no resistance at all. And Hank exclaims, "Holy fuck, what the hell?" As the RPMs jump wildly, the mud return gauges drop to zero and the mud pressure in the pipe fell too, almost non-present. Pull back on the rotor, slow this bad puppy down and shut the mud pumps down. We're pumping against no resistance. Damn, this thing is jumping all over the place, boss. It's like we're in a void or... hell, the pipe is cavitating against the hole. Jesus H. What happened? Resistance dropped to basically zero and the rotor went free almost. What? Did we drill into a void? It seems like it. But a void at 700 plus feet in the rock strata? Man, this makes no sense. Okay, let me get a hold of Janet. Mace then picks up the phone to call her skid office, and he hits the speakerphone button. Hey, what's up? Well, boss lady, it seems that we have drilled into a void. A void? Yep. I'll be right there. And she hangs up the phone. Here she comes to save the day. Mace just looks at Hank and shakes his head. 15 minutes later, Janet walks into the drill shack. Okay, knuckle draggers, what are our options? We could drop one more pipe in the hole and see if we hit something that we could start drilling again, or we could trip the pipe out and send down a camera. Sounds like a management decision. Trip the pipe, send down the camera, let me know when you're ready. I want to be here when you send in the camera, she says as she leaves the shack. All right, you heard the boss lady. Trip the pipe and get the camera team assembled. The deck crew swings into action with its highly skilled, choreographed dance with steel chains and hydraulic power and muscle. Stand in the wrong place at the wrong time and you will find yourself in a world of hurt, assuming you survive the mistake you make. The drill pipe leaves the hole and is pulled vertically until the thread seam becomes exposed. The deck rotor clamps lock in, and then the chainman wraps the chain around the pipe, about to be unscrewed from the down pipe. And then the top rotor clamps down and unscrews the 32-foot stick of pipe as the chainman guides the pipe. And that is then lifted and transported by crane into the vertical pipe racks. The sound is thunderous, and the mechanical maelstrom of the noise is deafening. The grinding of the motors and torque transfer cases makes the industrial symphony complete. As the last of the drill pipe is removed from the hole and the drill bit is exposed, the first glimpse down into the hole is seen, and the 12 feet of concrete collar holds back the loose soil all the way down to the rock strata, where it becomes the bore hole. The hole seems dark, but it still seems to have some kind of iridescent glow way down towards the bottom of the bore, and the smell was like that of a rotten meat or sewage. The rig crew was reacting to the odour as if one of them had bad gas. And then a mist seemed to rise from the hole, as the air that was rushing to the surface was condensing the moisture from the air. The crew had never seen anything like this, and some of them were actually frightened because they thought they'd hit a gas pocket, but the volatile gas monitors, they were silent, and it was just simply puzzling that this was even happening. So, whatever is down in that 32-inch diameter, 702-foot hole, well, it's unknown. The camera crew begins to assemble the camera and lower in the cradle, as well as positioning the winch that will actually do the lowering of the camera assembly. Hey, boss lady. I wish you would stop calling me that. You know, Janet, that's not going to happen because it's going to keep coming back like a rash I have on the left side of my nutsack. You know, if you weren't so good at your job, your ass would have been canned a long time ago, mister. I know, but the boss lady, she can't resist a good tall pusher who knows how to push his tool. And Janet just totally exasperated with Mace at this point. Can we just get on with this? Well, I thought we would have some dinner, maybe. Well, maybe some wine before, but if you want to get right to it, sure, lady. Mace replies with a smirk on his face. As Janet is beside herself, just shaking her head and mouthing unknown words. And Mace is walking off towards the drill shack door, and Janet follows. Goddamn roughnecks! As Mace opens the door to the drill shack, he turns and reacts to Janet. Language. Now, is that in any way for a lady to act? And she walks right past Mace and sits down in the center chair. The camera crew is making the final preps for the camera to be lowered and is patching in the video feed into the drill shack. The lead camera operator calls over the intercom that they are ready to lower the camera and are set to record. Well, what do you say, Janet? You ready to go deep with me? Just put the damn camera in the hole. Wait a minute, no! As Janet was looking at Mace pointing her finger, while Mace was biting his lip. Go ahead, Terry. Put us in, Mace says as he looks back to Janet, who is red as a fire truck, and he continues to laugh to himself. The monitors begin to show the concrete collar and then the board surface of the rock strata, and at about 140 feet down, the camera begins to pick up what actually looks like a light at the proverbial end of the tunnel. There seems to be a glow from a light source off to the side of the borehole's opening. The drill shack was quiet, and that almost never happens. All the personnel were literally amazed and stumped as to what could be at the end of the borehole. Even the deckhands were watching on the large monitors in the electrical control room module. At 308 feet down, as the opening of the borehole at the bottom became more distinct and defined, all the crew and drill shack members were glued to the video feeds. The light seemed to become brighter, and then the unthinkable happened. A shadow moved from left to right, and for a while it stopped and could have very well looked up. Did you just fucking see that? Holy shit! Did I just see what I thought I saw? Run the recording feedback. As the drill shack erupted into disbelief and the chaos spread to the rig crew, the level of anxiety began to filter into the support areas on the site, and fear began to grip a large portion of the drill site personnel. Quiet! Mace shouted. After a few moments, the video on one of the monitors seemed to skip backwards, and as it played again, the shadow moved from left to right, and it suddenly did look up, and you could almost discern an arm swinging. There is no way that can happen. I don't damn well believe it. What's the depth of the camera? 392 feet. What'd you think, Janet? I don't know. I just don't know. Stop the descent. What's that depth now? 401 feet. All right. We're a football field away, Janet. I want to talk to you in private. And Janet looked at Mace, and Mace had a serious look that Janet had never seen before. Let's go. Everyone hold your positions. You're on standby, Hank said. Janet and Mace walked over to the drill shack office and both go in through the door. What the hell have you got me and my crew into? I don't know what you're talking about. This was never about fucking oil or gas, was it? Look, Mace, I really don't know what you're talking about. I'm just as shocked as you are. Well, here's the deal. At dawn, I'm pulling my crew off this fucking rig. I don't care if I work again. What I just saw in that hole, I don't fucking believe it. Well, that makes two of us. Mace, I don't really know what you're talking about. Then you need to do some digging and find out. Otherwise, by dawn, we are leaving. With or without you. The safety of my crew is the priority. Mace moves with a purpose and leaves the office, followed by Janet. Then Mace grabs his radio and calls code black, everyone to the crew room, immediately. The rig crew from all parts of the rig platform move with speed and purpose to the crew ready room. Janet, you do what you want. I'm getting my crew ready to bounce out of here. As about 5 members of the drilling crew get up from their positions and walk out with Mace. Mace says as about 5 members of the drilling crew get up from their positions and walk out with Mace. Alright, let's lower the camera. As the camera team begins to lower the camera once more, the camera passes 600 feet. The team notices the light at the end of the borehole flicker and go out. The tech clicks a button on the console, and the 4 bright LED lights snap on, and the opening to the borehole is lit up. As the camera passes 650 feet, and the tech activates the high-resolution color camera. At the 685-foot marker, and then from the right, a leathery, grey scaly face with reddish-orange tinted eyes, of some kind of figure snaps into view. The figure bearing jagged, sharp teeth and then snaps back out of view quickly, and the remaining members in the drill shack jump and scream with surprise, shock, and fear of the images they just witnessed ripping across the control center monitors. While the camera continues to descend, and at 702 feet passes into a void of space. The space was compromised of what seemed to be rock-honed walls and was most definitely constructed by some manner of technology. The room seemed to be one of some size, like maybe 100 or 200 feet along one wall, as the camera panned its 360-degree track. The room contained boxes, or what looked like boxes, made of some kind of material that was undiscernible. The ceiling looked to be 30 feet in height, maybe. As the camera panned, it seemed to be grabbed by something, and in jerky pictures and static, a hand with 6 fingers and 2 thumbs, one on each side of the hand. It was tipped with pads of highly textured skin and claws of 1 inch or more. The cable topside began to get yanked and pulled violently and slapped side to side as the winch snapped in its mounts and then fell to the drilling deck. The drilling crew rushed outside their ready room door, and to their horror, they watched a large heavy winch get pulled across the deck and down into the borehole. Mace took 5 steps towards the borehole and then turned to the group of his crew standing behind him on the deck. Boys, get your shit together. We are leaving now. Wait, has anyone seen Jared? Last time I see him, he was heading down to check the mud transfer pumps. But that was 25 minutes ago. Ah, fuck. Hank, tag and Ron. Come with me. Grab something that you know will hurt if you have to swing it and hit something. The rest of you, get your shit together and meet me back here at the ready room. And no one else gets off the deck. You have 10 minutes, 5 minutes ago. Now move. As Mace and his boys moved down the 3 stairwells to the mud storage tanks and mechanical deck located at ground level, they began to call out for Jared. Or they found the area where the mud transfer pumps are located, and there were signs of a struggle and some blood, and a greyish fluid on the ground, and both trails lead off to the south in the direction of the rock boulders. Oh, let's go find him. Hang on, we need some fucking weapons. Let's get to the security office and then we'll go looking for him. Okay, good deal. As the group heads back up the second stairwell, they hear a large volume of gunfire coming from the south in the direction of the boulder field. Then silence, and then a large amount of gunfire, and then several explosions. What the fuck? Damn, I don't like the sound of that music. Yeah, that can be good. Let's get to the security office. It might be worse than we think, boys. Mace and his boys move quickly to the security office, and they find it unlocked and the weapon racks, they're empty. What in the freaking... Ah, damn it. What the fuck are we gonna do now? I mean, really, what the fuck are we gonna do now? Ah, this is some fucked up shit now, man. Ah, calm down. Woo. Okay. Let's get back to the ready room, Mace orders. As Mace and the very scared group of roughnecks make their way back to the crew's ready room, they were moving across the rig's platform decking. They see something. Some kind of figure climbed up over the railing of the deck about 120 feet away from them. The boys with pipes and wrenches still in their hands. They rushed the figure, and as they were about to pound it, they realized it was Lee, the head of security, and his uniform was tattered, and he was bleeding. "Lee, what in the heck are you doing?" Lee was covered in blood and also the grey fluid. "Lee! Lee! Lee!" Mace shouts as Lee's gaze began to come back to some of his senses. "What happened? What did you see?" There's things out there. They killed my guys." "What are you doing out there?" After several heavy breaths, Lee responded. "We saw them. They grabbed Jared Baker on the video monitors, but by the time we got to him, they dragged him halfway to the boulder field. We chased him, and we started firing at him. And that's when several of them turned and began to attack us. Bullets have little effect. It's like they have some kind of armor. And then I saw them drag Jared up to one of those boulders, and it was like the face of the rock disappeared and they walked through, with Jared screaming and kicking. They walked through the rock and the rock became solid again, and we couldn't hear them anymore." "Man, you're not making any fucking sense." "What else did you see, Lee?" "They tore through 6 of my men, like they were paper." "What's this grey stuff?" "If you shoot him in the head, that's almost like a melon. It bursts and this grey shit flies out, like it's under pressure." "All right, boys, grab him. Let's get back to the ready room." As the group reached the ready room, they opened the door, and the rest of the rig crew reacted with agitated surprise at their arrival. "Boys, grab anything that you can use as a weapon, and I mean anything. John, where are the keys to the crawlers kept?" The admin shack? All the way across the deck. It's over 250 feet away." "And how long would it take to get 2 crawlers up and ready to roll?" 25 minutes, assuming they have fuel." "And who else other than John knows how to drive a crawler?" "Kenny does." "Yeah, boss, I do." "Okay, I want 6 roughnecks for John and Kenny apiece. Now you guys are going to watch their backs while they get the crawlers up and going. The rest of you guys, we're going to get as many people off this site as we can find. Am I clear? We all understand?" "Yes, boss," everybody screamed. Mace reaches for the phone and dials the drill shack, and someone picks up the phone and utters in a whispery voice, "Help! Help! Help me!" Mace hangs up the phone. "All right, boys. I'm not going to promise you that we're all going to get out of this alive, but if we stick together and fight like hell, we might have a chance. Let's go." The group moves out of the ready room, and the group splits up and go into their respective assignments. Mace and the search group get to the drill shack, and the shack is in complete disarray. There is blood and body tissue all around the shack. Mace walks over to the ADACB, or Advanced Disaster and Communications Beacon, removes the cover and smashes the 2 buttons simultaneously. Nothing happens. He presses them again. "God damn it! Is there something working against us?" Boss, I don't think they were ever connected or hooked into the system. The rig was new and we had so little time that we just didn't get around to checking it. When I was looking at the panel, I didn't see a test circuit for it. I'm sorry, boss." And Mace was thoroughly disgusted. "All right, let's go." Every shack that they searched was just as ransacked, like the others. Blood and tissue scattered about as well. After all the shacks were searched and cleared, Mace led his group down to where the crawlers were located, and he could see that they had both crawlers up and running. As the rig crew was loading into the crawlers, one of the roughnecks noticed 5 or 6 figures crawling and climbing on the rig's drill tower, and they seemed to be searching for something, and he got several of the other roughnecks to look at them. Before too long, everyone was looking, as the unmistakable thunderous sound of rotor blades from a helicopter flew over in the night sky. It looked military, but it was hard to see. Then a spotlight came on and started shining on the drill tower. While it circled the drill tower, the rig crew could see what looked like a camera mounted under the helo, and someone hanging out at the side door talking into a headset. The helo hovered for just a couple of moments, and then the spotlight turned off and it flew away at high speed. "Okay, Kenny, roll us on out of here. Try and get us out to the other side of that rise. Let's get something in between us and the rig. Move, Kenny." We're not going to do much better than 12 or 15 miles per hour, boss. But at least we're moving. Yeah, you just do what you need to do in order to keep us moving." "Will do, boss." 5 minutes after the helo's departure, as the crawlers were barely 500 feet from the rig, the night sky was lit up with a bright orange flash, and the blast of a large explosion could be heard. And about 3 seconds later, as the shockwave from the blast overtook the crawlers and flipped the second crawler over on its side, killing about half of the occupants from the wave itself, and pushing the first crawler sideways into a small ditch, and everyone's eardrums were ruptured and bleeding. Mace tried to get a sense of what was happening as the second blast erupted overhead and the shockwave struck the rig and the crawlers. The rig toppled over and the fuel tanks under the platform ruptured as several thousand gallons of fuel began burning and the crawlers were shifted around. The first crawler was blown over on its side and Mace was thrown out of the crawler. As he rolled onto the ground, the shifting crawler rolled over onto his legs. Mace couldn't hear his bones snapping and cracking because of his eardrums being ruptured, but the sensation of the snapping, separating and grinding was an excruciating exercise in agony. Mace screamed in pain, but he couldn't even hear his own screams. And most of the rig crew were already dead or dying from the blast concussion. Extreme heat burns, and their bodies were being pummeled by the flying debris. The tree trunks were ripped from the ground, and debris was flying in all directions. The scene was one of a fiery holocaust. The wind from the blast wave was like that thrust from a jet engine at full throttle. The atmosphere settled down. Mace was able to move some debris and tree limbs off of him with his arms. Hank the driller stumbled upon Mace and tried to render some sort of aid, but with a 9-ton crawler, not much could be done. Hank began crawling up on top of the crawler's side to free up the large pry bar and try to get some kind of leverage to get Mace's legs free. It was next to impossible. Mace kept trying to talk to him, but Hank's ears were completely blown out, and so was Mace's, as the last of the 3 GBU 43/B Massive Ordnance Air Blast or MOABs, MOABs, were dragged by its stroke parachute out and off to the rear ramp of the C-130 cargo aircraft, and the cradle sled cleared the belly of the Moab. The bomb started its 45,000-foot freefall under GPS satellite guidance to its intended target. The seconds of silence that were the last that Mace and Hank would know on the planet were well peaceful, and while the mother of all bombs made its way to the 200-foot airburst altitude, Mace grabbed Hank's hand, and it was as if he knew the attack wasn't over, as the fuel air cloud expanded to encompass the crawlers, Mace and Hank. The detonation of the incendiary charge began a fuel-air combustion of highly explosive gases, particle vapor, and highly refined powdered aluminium, while the combustion of the vaporized gases consumed all of the available oxygen, and as it was sucked into the center of the detonation sphere, and then the sudden expansion of the shockwave's origin began its deadly rampage. The searing heat and massive overpressure made the area boil with turbulence and violent upheaval. This maelstrom was further enhanced by the blast wave's reflection of the surface of the ground. Mace's and Hank's bodies were shattered, and the flesh was ripped from their bones, and then the bones were pulverized by the shockwave's effects. The men really didn't know what hit them. All life had been extinguished within a 2,500-foot or more diameter sphere. The rumble and the roar of the detonation echoed and reverberated through the bottoms. The seismic stations at Stillwater, Norman, Pauls Valley, and Ada all began registering large shockwaves moving through the stratum of stone and alluvial deposits, and the alarms of fault activation began circling through the geology community, even at this late hour. News departments began receiving telephone and text messages of large explosions, and it was not long before the news wires were sounding off. We interrupt this program to bring you a special report. We're getting reports of massive explosions just south of Tulsa, about 35 miles southwest of Tulsa, just north of the town of IXL. Information is sketchy at this time, but there have been several reports of people missing and others that have been killed by the blast. We will bring you full details as they become available, and we will have complete coverage on the early news coming up in 2 hours. This has been a special report. "20 hours earlier. The night was a warm one. Jesse had been working the line for days on extraordinary little sleep. He was a tough country boy, and hard work wasn't new to him. He hoped that this job would last and he would get onto the rig crew as a rustabout or a worm. Yeah, it's the lowest of the low, but it's a start, and it's the best shot he has to get a better life. Jesse's home life growing up was less than ideal. Jesse is the youngest in his family. He has 2 older brothers. Each of the boys had a different father, and growing up with his mum was, well, a barfly. That's about the nicest thing he could say about her. She would try to bring men home, and sometimes they would try playing daddy, but it always went south, somehow. Or they would get drunk, beat on his brothers and him, and when his brothers would run out to the trailer and stay with friends, Jesse just wanted to strike out and try to make a better life for himself. His older brother Zach is already in county jail for drugs, and his middle brother Trey is headed down the same path. And Jesse always told his uncle, who did try to help the boys as much as he could, that he wasn't built for jail. He at least wanted to pick his own boyfriends, and his uncle and he would have a great laugh. And the side-by-side roared up into the small space between the boulders, and Jesse had been riding saddle in this thing for over 72 hours, and well, his ass was screaming for some relief. When he jumped out and looked for the butt wipe, he was pissed off that there was none to be found, and the last roll was taken by one of the roughnecks that he thought didn't like him. Jesse just decided to take a leak and do the squat later. He walked back over to the crevice and found the perfect spot, and so he unzipped and pulled out the old Howard and began the long-awaited relief. He put his left hand on the surface of the boulder, enjoying the time out of the saddle. And then the surface of the boulder seemed to change. It flashed, and then it had like arcs of electricity flashing from side to side. And then the arcs moved up and down. His left hand fell forward and was grabbed by a very strong grip, and soon he found himself face to face with a figure that was about 8 feet tall and thin, like some of the people he'd seen in a history class after World War II. But the face, it seemed to be thin and long, with leathery scales, reddish-orange eyes and sharp, jagged teeth. The strength was powerful, and then he noticed a second one, and it grabbed his radio off his waist and put his hand about 6 inches away from it, and the case melted. Jesse screamed and grabbed his hunting knife off his right hip and jabbed it into the side of the one that had his left hand. The blade and the handle of the blade heated up quickly, and it burned in his hand seriously. He dropped his hunting knife, and then the figure pulled him into the transparent surface of the boulder. And then the boulder wall became solid again. Jesse was fighting with all of his might and almost got away, until the second one wrangled his right hand together with the left, and it seemed from out of a small hole on the wrist of the figure, a clear fluid shot from the opening and coated his wrists. It then seemed to expand and sealed his wrists together. Now he was in full panic mode, kicking and screaming. With both hands bound in front of him, he began picking up rocks off the floor of the room and throwing them at the figures. Now this must have angered them, because they rushed him and put him to the ground. He felt his ankles being bound by the same fluid as his wrists. Then the creatures began to drag Jesse by his feet, through the many corridors that carried him down several vertical shafts to an area that seemed to be for preparation of some kind. They laid him on a stone table and began to tear and cut his clothing from his body. He fought and squirmed, screamed and cursed, spitting in their faces. The larger of the two pulled the final stitch of clothing from his body, and he was now naked on a cold stone slab. as the creatures began to evaluate the physical form of Jesse's body. He began hurling insults and profanities of every kind. They grabbed him and flipped him onto his stomach, and Jesse's fear gripped him. He began to beg the creatures not to hurt him, as their hands went to places that no 19-year-old country boy should have to endure. One of the creatures went over to the shelf with containers on it. He opened one of the containers and took out something that was black and flat with protrusions around the side. And these protrusions looked sharp and were about an inch long. The object itself was about 6 inches in diameter. The creature brought it over to the table and carefully placed it onto the small of his back, just above his butt crack. And then the creature pushed it hard into his flesh, and the pain became almost immediately unbearable. He screamed, kicked, begged and pleaded. The protrusions began to grow and lengthen inside his flesh, and then began to go deeper into his body, as some of the protrusions began to wrap around his spinal cord, and as they started to twist up his back under the skin and wrap around the spinal cord and his upper back, the pain was nullified and his body became limp. His breathing shallowed and his coma became a fact in his young life, and Jesse's world went forever dark. The creatures washed his body, and then the larger one picked him up and carried him through several corridors. And when the corridor opened up into a large room, several basketball courts in size, with large troughs and many crosspipes, the creature walked up to the trough at the middle, and it had hundreds of human bodies in a fluid that covered most of the bodies, with just enough so that the mouth and the nose were exposed above the fluid. This was so the bodies could continue to breathe while the rest of the body was dissolved over a period of 17 months. The creature placed Jesse into the trough and used a special stand to keep his head above the pool. Within seconds, his dark tan skin turned white, and his eyes were turning milk white. Jesse was well on his way to being liquefied. The nutrient solution is the life's blood of the creatures, and the only way to sustain a breeding population globally. You see, there are several nutrient production sites around the world, and the solution is then pumped to all the other hives. These creatures are a subdued form of Draco, underground reptilian species that tend to dwell deep in the earth. But because of a necessity of having to have humans as food derivatives, they have to have certain spots across the planet in order to have access to the nutrient components. Only when they are in breeding mode do they consume meat. It is usually always fresh. They will drag their prey into the breeding chambers and feast upon them before the mating spawn begins. After the spawn, the females will consume large amounts of nutrient solution, while the males will consume fresh meat and sometimes the hermaphrodite drones to regain their strength, which are the keepers of the eggs and the live infants. There is no queen of the hive, just a warrior caste, breeder caste, worker or drone caste, and messenger caste. The castes are comprised of male and female. Specifically, the worker or drone caste can be about 3% male, or 2% female, or 95% hermaphrodite. Hives do go to war with each other, but it is rare. The last hive war was during the Great Plagues of our Middle Ages, and the next to the last war was during the rise of the Homo erectus. While Mace and his crew were ready in the crawlers for their trip out of this Dante's nightmare, and as they were within seconds of bearing witness to a fuel-air explosion firsthand, several of the captured workers from the drill rig were being processed for their nutrient baths. The shock waves from the first Moab reached the upper corridors of the hive. Some of the containment doors were destroyed, and this raised alarm bells with the warrior caste as they began to rally for a more extensive attack. The second Moab detonated, and the resulting shockwave travelled down the unprotected hive corridors and killed and or maimed large numbers of the warrior caste and caused some of the corridors to collapse. As the panic ensued, the drones began to empty the egg chambers and were frantically moving the young to deeper chambers in the hive. The Draco response was ramping up and was just about to be released onto the surface. But with more of the surface doors open, this allowed the shockwave from the third Moab to run the corridors of the hive in a much more violent and devastating manner. Large numbers of the Draco were killed and mangled. Long reaches of the corridors were collapsed, and several nutrient solution production theaters were destroyed. This caused the Draco to abandon the upper hive and seal off the connecting corridors to the middle and lower chambers. Within hours of this devastating attack on the hive, work began on branching the hive connections to the surface. Their aim was for several areas that had been previously scouted, like Chandler Park in Tulsa and Turkey Mountain Recreational Area, also in Tulsa, parts of Illinois Scenic River in the Tahlequah area, and the Quartz Mountain area in western Oklahoma, as well as several others. The hive is a living entity and will always work extremely hard at its survival. 48 hours earlier, in the modified bunker at the US Army Ammunition Plant, McAlester, Oklahoma, at the southern end of the plant, the meeting room was crowded, and as the participants were finding their seats in the room was called to attention, and General Tate walked into the room and called for everyone to sit down. Alright, let's have it. I'm pressed for time, and there's a developing situation in the small town of Red Oak that I have been assigned to oversee. Captain Hill, if you please. Yes, sir. We have been monitoring a drilling operation that was actually ordered and paid for by the Department of the Interior. We are still a bit foggy as to why they are so heavily involved in the endeavor. However, we feel that this drill site is remarkably close to a Class C5 hive site. This could become problematic, as you are well aware of the issues we've had in the past. And what is your recommendation, Captain? Well, as you probably know, sir, when something disturbs a hive, they tend to react violently. There are many personnel on this location. We recommend a number of MOABs to be put on standby, just in case the situation escalates. And we may need to sanitize the area and use a drilling accident as a cover story. And we can lay the blame on the victims of the blast. Good. It sounds like a solid plan. Go ahead and drop the orders. I will sign them before I leave for the forward base in Red Oak. Sir, there is one other thing. We have been getting reports from the same area of a Type 2 humanoid hairy acting in a very odd manner. Biologists are concerned that the subject in question might be infected with some kind of virus or possibly a bacterium. Well, find it, trap it, shoot it, kill it. Deal with it. It's not like we haven't done this before, Captain. Understood. But this is in close proximity to a populated area. Son, I have a situation going down in a populated area right now. It's not going to get any more complicated than what the initiative is already dealing with. Find it and kill it. Yes, sir. Anything else? Not at this time. Captain Hill sits back in his chair as General Tate leaves the meeting room, and the officer next to the captain says jokingly, "Hard day at the office, honey," and smiles, and then gets up and walks out as Captain Hill says quietly, under his breath, "Fuck." A lone Oklahoma National Guard Hummer struggles in the early morning light to navigate the tangle of debris from the makeshift road scraped out by the drilling operation, venturing into the area. The 4 occupants of the vehicle stop and exit it, one of them being a major with the Oklahoma National Guard, another with the letters of the OEM stamped across his back, and the third one having the letters OCC. While the 3 of them are overlooking the toppled, mangled wreck of Rig 17, one of the men turns to the other and says, "This is going to be a cluster." As the emergency response ramps up to start the search and rescue operation, and the Oklahoma Corporation Commission investigators begin to lock down the site and start sifting of the evidence to find cause, the head of the Oklahoma Emergency Management Office and the OCC lead investigator gets into a turf war over jurisdiction. The clash escalates up to the chain of the governor's office, who has to quash the conflict, but before he could, the Muskogee Creek Indian tribe steps in, because it happened on tribal land. They file a court case to have the incident investigated by the nation. This sets off a 3-way power struggle that now the governor's office cannot interfere with because of its ages-old treaties with the federal government. So, in order for this to get resolved, it's going through the tribal court system, then the federal courts will have to rule on the final outcome. The legal calisthenics were heavily in play as the Office of Emergency Management continued with the search and rescue, even as the heavy thunderstorm complex bombarded the area for 4.5 days. The OEM was only able to conduct search and rescue operations. If there was evidence in plain sight, they were not allowed to collect it, as the rains washed and covered up with mud a lot of the evidence that would have been crucial to the investigation. After an exhaustive search and rescue operation, the OEM concluded that all rig crew and support personnel that was on site were killed and/or disintegrated by the blasts, and all 169 souls were now listed as dead or missing. The Oklahoma National Guard had 9 liaison personnel on hand helping with the search and rescue operation, and were closely monitoring any evidence located in the area and placed flags of different colours at the site. In the Oklahoma Office of Emergency Management, after action review some 6 months later, it is revealed that the Oklahoma National Guard had no representatives on site and that there was no record of the names of the liaisons in the incident journal. To this day, no one knows who these personnel were or where they came from. The Oklahoma Bureau of Investigations concluded that there was insufficient evidence to identify or prosecute any of the bogus Oklahoma National Guard personnel. The search operations were closing down, but the legal wrangling kept investigators off the site for 3.5 months. The flag set out by the bogus Oklahoma National Guard liaisons were gradually disappearing into the overnight hours during that time period. Legal issues were finally worked out, and the investigators concluded that it was by error of the rig crew in the drill shack, and that the lead driller, Hank Jefferson, ignored the warnings from the big control center about the volatile gases being encountered in the borehole, which precipitated a blast and subsequent destruction of the rig and loss of life on the site. The investigations team concluded it was operator error and recommended that the company be held partially responsible for the accident by hiring an incompetent lead driller. The fact that the volatile gases were no longer emanating from the borehole and there was no need to cap the well because there was no venting were generally ignored by the investigators, who were more interested in assigning blame. Peligas Exploration Company was quietly shut down after the wrongful death lawsuits were settled, and none of them made it to trial. Any assets that were still in the company were either sold or transferred to the other subsidiary exploration companies of its parent Magnaphora Petroleum Corporation. In the annual report of the corporation, any reference to the Hive Core No. 1 project was deleted from the text of the report. However, even after the losses produced from the wrongful death lawsuits and the loss of an awfully expensive drill rig, the company posted record earnings attributing the good fortune to well-placed government contracts that were fulfilled by the company during the reporting period. Is it our fear of the unknown so commanding that we cannot comprehend that there are things that we do not understand that cause us to blindly allow for the dismissal of the evidence of their existence? Or do we choose to allow our perceived superiority to supersede their dominance? While there were no survivors of the rig crew or the support staff of the exploration team, some things still remain in the mix of the incident. Jesse's disappearance was moved to a missing person status, and while it is generally accepted that most, if not all personnel were casualties of the accident, some of the bodies were never recovered. It was determined that they were probably incinerated in the rig blast, but they are listed as missing and presumed dead. Lance Thorogood, Neil's professional acquaintance, had an unfortunate accident in London's underground a few weeks after the blast that claimed Neil's life. Lance was standing on the platform in a crowd of commuters on the morning walk and somehow fell into the path of an approaching train. The accident, while tragic, made extraordinarily little news splash in the media cycle. Now, Mr. Thorogood was very good at his job. He placed all of his work into digital archives of the British Petroleum Data Network, of which all of the data. However, he was also a realist, and he also deposited the data into a spidery dark web vault locations across the globe. Yes, the access to this data is limited, but it is being evaluated by very skilled people in their respective fields, off the books, so to speak. We may yet see the analysis of the rock strata for the epoch's time. People still vanish into the voids of the bottoms of the Deep Fork River, a fact that is as old as time itself. And some of those facts are ancient, very ancient. On the next episode of the Disappearances of the Deep Fork River Bottoms, when you have that piece of pecan pie on the summer's day at your favourite picnic spot, you'll have to wonder, did it come from a peaceful grove of sweeping majestic trees in a serene grove? Or did it come from a grove of terror and a vile extraterrestrial existence? A nut cracked by the hand of a non-earthly entity. Well, let's face it, sometimes aliens are just hungry. Until next time, when you walk up next to that beautiful boulder and with the rich colours and textures of the epochs of time that took to make it, is it truly solid, or is there something looking back at you, something from within the rock itself, and with its hand just inches away from your own, and perhaps just waiting for the right moment to open the doors that it knows, while pulling you down the stone hallways. They will prepare you like the attendants in a spa, and your leisurely time at the nutrient baths can begin. Well, I'm off to the gym and a protein shake. Ta-ta. Stay safe. Wow. 100% another one. Wow. What an absolutely intriguing, skin-crawling and refreshing addition to this incredible series. Thank you ever so much, Ed, for your kind support and constant dedication. It really is so good to have you back in the swing of things, and I just hope I do your writing justice. Well, guys and girls, we told you it would be pretty special. Of course though, please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help with the channel and our community further. And why not hashtag Team Fear and DMT's Cryptid Crew. If you're an aspiring writer or just want to have a crack at things like myself, please get in touch with me at the usual email as on screen, which is dmtforestofear@gmail.com. I really look forward to hearing from you. I hope everybody's had a lovely week at work or school or studying, whether you're rocking the skeleton crew night shift or the long haul on the roads. Whatever it is that you do, I hope you're happy and you're trying to keep fit and focused as possible. But above all, guys, remember, be safe, not sorry.